Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, for the final time in 2025. We've made it. It's the final table of the MPP main event after 10 days of fast and furious poker action. The 9 remaining Jay have made it to the promised land, and that is the final table of the main event. Welcome, everybody. Myself, Andrew Headley, and the wonderful Jay Harwood going to be calling the action in the early stages of this final table. Jay, looking forward to a big day.
So excited for this one, Andrew. Just everything that occurred yesterday leading up to this, thought it would be a cagey affair, but no one was fussed. People were throwing the chips in left, right, centre, trying to build stacks ready for this final table. But we are set and ready in situ for what's going to be a fantastic day here at Merit.
Absolutely, yeah. We saw 3 bets, 4 bets, cold 4 bets. Everybody was just going ballistic, blasting off, but we have reached that final 9 players, and we've been referencing it all week. The winner today going to take home $1 million. There we go, a rundown of the numbers. $5,300 buy-in, smashed the guarantee, which was of course $5 million, $5.74 million in the prize pool. And the magic number, 9 remain from 1,196 entrants. And yeah, I think this, sometimes when we come into final tables, Jay, you think, right, there's a clear favorite. There's someone I think is going to run it over. I'm going to go ahead and suggest that that might not be the case today. There's a certain, you know, it feels like it's wide open to me.
Yeah, agreed. Like top of the shop, Sabu and Medina close in chips, but then anyone looking down, Maverick Mustakas played great yesterday. Tim Chung, you can't overlook him. Thaler's playing some great stuff as well. And then even at the bottom of the pack, someone like Smoker gets a double up. He's straight back in it.
And with you, quick look at the payouts there. 63K then for the next person eliminated. Ladder's getting substantial. 80K, 113, 162, 229 for 5th. So the top 7 all going to lock up 6-figure paydays. $1 million for the win. And it's just a casual 365,000 heads-up match as I take you through the final table lineup. So Sabau, who finished very strongly yesterday, sort of stayed under the radar somewhat, Jay, and just won 2 really big hands towards the end of the day. He's out in front. Modena played that massive all-in flip against Cristoforo. We were shocked at how quickly it occurred. 7s versus Ace Queen managed to hold, and he's second in chips. Tim Chung, who snapped off a bluff in record time. It was like the speed of light. We were shocked in the booth, but he's in 3rd on the leaderboard.
I was lying in my hotel room, just had the stream on, and I remember that hand, and I thought he was going to be in a lengthy tank, maybe a pretty quick fold, and just snapped it off like he knew. Maybe live tell was on there, but was some hand that yesterday, Andrew, but straight into the final first hand of the day.
Yeah, let's go. Tomasian, you've just sat down. You haven't even dipped your toes in the water yet. Pocket 9s from middle position for him. That's the kind of awkward middling stack, Jay, right? But we're obviously going to open this one. Now then, first test for Smolka. A potential candidate, Jay, in my eyes, to maybe 3-bet. I wonder how he perceives Tomasian and how the chip stacks line up around the table.
Yeah, well, if
and Snap takes it, I'm not surprised.
Yeah, if there's ever a time to take it, first hand of the final table, maybe just sort of letting everyone know, even with a shallow stack, you're still there. You've still got some capable 3-bets in the lockup and a nice, tidy combo of choice. Low jack versus hijack here. And it's not going to be nice for Tomasian here. Obviously, in terms of chip EV, would be a slam dunk 4-bet sem, but a bit different here. With 9 left playing for $1 million, ICM is real.
It's kind of a little unsettling on hand 1, right, as well. You haven't even had time to sort of
literally
settle in, see what people are doing. And of course, if we jam this in and we're wrong, Jay, we could be out the door.
Yeah, we're in real tough spot to face. Start the FT and can't fault him.
I don't mind this at all. I think it's so funny. Like last night, we saw Medina just rifle in the lot with the 7s in a, you know, not identical spot, right? Because it was the final 2 tables, but it's somewhat similar, right? If you jam and you're wrong, you lose, you're out. And Smolka, somebody I sort of name-checked throughout yesterday, is someone I would fancy if you can get that momentum that you talked about, Jay.
Yeah, starting 9 of 9 as Smolka, but getting that little 3-bet through, going to move him up a couple of spots. Congested at the bottom of the pack between Thala, Hashim, Tamazian, and Smolka.
Yeah, I'm just having a little look at the sort of seat draw, right, which is something that you can't gloss over, is always very important. Tamasian's not happy to have Smolka on his direct left. Similarly, for Mavro Mustakis, he's got Tim Chung on his direct left. So these things always worthy of consideration. First look at Thaler today. Going to bump it up from +1 with the ace-10 of diamonds.
Oh, Hashim's going to be doing much here with the Jack-10 off, but unpredictable customer.
Oh, now this is not something I would have expected to see, but Hashim, he says, I would like to see 3.
You know what, I woke up this morning, Andrew, and I was wondering how people were going to be approaching this final table and thought it would be a slightly cagier affair than what we saw yesterday. Now we're sat at the final, but this call from Hashim sort of indicates differently.
Oh, hello then, Modena. Let's make it 7.5 million. He's another one that we know, right? We'll put the foot to the floor.
Yeah, just like insta taking the king jack off, not even any thought.
Yeah, like obviously this is wide, but Thaler's going to be opening wide, right? He's the guy that's going to open all the sort of ace-x suited king-x of the world. And when Hashim calls, if we think he lacks natural strong hands and traps.
Well, saying that, we saw Hashim a couple of times yesterday. There was one where he just flatted jacks off a shallow stack. In fact, I believe it was queens as well he elected to flat in some spots. So he's definitely one that could have some stronger hands in there. Maybe not the nutted aces and kings, but not necessarily not having stuff like queens, jacks, tens from what we saw from the lad yesterday. Now back over to Thala here, an awkward one at this stage as the FT's just started. Something to note quickly as well, guys. I think Medina's stack,
yeah, it's well off,
is bigger than what it is. Started with around 60 milli.
Yeah, so these are 2 of the big stacks, and maybe smells a rat here. Thaler potentially thinking Modena is picking on this call from Hashim. But what can we do, Jay, right? It's like, do we want to just make this 18 million right off the bat? It's a difficult spot.
It's tough. I'm just going to get out of the way, and I can't see Hashim continuing. I couldn't see him peeling in the first place, so you never know. But this would be strange.
Yeah, out of the way. Very nice, Medina. Sort of nailing his colors to the mast, as it were, as if to say, I'm going to go for the win. I mean, he's definitely playing to win, right? We saw that 4-bet send with Sivens yesterday, and he just kind of takes every spot he can with aggression.
It seems that way.
We love it. I like seeing people slugging for the fences. Let's go for the home run. Shoot for the pin. Nice start from Medina.
Yeah, one of these $400,000 in live earnings, Medina. Best live score. Coming in the Premier Championship in Slovenia, which he won for 55,000 euros. Few cashes here over in Cyprus at Merit over the last couple of years, so regular customer in these fields. Smolka.
Yeah, pocket jacks for David. +2. 28 bigs or so for him to start this hand. And he comes with the min raise. Round 2 Modena out of the way. 8-9 of hearts into the muck. Intriguing that Langar tanking with this one. Certainly not going to be proceeding. Mavro Mustakis following suit. Round 2 Sabao has pocket deuces, Jay.
Can't see any other option but just call here with this pair in the big blind.
Yeah, does decide to go duck hunting, as you would expect. And look at this, jack in the window, followed by 7 and an ace. Middle set for Smolka, unfortunately for him. It's about just that baby pair. He's contemplating sizing choice. Doesn't really matter, Jay. I'm sure he could just bet one big blind here and the hand's probably done. Unless Sabao wants to do something very heroic.
Let's go small 1.4 into 5.5 there, between 20% and quarter. We'll generally see some smaller sizes now at the FT. Tend to be scaling down our C bets. Same with our free bets as well. We're not going to be seeing the full 3x in position, full 4x out of position at this stage. Just slightly smaller sizes. People less inclined to play more calls when we free bet, just 4 bets or folds a lot of the time.
Great start for Smolka. Always nice to settle in. Play 2 pots, 1-2 pots. All right then. Cards back in the air.
You don't like grinding, you don't like action. I don't feel it this time.
Interesting tank. Not sure why. From Tomasian. Maybe one of these spots, Jay, where looking at the clock and could potentially try and punish somebody and make the big blind go up on them. Round to Langar, 9-3-0. Mavro Moustakis, who was one of our big movers last night, had a very strong 19 minutes or so towards the end of the day.
So blind on blind here, the man who did come in with the chip lead.
Yeah, it's about not loving having Thaler on his direct left, right? 2 of the biggest stacks. You prefer to have some of those sort of medium stacks around you, Jay, right? That you can just punish. I think it's quite an overlooked fact sometimes, you know, run good wise on where your seat is on this FT.
It makes a huge difference, like if we are the big stack and a couple of the second, third, fourth and chips are on our right, it makes a huge difference, and vice versa. If they're on our left, it becomes a bit more cagey. Always good to get a nice seat drop. And like as a middling stack as well, having like chip lead or even second in chips on our direct left is horrific. if they're one that is likely to take a lot of spots and just put us in the cage.
Right, whereas having them on your right is pretty nice because you can just take 3-bet shove spots quite liberally against the wide ranges. Now then, Hashim. So I'm speculate with Jack 10 off in the early going. These are the ones we were talking about all day yesterday, Jay, right? On the face of it, you feel like, all right, well, this is just an easy open, but the way the chips are, right? It's just, this is like bottom of range for me at an FT.
I don't even think it's bottom. I'd probably fold 8s here at this distribution. So like 9's probably going to be the line here that starts opening. I feel +1, 9 max. When we're sort of congested at the bottom with 4 other stacks, but we're not like shallow. We got just shy of 30. I feel like it's 9s is the line here that starts opening. I feel like 8's probably folds.
It's funny, really, just the way modern poker has gone. Even if you've got 9s and you get 3-bet, we saw it happen to Tomasian. The hands are just almost impossible to fight back.
Yeah, and this is a very clued up flat here from Mavro Moustakis. There are some spots that we're just not going to get any free bets with any of our range at the FT. Not sure if this is actually one, but just recognizing here, if somehow we free bet and get 4-bet jammed on, have to call off ace king, and best case scenario likely to just be flipping.
Yeah, it seems very reasonable. Off to the 8-3-3 board then. Both players with reason to think they can have the best hand. Hashim, as far as flops for pocket 7s go, pretty good one. He's going to continue with C-bet. Pretty large, half pot. Kind of makes a bit of sense, Jay. Just chase out these sort of Broadways and ace highs that
can see
you know, have some equity.
Mavro Moustakis having to stick around with the ace king high ahead of some king highs. It's some worse ace highs position as well.
Yeah, we can't really go anywhere. We've got a very disguised top of range type holding. Turn is the 9 of spades then. Hashim, uncomfortable is how I would describe this one, Jay. Kind of guessing. We're not sure if we're good. We can be up against the 10s and jacks of the world for sure, and some, you know, really trappy hands like the aces. If Mavro Moustakis is trying to induce squeezes behind, he thinks he has enough showdown.
Oh, it's clear as day. Check back from Mavro Moustakis, in my opinion.
Sure.
Like, just keep ace queen, ace jack, ace 10 in there of our opponent. Times it comes an ace on the river. even like keeping king, queen, king, jack. There's just so much stuff in there once Hashim checks that we dominate and have drawn to 3 outs.
Yeah.
It's a really nice one just to check behind.
Unfortunately for him, King of Spades has rolled off on the river. Mavro Moustakis runs down his man. Always value betting, Jay, right? This
Yes.
is never a check here. He's just trying to decide how much to bet. Looks like shade over 5 million to me. 5.3, and this is a nasty old spot for Hashim.
Yeah, I feel like one thing that's going for us here as Hashim is the size we choose on the flop. Once we go like half quite big at a final table, like we're just going to knock out stuff like the floats, the jack 10 suited, the queen jack suited, free to flush, free to straight. I don't feel like they're going to start peeling against half, against quarter, against third. It's closer.
Also reasonable to think, Jay, that if they're in there like a queen jack of clubs, if it's somehow peeled, might start bluffing the turn,
yeah,
right?
Of course, this is the other thing as well. If they are in there, maybe we are going to just bluff turn more frequently than going for the delay on the river. So really difficult for sevens ever to be best hit.
Right. And there's a hand like an ace.
He's going to make the call
off.
as Hashim. And the best dressed man in the room, Mavro Moustakis, takes a nice hefty pot and does just push him a little bit ahead of some of these 20 to 30 BB stacks at the bottom of the pack.
Yeah, and a bit of a disaster of a start for Hashim. Just didn't believe his man, Jay. Sometimes it really does just boil down to that.
Yeah, lovely little size as well.
Like, is Mavro Moustakis going to bluff like ace, jack, ace, queen suited in position on the river? Maybe.
I don't think so.
I don't think so. That's it.
There's just no need to, is there? It's really hard to find bluffs there, and sevens getting sticky. But brave choice from Mavro Moustakis wearing the Spurs jersey today.
He's bucking himself. Doesn't he know
He's going to break the curse.
Spurs have never won anything?
If Mavro Moustakis... hold on a minute. If Mavro Moustakis wins here, we'll win the Europa League. I'm telling you that right now.
All right.
He's going to break the curse himself today, lifting the trophy, and then we'll go and do the same in a week and a half's time.
He has the opportunity to do the most Spursy thing ever here and finish 9th.
No.
I'm not going to anti-rail the man. He's played that hand like a dream.
I'm going to be subconsciously railing him now with the Spurs shirt choice today.
Subconsciously. Jeez, as soon as we sat down, you said, oh, yeah, he's wearing a Spurs top.
God, I love the choice.
Yeah, whatever. That's open to interpretation. Right, Sabao, pocket sevens for him. See if he can make these work rather better than they did for Hashim a few moments ago. And Smolka, we've already seen him, Jay, take a 3-bet fold spot. This is one you could argue for too in my eyes.
Yeah, of course. FT, 30 effective. Potentially we'll find some free bets once in a while. He's happy to just call the ace high against the cutoff and take 3.
Off to the 10-9-6 board we go then. 7's still best for Sabao. Can't, of course, know it on a very coordinated board.
It does feel like a board we are going to have a lot of checks against the big blind. Small cut, more than capable of finding some lighter check raises as well. That maybe feels needing some protection.
I guess one thing you have going right at finals is that the sort of bottom range continues for small cut, and on specifically a final tend to often get shunted away right into the bin as such. They maybe won't take, you know, like if he has a
9-6 off just in the mark, not defending that. Like,
yeah,
he does get stripped of maybe a couple of 2 pairs, 10-6, 9-6.
I mean, also like the flop check raise bluffs, right?
Yeah.
If he has what I'm trying to think of, like a natural kind of one, like a King 7 for example, something like this, he may elect not to take as many aggressive actions, if you get me.
Yep.
Nice result for Sabao. You're always happy to just take that down.
I feel like coming into an FT as well, always important to do your research on the table. What have they done with their poker careers? What have they won? How experienced are they? We have a little look there.
Yeah, blinds up now, 601.2 million. Sabao and Thaler. Top 2 in chips, and you have sort of Chung and Mavro Moustakis in the mixer. We can't ignore the Medina stack size, that's for sure. He certainly came in with more chips than that. I think it was 55 million or so. But Hashim has had a pretty disastrous start. Jay, he needs to stabilize things.
Yeah, the Jack 10 off pill, kind of loose, and then just there on the river, really difficult to think what we beat there with pocket 7s. And Really great start for Mavromustakis as Alanga. First look at him today at the FT. Couple of 10s from +1.
Yeah, certainly going to be opening this one. Comes in for 2.4. Round to the button to Massian. King Queen of Clubs, Jay.
Yeah, just looking at Tomasian's stack size here. 22.3 million. Kind of interesting. It's just going to let it go. Tough one against +1. Any just call in there, Andrew, on the button.
Yeah, the
C3
it's
seems
just so difficult, right, at FTs. When the stacks are so bunched, it's like Langar not really incentivized to open wide, especially from early. It really is a feature, isn't it, of how you need to adapt from, like, of course, normal stage of a tournament. You never fold this hand, right? Just ever. You're fist pumping it either as a flat or potentially a 3-bet jam.
Yeah, and no stranger to final tables as Tamasian 2.5 million just shy of in live earnings. So
nice.
Plenty for him and many a final table on the resume I can see down his head and mob. So maybe more ICM away than most.
Yeah, plenty in the tank.
Still,
2.5 mil.
Still hard. King, Queen of Clubs. You just want to maybe call C3 on the button. Stack sizes in the blinks less inclined to do anything. We just get to C3 so often with a beautiful hand in position.
That's why final tables are just so tricky. And it can often be soul destroying, you know, that I'm not sure about that one. Certainly he could have played this hand, but when you, let's say that you're, you know, 3 of 6 and there's 3 guys with 5 blinds and you're probably supposed to fold ace king and stuff like this. It just makes me hate the game. Right? There's nothing worse. You're like, really? I'm going to fold king queen of clubs.
That's it. We're not making decisions for chips anymore. We're making decisions for that Wonga. That's what we want.
Breaks my heart every time. Hashim, what are you doing, my friend? Wow, I don't know what he had for breakfast, but he's just deciding. I'm in there.
King 8 suited in the small blind.
Mean, this, Jay, is... Can't be the correct way to proceed, I don't think. But Hashimi wants to make something happen.
Yeah, I feel like this is a case of he's done half his stack in the first sort of orbit and a half, and already in his head just wanting to potentially try and get some chips back, which can just lead to more errors and bleed off more chips down the line. But does flop best here in the form of bottom pair, but like we're not loving it.
Yeah, after the queen 9-8, Langar also not thrilled with this small blind peel.
The interesting thing, what do we make of this peel from a small off of 11 as well? Like 11 bigs, there's going to be some jamming going on as reshove even against gun. I'm interested to know what Langar thinks about this.
It just gets so murky because you just never assign this hand class right to your opponent. And on this kind of flop texture, I actually expect this to hit the small pretty well. I mean, he has just got bottom pair, but you hear me, now the ace of hearts on the turn. Oh, Hashim, pop back. Langar takes the lead with that top pair versus bottom pair and nut flush draw. Hashim is going to get a free one. Doesn't get there on the 5 of spades.
Yeah, now, don't really beat much with King 8 suited, especially when all this King Jack, King 10's just mandatory barrels on the turn. So they probably just set us in on the turn, the King Jack, the King 10, when we don't really have any ace X once we call flop. So King 8 here, when we get to the river, difficult to beat anything now, Andrew.
Like Langar trying to range his opponent, probably giving him something like a King, Queen, Queen, Jack, Queen 10, Jay, would make sense to me.
Yep.
And he is going to go for value. Makes sense, right? Hashim just has shown no aggression throughout this hand. It's hard to imagine that our pair of aces isn't best. And 8 million.
I don't think this size, like, are we getting called by a queen here when we go 3/4 pot just shy off? It's difficult. You sat there as Hashim with King, Queen, Queen, Jack, Queen 10 against this size. Difficult to flick in a call.
It's one of those spots where Hashim's peel in the first place has just made this a really murky, strange spot that we don't expect to see much. Like our literal hand strength of this ace is probably worthy of a big bet. But when you think of the overall range that could call, I hear you. Like maybe we can deviate and just bet something really small and hope to get a crying hero call.
Yeah, it's fine to deviate from theory, to exploit whenever you feel the need to. Like if you're up against someone that you feel a line that maybe isn't going to make much in theory, is going to make a lot more through the exploit train, then potentially go after it.
It's been a bit strange from Hashim because throughout the coverage of the last few days, he's been very solid, you know, like not really stepping out of line with too many too wide peels and the like, and just really has just kind of bled off a lot of chips here at the start of this FT. Hopefully for him, he can spin back up. Sabao then activates with ace-6 suited from early position. Round to Langar.
Yeah, and got to go into the muck here for Langar once again. Not playing for chips. Suited 10 and the big would be fine to defend for chips,
Yeah.
but at this stage of the tournament, not going to be letting this one get involved. There's too many bad things that can happen. It's about the raise and take.
Feels like he's had the most serene progress of anyone. I don't really recall him ever being at risk. Like he won a couple of big pots towards the end of last night. Just kind of chilling up to 70 mil.
$300,000 in live earnings for Sabao, and most of his cashes in the last 3 years, bar 2, have all come here in Cyprus. So a regular in these tournaments, a couple of first place for small scores, but his best score coming in the Gangster Series here at Merit. Love that, back in September
The
2018.
Gangster Series, I love it. You know, all the dealers and stuff dress up in like gangster clothes. It's absolutely class.
Is that when messaging the mob's all right?
Of course. I messaged them up. I said, I don't want my scores viewable to the general public. Right, enough of our nonsense. Medina, pocket queens on the button. I'm trying to eyeball his exact stack, Jay. Like, we thought there might have been an error, but it's... Oh, dear, right. Never mind. Ace queen suited, Langar, small blind. Tricky?
Yeah, really tricky here. What are we, 27 effective of Medina here with the ace queen suited? Like if we do 3-bet, I don't think there's a well we get to 3-bet fold, so maybe for that fact may land on some calls here. Do keep in a lot of dominated stuff.
Yeah, one of these could certainly see call from Langar. Don't really want a 3-bet get it in. But I mean, it's such a strong hand against the button open, against an aggressive opponent. So maybe we do want to. And whoa, Mavro Moustakis has just called found jacks.
Oh my word. This is ill for Mavro Moustakis.
Wow, is this a real hand of poker? $1 million up top, button versus small blind versus big. Queens, jacks, and ace, queen of hearts.
Yeah, and what are we here? Effective. So effective stack is us against Langar.
40.
That's just shy of 40. Like 36 big blinds here. So it's really tough as Mavro Moustakis not to send here, I feel like. The thing is, I was watching that last session with you and Morbs yesterday. Like Langar actually seemed really tight. There was that blind on blind spot. He folded ace-9 in the small, I remember, rather than just V-pipping.
I wonder if he clicks non all in, because I think it would be what I do. And if the button sends, then potentially you can hero fold. But
Is this not too big though? Like it's not.
Yeah.
Like a click here.
I would make this 15 million, I think, if we're going to do this.
Yeah, 6.5. Yeah, 15.5 million is the click. So maybe we just go for 15.5 and then still room to fold like 37, 38% of our stack in the middle.
Yeah, I can see that Medina does have those 2 towers of green, so his stack's definitely off.
Oh, this is ill for Mavro Moustakis.
Oh,
I actually feel
wow.
like he played the best out of most yesterday as well. He seemed really tuned in, knew what he was up to, and this is just cold as you like.
I mean, it's funny because Medina, okay, we've got queens, but you're not absolutely buzzing with this either, right?
Of course you're not.
I can see a universe where we fold this hand, by the way. Like, what's bottom of Mavro Moustakis' range? It's this, right?
And for like 36, 37, does ace king just not jam as well, which is kind of interesting, right? If you've got ace king here, you probably just send.
And is he really just called for bluffing ace 10 here, you know, ace queen off? He might fold, Jay, and I honestly wouldn't hate it. It just feels like so often you just run into kings and aces here.
It's just the
What
dynamic.
a wild spot this is. There's so much in the middle. There's a 9 million 3-bet from Langer. There's an additional 17.5 from Mavromustakis.
And Langer in his head already probably knowing what he's doing. But Medina in a grim spot here with the ladies and looks like a man who is going to be letting them go.
I mean, I don't hate it. And they do find the muck. And Mavromustakis has no idea what he just accomplished. Now Langer, with a very strong hand of his own.
Again, this price, but at an FT with ICL, I feel like just out of the way. As Langer, what can you do? If the guy's bluffed us, he's bluffed us. We move.
Wow. Let's see what he decides, but it would seem almost impossible to continue. Do you think he reads into the Medina max tank fold also, right? Like he may be, he may block card share, right, with us. Could have an ace queen of his own, ace king.
Could also have like jacks and tens though as well. Couldn't he? This is the thing. Like he could also just have jacks and tens Medina after that tank. So.
Oh, and he's out the way, and Mavromustakis has just picked up 15 million or so.
Yeah, what a spot for that man.
Wow.
And it gets a hand that has us crushed to fold and gets a hand that we're flipping with to fold. What a result for Mavromustakis. It's the Spurs shirt. I'm telling you now, Andrew.
Oh, God. Yeah, what a result. And I would wager he has no idea that he got the button to fold a hand that had him as a 4-1 dog. Goodness me. What a start to this final.
Yeah, grim spot with the queens. I'm not sure, Andrew, without like looking at it. I feel like Jacks
I think
folds.
it's going to be all right.
Yeah, Jacks is probably the one that goes. Queens is just like, what on earth is happening here?
You know, we often talk about these sliding doors moments in poker. If the ace queen of hearts just peels pre, then we're going to squeeze, and then queens are all in.
Yeah, I know. It's
right?
just crazy.
It's just
isn't it?
insane that the decision from Langer to 3-bet has, in my eyes, just saved Mavromustakis from getting stacked or getting all in against a hand that had him pretty dead. Amazing stuff. What a piece of run good, and what a exciting one for us in the early going. Right, round to the small blind then. Mavromustakis once more. Jack 8 offsuit. Tim Chung on his left. It's going to open with a raise. Quite like this now that we cover Tim.
Yeah, noted in that hand did seem one of the most clued up left in the field yesterday. Although, if you look at live earnings, quite small compared to the rest of the final table as Mavromustakis, but seems to know his way around a poker table, that's for sure. And just even that little raise blind on blind there, just aware now when we cover Tim, get to just punish.
I know this also, but it's only one hand, like this hand.
Well, let's take a breath. What a start. And that hand needs a bit of dissection. Sometimes just in the moment, it just happens so fast and furiously. I'm going to put my neck on the line and say nice fold, Medina, in the long run.
Okay. I think it's incredible close. It might be indifferent, something along there. Like, either way you can go, probably neutral in my opinion. But I feel like Jacks is the one that, yeah, okay, whatever. Got to go into the mark how the stacks are. But we got queens on the button, Andrew.
I get it.
We got the third best starting hand on the button.
I get it. It's a mill up top. Is the big blind really just going, yeah, I got ace 8 off. Let's just go ahead and call 4. I absolutely can understand running it. What I'm saying is I don't fault the fold.
Yeah, I don't fault the fold either. It seems just grim to get that spot this early on in the final table. And I can't fault him for the fold. Maybe in game we do lean more towards fold. Sitting here, like, I just feel like we got queens on the button. We got the third best starting hand. Come on, man.
Yeah, it's funny because as that hand sort of developed, I'm thinking, oh, wow, this is such a dream. And then you think about it more and you're like, actually, you might let this go. Wowzers. Right, back we go. Valor. Queen Jack suited under the gun. 2.4. Round to Sabao. Wakes up with a big hand of his own. Ace Queen offsuit dominates Thaler versus under the gun. Jay just likely just to call this one in my eyes.
So that's the only way we get to proceed here. As Sabao.
He agrees. Thaler dominated here. Doesn't know it, of course. 6.6 million in the middle. And what a flop that is. 9-8 deuce with 2 hearts. 2 overcards, flush draw and gut shot for Thaler. And the betting lead.
Just going to continue our hand, it seems, at this stack depth as Thaler. May even go slightly bigger. When I say slightly bigger, not like half B60, but may scale up to like third or B40 at an FT on this board. Lots of these gut shots up and downs in the big blind range. It's for 1.9. It's a 6.6. I'll still keep it around a 30%, and it's about the ace queen needing to continue.
Yeah, you're going to see some big bets, right, on this board, but typically at finals we scale down, right? And we definitely scale down if the 10 of clubs is rolling off.
What a sight to see for Thaler here, the gin at turn card. Not just in the fact that we turn this straight, we're going to have a lot of connectivity with the big blind range as well. A lot of the pairs picking up and down, or a gut shot, 6-7 getting there. All this 10-7, Jack 10 making top pair to go along with their straight draw. So it's actually a really good card in for 2 different reasons.
I always find these spots kind of fascinating, Jay, right? Because our overall range is Thaler, like this, our sort of over pairs don't like this card, right? And don't want to put money in.
Lots of checking, when we got even aces, kings, these type of hands here. So when we do go for the second barrel on this turn, going to be pretty polar.
Yeah. It's reaching, and that's a big old bomb. Close to 3/4 pot. There we go, more than 80% plus. We saw him with the king queen, if you remember, last night against Modena, where he turned Broadway.
Yes.
And he check raised, and we were hoping he wouldn't do it. This feels somewhat similar in some ways in that he's absolutely lacing it, but unfortunately for him, Sabao with just ace high. Like, there's so many hands that continue is what I'm getting at, right, for 8.7. Just unlucky that his man has a hand that can get away. And well done, Sabao. Escapes relatively unscathed. What a feeling, though, when that 10 drills a turn. You're like, oh, I could be about to win a 50 million chip pot.
Have 6-7 one time. Just please have the 6-7 one time. But what a start to the FT, and it's just been a fixture of every day in the booth, regardless of the tournament we cover. Forget what day it is. It's just action. Left, right, center.
Yeah, yesterday, one of the, for me personally, and I know yourself and Steve, one of the most fun days of poker I've ever covered. It was non-stop. We were in the thick of it. Guys, if you are just joining, this is the final table. 2025 edition of the MPP coming to its conclusion. This is the main event. 9 left, $1 million for the win. And please, as always, anybody in the YouTube streets, if you would like to engage with myself, Jay and Steve, we have the chat open. So any questions or the like, any observations from you that we might have missed, please don't hesitate to get in touch with us. I want to know who people think are going to win the tournament. That's my biggest question for the chat as we fold round to Sabao. In the small, going to limp in here with the 10-7 offsuit.
Yeah, and like 2 stacks that not really incentivized to play big pots with each other. Like if this was like 20 million we had on Sabao, maybe more inclined as Thaler to potentially bump things up. But when we're this close, like check, just keep it small. To the streets we go.
Certainly do. 2 sets of hole cards that could have some interaction on a bunch of textures. Not so much on this one, on the face of things at least. Queen 6-4, 2 spades. Thaler flopping best with middle pair. Sabao does wrap around the 6 somewhat, but pretty unappetizing, just 10 high. Interesting turn though, Jay. 3 of spades opens up. A gut shot, straight draw, and flush draw for Sabao.
Yeah, it seems like a nice one to stab at Sabao. Fold out Jack high, King high without a spade. Even some ace highs like without a spade going to struggle.
Right.
to continue another streak, but deciding against it with the 10-7 here. And I think as Thaler now, we're happy to start getting some value from our second pair once check 2 twice.
I would agree with that. And it looks like exactly half pot. Makes a lot of sense, and it's about perhaps just deciding I don't really want to go to war with a very capable player on my left in a limped pot where he can still have a lot of strong hands, right, when he's been allowed to see the flop for free.
We are live, guys. Someone says in the chat, is this really live? Yes, we are live.
Is.
We are at 4:10 local time here in Northern Cyprus.
Yeah. Ish. Oh, it is 4:10. Well done. Yeah, okay, I thought it was a bit early.
You thought I'd just guess the time?
I've had too much sun, mate, this week. What can I tell you? We are, of course, coming to you guys on a short delay to protect the integrity of the game. Still 9 left in the main event. All hunting down the big old payday. It is $1 million for the winner. Now, Hashim, very rocky start for you to this final table. Ace-5 offsuit, +1. Let's get away. Down to Mavro Moustakis, who started this final on fire. Also releasing Tim Chung, yet to VPIP so far. Pretty disciplined from Tim there, right? 9-7 suited. I think he just knows he's got Sabao and Thaler, who's got the stack to pick on him in the small.
And to be fair, as Tim, like, if he just sits there for a couple of hours and just plays like top end of range, probably going to be a few bust outs, a few ladders, and probably seen the carnage that's occurred the last few days in this tournament anyhow, and how light some people actually get it in, even at later stages of the tournament.
I hope he doesn't do that selfishly. I hope he just bombs it off. You know? I mean, I hope he wins the pot. You hear me? We want blood. We want entertainment. Right, limped pot. Thaler versus Tomasi, and 7-8 off versus the deuce 4 through to the jack 10-5 we go. Thaler remains best.
Yeah, dummy and gutter here could be a nice stab when covering here for Thaler, blind on blind. Once again, think what we're folding out. We do fold out all this like 9-6 through to 9 deuce in the big blind, fold out some queen higher, even some king high stuff at this stack there for Tamsi, and going to struggle to strap in. Nice little stab with the 8 higher from Thaler and breaks the 70 milli mark.
Yeah, himself and Mavro Moustakis both very strong starts. Smolka somewhat similar, winning most of the pots that he has entered. Haven't seen much as of yet from Tomasian, Chung and Langer. Of course, that big old 3-way cold 4-bet pot, the one that catapulted Mavro Moustakis up into the top reaches of this leaderboard. Thaler then out in front, Sabao and Mavro Moustakis close behind. Tim Chung, Langer on the sort of medium stacks. Modena, we still aren't sure if that one's correct, so we're going to ignore that for now. But Smolka, Tomasian, and Hashim, hopefully for his sake, can get the spin up after a very dicey opening sort of 30-40 minutes. But much what you'd expect, Jay, in the early goings at an FT, sort of people jockeying, like not really looking to play big pots. Obviously, we had that 3-way confrontation that, you know, the cards kind of forced the action in that spot, but people just taking it easy, trying to just settle in.
That's the thing I feel with final table, sort of start of the day, you sit down, nerves are still going to be there, adrenaline potentially running through the veins, and you just need to settle sometimes, fold a few hands. As we see Hashim under the gun here, pocket jacks. Any opens here off of 9, Andrew, or are we just always all in as the outright short stack?
I think you certainly could. I don't expect Hashim to do anything but send it for 9. Maybe in some different chip configurations. I think certainly you can min-raise off like 11 here and see what develops behind. I mean, they're so tricky, right? But anyway, we're about to see our first all-in and call. Modena, ace-queen suited, just sends the lot in. And Hashim, can he stabilize? Does get it in good, Jay, mercifully for him, and it is a flip. We can see from card removal, 58% for Hashim. Looking to hang on here and steady the ship, get back up to 25 million in chips. Off we go then. Jacks versus ace queen of spades. Spade in the window. No more materializing behind. Off to the 9-6-6 we go. Medina getting the prepay ready. The classic. How much is that? Can Hashim hang on? So far, so good. King of diamonds on the turn. One more card to fade. Medina has the chips ready. Can he get there? No, he can't. 6 of clubs completes the board. Sigh of relief for Hashim. And a big old hit to Medina. Loses 11 million.
Not much to say about that one. Just
No.
two hands that are always going to get it in for 9 big blinds, even in them positions. Medina, fortunately, not winning a flip. Selective memory, us poker players. I remember last night tuning in, you and Warbs, last session of the evening, 7s versus ace queen, huge flip.
That one was wild.
Just holds and then lose one there for 9 bigs, and suddenly we've forgotten about the ace queen versus 7s yesterday.
Nobody runs worse. It's one of those, isn't it? I never win these ones, isn't it?
Selective memory is what I call it, as always with our poker players.
It's hard to begrudge that one for Hashim after one of those. I would suggest that inwardly he might have been thinking, what have I been doing here in the early going? Got a little bit too out of line, too optimistic, but he's back in the fight. Off we go then. Mavro Mustakis, King 6-0 +2 into the muck. Round to Thaler in the cutoff, Queen 8 offsuit. Yeah, and just an illustration here. He's going to start leaning on his opponents. Makes a lot of sense, Jay. We do see chip leaders opening sort of queen, king, ace highs of varying degrees of strength into the 3 handcuffed shorter stacks, I'll call them.
Yeah, suited jack here for Hashim. Against cut off, chip leader open. We have brought ourselves closer to the pack now, and we do slightly out chip Medina.
This is why I love merit, though, right? Hashim's just decided, I'm going to try and win this tournament. I'm in there. And it makes for compelling viewing for us. I think a lot of people would get out of the way here with Jack Deuce, but he's going to defend and he's going to flop best. Jack 9-6, 2 hearts.
Fun old board as well with Fowler's particular combo here. Gutter, overcard, queen of hearts in hand. One that could potentially be barreling away here, but we may not get the opportunity because the unorthodox lead of Hashim coming in with his top pair, 2.3 into 6.6, just shy of 40%.
It's always so fascinating because you just don't see this. Like, it's not really something in game flow that we ever see big blind versus cutoff. And how is Thaler perceiving this? You know, he's not going anywhere.
Yeah, no need
The
to
hand's
raise.
way too good.
Just call, like we can win this on later streets. Bluff out of 9, bluff out of 6.
7 of spades then on the turn. Thaler improves to an open-ended straight draw.
So up and down now for Thaler, and Hashim not going to love getting called on the flop, but just going for another street here with his top pair. 5 mil into 11 mil as well, around 45%.
I do love watching Hashim. Thaler's just sitting here going, what is this? Yeah. I don't really understand what you have that just donks flop and continues turn. And does reach for calling chips, maybe with ideas of bluffing the river if checked to.
Yeah, no.
Big river coming, Jay.
I feel like a lot of rivers we have to bluff when checked to, but this one is not going to be one of them.
I wonder what Hashim wants to do here. 2/3 pot only.
The man's an oracle. How's he going for 3 streets here? We got a jack no kicker.
Wow.
And Thaler can just have better jack X. He can have a river trip 9s. He can have queens through aces. And Hashim just with a small little 7th pot on the end.
I like the block. I like the block if we're going to bet. But what is Thaler thinking here? It's like, what in the world is going on?
Well, I think if you're Thaler now, you just know exactly what Hashim has. He has a jack. And the way he's played it's pretty indicative of a jack here, and it's just a question, if we jam, does a jack ever fold, then get him 3-1, and that's probably not going to be the case. So sometimes you just got to let it go, as Fala did that.
Hashim, go on, sir. Just makes kind of 10 million in this hand. All of a sudden, he's up to 35. This is the thing, right? Okay, we want to lean on the table. But if you have someone like Hashim in there, he's just not going to fold. Like, he's like, I'm in there. I'm going to defend for chips. So if you want to go after me, you're going to have to put me to the test. Well done. And a lovely few minutes for him. From 11 million to 35.
Yeah,
it's got to feel good.
What a spin up for Hashim. Favourite to be first out after a shaky couple of first orbits at this final table, but right back amongst it now. Yeah, 30 BBs.
Fascinating stuff. Still 9-handed then. Main event final table.
One of these FTs I would like to go on for a while though. Just feels like it's going to be fantastic today. Already seeing some antics from Hashim. That unbelievable fold from Medina. I know it was incorrect in the short run, but without looking at the spot, we'll never know if it's going to be good in the long run. And speaking of the ladies, right on cue.
Mr. Sabao, pocket queens from middle position. In he comes. Raises to 2.5 million. Very likely to fold through to Modena. Yeah. Queen 4 off, nothing to be done. Into the muck. Nice solid start to this final for Sabao. Certainly going to be a fun one. We've got Chung and Thaler with the sort of controlled aggression. Modena, who's always capable of just blasting off at any moment. Hashim in there swinging. On we go then. Folds to Tim.
2.4.
In +1, and it's gonna activate here with the King 9 of diamonds. Use this one as a raise fold, you would suspect.
Yeah, nice raise fold combos at finals, these sort of middling suited kings. And as well as that, aware of our own image, haven't VPIP'd yet this FT, so from everyone else's perspective, maybe going to get a bit more credit with our open here. Potentially people thinking we're higher up in range, but we're actually pretty low down.
Around to Langar with a very defendable 9-10 of hearts. Does commit 1.2 million. Little does he know it, but dominated here by Chung. And whoa, King 6 deuce, 2 hearts, top pair for Tim. 10 high flush draw for Langar.
Here we go. +1 versus big. This is just, I think, range bet here for Tim. The open should be continuing on this board.
Likely to land on the kind of quarter pot realm. Does bet 1.8 million.
Yeah, so between quarter and 30%, and lang up just a nice easy call with our 10 high flush draw. Take our price nearly 5-1 to the turn.
Certainly some potential to bluff later here if Tim has a give up. Through to the 5 of spades turn. Top pair for Chung still best.
And two-tone in now as Tim, but probably a hand that's going to struggle to get 3 streets from worse at an FT, so may choose a junction to check and potentially go for some value on clean rivers. We will see.
Yeah, always interesting ones on whether to bet turn or potentially pot control and bluff catch some rivers, and he may get the opportunity. King of spades.
I just feel like really nice spot to check for Tim, like we lose some potential 6x that might hero rivers when we check back turn and can have some ace high, queen high stuff. We actually get a lovely looking river here as Tim, but lang up not loving this card to bluff on.
And I think that's quite reasonable, right? We already know that Tim is capable of putting the cape on. Saw it yesterday a few times, and we're going to have trouble dislodging the sort of sevens through queens of this world on that board pairing king. Decision on Chung.
Even some ace highs might get sticky as well,
Right,
like on this
sure.
particular river. So it's just not the best one. We want to be going after it on his langer.
So he's gone for around about 40% or so here. Just trying to target some 6xj.
Yeah.
I would wager with this bet.
Exactly that. That's what we're going after here.
Maybe like an ace-5 of hearts, right? Something like this.
Force freeze, non-believers, when we can still have some ace high, queen high stuff.
Yeah. Credit to Langer there, not for just blindly bluffing. Maybe just thinks that his opponent's going to call too often on the board pairing king. Seems quite reasonable to me.
So
of course, blocking the hearts that would fold in position.
First pot for Tim Chung at this FT. VPIP 1-1-1.
Oh, the Spurs top is out in all its glory now. You really hate seeing that.
Let's go.
Get your jumper back on, son.
What is that? Is that like the 2013-14 season AIA when they first started sponsoring us? I'm going to go with that one.
I don't pay attention to small clubs, so I don't really know.
Says the Scott. Hold on.
Right, Jay, we're doing a live broadcast. There's only time for one joke to be made.
Says the Scottish bloke that supports Manchester United, a town that's city. How many miles away from you?
Anyway, let's have a look at that beautiful MPP main event trophy. Tim Chung, ace king, under the gun. 6.4 million. Let's be friends, Jay. There's a big broadcast to cover. So we see Tomasian just get away from the sevens there. Pretty experienced snap fold. I've seen people get attached, Jay, right, to these low to mid pairs throughout the last few days, recognizing it's not worth much against the under the gun open. Gonna go round 2. Mavro Moustakis. Awkward spot, ace-6 offsuit.
Just let this one go against a gun. Tim should be fairly tight, likely to be dominated. Yes, we do cover slightly, but I feel like we're going to have some better defend candidates here. Like if we're lower down, ace deuce, maybe one that free bets at low frequency, ace deuce off, but I feel like e6 off here, worst possible ace against gun open from a tight range. One with ICM has to be marked as Mavro Moustakis. Don't think he's put a foot wrong yet. Last couple of days, I feel like this may be too wide, even when covering to defend here against gun specifically.
I feel like he's more likely to 3-bet this hand.
Yeah.
And here we go. Yeah, and I don't actually hate it against someone as capable as Tim, who, you know, even if Tim has like an ace, jack, ace, queen here, we'd be absolutely hating life.
I actually guess against gun, the 6 is just as relevant as a deuce because Tim doesn't open any 6x anyway. So the unblocker deuce X is basically the same as the 6 because Tim shouldn't really have any 6x himself. So sort of still playing the unblocker effect, if you like, when gun's just going to have a lot of this king, jack, king, queen, jack 10 suited stuff that we unblock and target to fold out.
And by the way, credit to Mavro Moustakis for finding this. I mean, it's obviously not getting through, right? But this is the type of spot that not many people are skilled enough to find. Yep. And on the final, let's just give Tim Chung pocket 10s here. Let's give him ace, jack, ace, queen off. You're not loving life. You went all in, by the way, in case you missed it.
That was a pretty quick all in from Tim. Didn't take too long.
He did not. That's a great pickup, though. 12 million or so without showdown. I wondered if you might call. It's one of these where, okay, the offsuit version, maybe we just put it in, but you do keep in the bluffs.
It's like kind of a respect jam in the way. I feel like he's saying that Mavro Moustakis is going to have some bluffs here as well. Like we're not just going to get called by queens, jacks,
right? But don't we just crush the bluffs? And we can just peel?
I guess we do.
If it's always like ace X offsuit that's bluffing, then they're doing horrendously.
And even king X offsuit are the other ones that we might dip into. So yeah, I guess make a good point, Andrew.
Obviously, it can never be bad to just jam this one in.
The thing is, like in them spots, you just always peel, and it's just like 8, 9, 10 mono, and we don't have that suit, and it's like,
true.
Thanks, cheers, dealer.
It's true, it's true.
Trying to keep some bluffs in, and now we're just gonna have to fold to continue. But on to the next one. It's about from gun.
Yeah, ace 9 of diamonds with one of the biggest stacks at the table. Passes the sniff test for Sabao. 2.5 million to go. Going to be round to Medina, who's had a very bad start on this final. Came in with a big stack. That has been chopped down significantly. Going to be round to Tim Chung. Fruitful last few hands for him, but just gets out of the way with the Queen 5. Like every time you see Sabao, he just seems to just be raking in a small pot, right? And they add up very quickly.
Hard to bust a tournament if you win every hand you VPip.
Yeah.
You should just win.
Like I just don't recall him ever being under duress, right? Like,
I can't either. Yesterday just always seemed comfortable, and
he had the hand versus Heredi where he floated King 10 of spades multi-way, turned a 10 versus the nut flush draw of Heredi and got sticky again, and then won at showdown. It's about the only time I've seen him in an inflated pot where he just might face the question for his tournament life and just casually chilling.
But once again, in that pot, he was the one raking the chips in by the river, wasn't he?
He was, yeah. Yeah, I haven't seen him lose a substantial pot in 2 days. That's impressive. Not all tournaments go that way, of course.
God. Hardly any tournaments go that way. It's usually 1 in a million.
This would be a nice one for things to be smooth all the way. Thaler then, King Queen of Hearts, under the gun. 2.4 million from him. Medina looking a little deflated body language-wise. You can understand why. Out of the way. Round to Sabao. Intriguing little combo for him. 7-4 suited.
I feel like just gonna get in here, slightly covering, maybe like 7-3, 7-2 suited, where we start folding. Cuspy one, but agree with Sabao. In with the defend.
It's one of those, isn't it, where like Thaler just has to tread carefully on lots of different textures. Not so much this one, the Ace King Deuce 2-diamond board. Action on Thaler. Going to be hand over.
Yeah, just once again, one of these range bet boards. Just get to continue small with all of our ranges. Thaler, and at 7-4 of clubs, hits the muck.
And pretty smooth sailing for him so far. Also, kind of in that holding pattern, Jay, the rest of the table, which is typically what you expect on finals. Sort of Tamasian, Smolka, Hashim, Medina, all kind of trying to outlast each other at the moment. Ladder up, 50, 60K, and then get after it as we get shorter handed. What do we have in the YouTube streets, Jay? Anyone backing anyone? We got some love coming in.
Got some love from you, from Patrick Neary. Always a pleasure to hear Picasso on comms and analysis. Fair play, Andrew, says Patrick. We have got 2 chat boxes we're flicking between whilst covering the action, so we may miss some comments, guys. Plenty of chat coming in the GG street. Someone puts, lol, a Spurs fan and Man U fan in the booth. Banter combo. We are the banter combo.
We are the banter combo.
There you go.
By the way, can I just say, Patrick, what a gentleman. Your 100 euros is in the post bag.
Good afternoon to Bixie as well, rooting for Tim. But we are picking up on some comments that are coming in via the chat boxes, guys, but concentrating on the action as it goes as well. So we may miss a few.
I love it. 2025 interaction. It's great. Always fun to sweat these big finals. We see Tamasian and Smolka out of the way. Hashim, one of our kind of rogue elements, I'll suggest.
Yeah, Phil, still marked here. King 5 suited, like King 8 suited, maybe one of these. That nice little raise fold combo.
Well, Medina kind of has had enough, Jay. I gotta say, I'm not a fan of this. I think we'd be fine to open for a raise, but
of course,
jamming into 5 here. This is very dicey in my eyes.
Yeah, it needs to be a lot tighter, more snug. Like, we will have some worse hands, maybe some suited broadways like a King Jack suited, but I feel like Ace 9 off not one that is going to be sending it into the middle here. Like, it's one of these when called, we're just a lot of the time toast. Maybe there's like 8 7s that we flip against, but Feel like we're not getting called by ace-8 through ace-deuce.
Isn't it funny though, right? Yesterday he was laughing and joking, all jovial, and sometimes you can just see it, right? Like he looks steamed, he looks tired, like fed up in what's going on, and you know, we don't want to cast too many aspersions, but for me, that's too wide of a jam.
I agree. Like at an FT with the stacks how they are, I feel like we don't necessarily need to take ace-9 from plus, what was it, +2, +3?
3 maybe.
Low
I
jack.
mean, it's through 5, right? With 14 bigs. Something to keep an eye on. He'll be hoping to sort of center himself, find that double up, and elevate his mood somewhat. It's the action now going to be on Smolka under the gun.
It seems well timed, does get it through.
Let's do. One still? 3 cards. 3 cards. Let's do Omaha then.
Let's go Omaha.
Let's do PLO. Come on in.
Crook. Dealer choice.
It's more like pineapple.
Humidity.
And only English speaking, both myself and Andrew. So if you are asking questions in a different language other than English, we will not be able to respond. But you might be able to speak for myself, perhaps.
I could probably read a wee bit of French, but it'd be a stretch.
If it was like Okai Danush, you'd be all right. Yeah,
Obviously.
Okai and.
I'd be like, all right, pal, how you doing, son? We can stick it in Chat GPT these days, right?
That
All
is
this
true.
stuff. But yeah, if you could help us out, guys, with questions in English, that'd be helpful. So we see Hashim ditching the queen deuce. Medina follows suit. Me round to Mavro Moustakis. Nothing for him to use from hijack. Round to Sabao, has pocket fours. Kind of Aller on his left who covers him, and Tomasian on the mid to short stack. Now then, always intrigue me these ones, Jay, when these two guys aren't really in a position where they want to clash, but two pretty strong hands when you consider the positions they occupy, button and small blind.
It does seem like a call, dominate enough stuff that's going to open on the button.
Yeah.
If we get 4-bet, our hand just heads into the muck.
I like it. Balor's really impressed as like pretty shrewd operator, kind of knows I don't really want to bump this up to 10 million and somehow get called even, right? It was a bit of a disaster, don't want to play an inflated one. Well, he flops best on the ace-king 9-2 spade board. Sabao with the decision to make, Jay, on how to proceed.
Yeah, on another day, in a different stage of the tournament, this might be one that potentially does get tripled off on this board. Fours with a spade just already in your head. Start targeting some 9x, king x to fold out by the river, and even like all this suited ace-x that's going to be in Fowler's range, like ace-8, ace-7 suited that's going to peel small versus button. Like, they're really going to have a tough time strapping on for 3 streets, but I feel like at this stage of the tournament there will be a street where Sabao does elect to check with fours.
Yeah, these spots are always really intriguing. You know, even the really strong hands for Thaler, in my eyes, like the 10s and jacks and ace-queen, I think they all call. Like, they're not really incentivized to try and get the money in. So you can be betting, you know, into a stronger range than you normally would, right?
Yep.
Which is, I think, fair. Does turn the 8 of spades, so decision, can we start blasting? Maybe target something like an ace-10, ace-jack, no spade is going to have a problem continuing, but does take a free one.
I think it's kind of nice as well because there's not many flushes for Fowler with the ace of spades on board. He literally has to have the jack 10 of spades, queen jack of spades, king 10, king queen of spades. Like, you've got 4 or 5 combos of flushes, whereas like on the button we still potentially open stuff like king deuce suited, 6 7 suited, all these type of hands. So
Really good point.
Maybe one of these that we can potentially just start getting it after it with 4 of spades, irrelevant blocker, because it shouldn't be any king 4 of spades, queen 4 of spades from small blind range, but maybe some ideas there with pocket fours to potentially send the barrels in. But it's so hard at an FT when you're sitting comfortably second, third in chips and you understand your stack's worth probably 200-300k in terms of equity. It's worth a heap at this stage.
Yeah, it's funny in that we're also going to have quite a lot of hands that want to pot control ourselves, right, against the other big stacks, so they get murky. Thaler drags the pot in, check, check, river. Not much damage to Sabao.
Good afternoon to Nick Marchington, November 9er. Someone that has
What a legend.
FT'd the WSOP main event says, let's go Daniel Fuller. He gave me some mental game coaching a few years back. He will keep it cool and convert it to a win.
There we go. I love Nick. Welcome, buddy. Yeah, we had a funny interaction, myself and Nick. We were chatting away at the table, and I was, of course, as you know, I have a new son, 6 months old, and I was kind of, you know, in the happy dad phase, and I was chatting to Nick, saying, "Oh, it's the greatest thing that's ever happened to me in my whole life." And Nick's like, "Yeah, me too," and I'm like, "Oh right, I didn't know you had kids." And he's like, "I don't," and he's like, "What? You're not talking about poker?"
Oh,
So we had a good laugh.
He just thought you were like, oh, it's just great being a poker player. Like, oh, it's just fantastic. Like, okay, but you were talking about your.
I can understand why Nick's excited about poker. He's won infinite high-level, massive prize pool titles.
Yes, he has.
But it was fun. He's a great guy, is Nick. Right, Langar. +2 ace-8 off into the muck it goes. And we round to Sabao once more. Imagine him just taking a moment. Queen 4.
Yeah, interesting little tank up from Tim.
He's always looking for a spot, right? Like maybe surveying the stacks behind what he has, Tomasian and Smolka, right? Who are going to struggle to defend. So potentially looking for a spot to make wide opens as we fold round to Thaler, 6-4 suited.
What are we looking for though? We're Queen 4 off. Like, are we looking for like someone that's already looked at their hands, like ready to fold? Because I doubt it's going to be happening at this stage of the tournament. But
It's probably just taking a moment. Let's survey the stack depths now. Then Smolka, 20 bigs, a shade under. Facing the aggressive chip leader on the button. Decision to be made with ace-3 of clubs. We're the joint shortest stack, I believe. Modena may be a little shorter than us, as is Tomasian.
yeah, it's Tomasian and Menina, but small cut.
Yeah.
More than capable, and just recognising how Wide Faller's going to open here on the button and takes a delicious combo. Like, it's always nice when we fold out better here, like not going to be able to call like the ace-9 for ace-4 offsuit. So just knocking out this stuff, knocking out stuff like Jack-10 suited is huge in itself, which can have 45% equity. And when we are cool, we got the powerhouse, we got the suited wheel ace. Always going to have that little 33% against any hand in the deck other than aces, and half the combos of that holding an ace ourselves. So a really tidy find from Smolka there.
Just a seasoned campaigner, isn't he? Knows Thaler can be in there with all sorts of stuff. Gonna knock out most of it. Well done. He's still my pick, or one of my picks if he gets chips. Just don't really see him make really any fundamental mistakes. I haven't seen one over the last few days.
And he's one that's done it before, played big final tables. So, like, he's not... Sometimes when you're sat in FT playing for this amount of money and it's first time you're playing for, like, $1 million, when you've only got to outlast 8 more players, like taking a reshove spot with, like, an ace-3, people cage up and don't want to take these shoves because they don't want to get called by ace-king and look silly on stream. But, like, Smolka, I don't think he's going to miss any of these reshove spots, whereas I feel like there are a couple at this FT that potentially won't take them full.
Yeah. Very reasonable. So it's Tim trying to get the clock to go on someone it has to be.
Yeah, that's exactly what he's already thinking about the blinds that are going up in, I think it's like at 7-8 minutes time. So he's basically trying to make sure that he's on the small or the button when them blinds are increased. Just every little edge possible he is looking for. And Smolka going to get the opportunity to send again here. 22, 23 big blinds. Nice clean jam versus +2, and Smolka chipping up nicely uncontested unless the big blind wakes up with something.
Yeah, just loving life. Even if you have this sort of 7s, 8s, 9s, none of them can call. Smolka making a move up to 33 million now.
And another one is Mavro Mustakas. I know we got a bit more in terms of chips now, we're sitting like, what, fourth in chips, but like sevens even there's probably quite close from early position.
It's
like,
fascinating, isn't it? Really out of position to the two big stacks. I can understand it. It's difficult in game, isn't it?
Yeah.
You're like, oh, right, look, sevens mid position.
I just know I've seen some stuff like nine-handed FTs when you are like middle of the pack. I've seen some stuff where eights have to fold from EP. So I always sort of use that example as something to go on. So even sevens, sixes, all this stuff, just probably got to be hitting the mark. When you're chip leader, big chip daddy, a bit different. You get to open these hands. But when we are covered, especially by a few players on our direct left, it becomes a bit more skeptical.
Yeah, on to Tim Chung. Jack 9 of diamonds +2. One of these hands that in another scenario may want to open. Just experienced into the muck as we see Sabao, ace jack. From middle position, easy open for him. 2.5 million now then. Haven't seen a big confrontation yet between these two. Thaler with the decision. I could see him going both ways,
Yeah,
Jay.
I could
really
as well.
could.
Like, it wouldn't shock me if he played some flats
I
here.
like it.
And it's just someone that's studied. That's all this is.
Yeah,
Someone
I
that's
like it.
looked at some finals table sims and recognizing that you don't always have to free bet ace king when you're one of the big stacks and another one of the big stacks is opening. It's just so nice when we get the ace or king high flop as well, isn't it? When perceived better for our opponent and we're just sitting there with the top pair, top kicker.
Let's also have Modena in the big, who we've seen is getting a bit frustrated, could potentially find something and think to himself, right, I'm going to put it in, try and pick up some dead money. Finds a prudent fold with 10-4 of diamonds, so Thaler with his man crushed and with position. We see this is going to be the last hand before the break. Oh, hello. Ace, queen, 6. Club, spade.
Yeah, it should be a check here though from Sabao, like general rule of thumb. Player on our direct left. Lots of checking going on when we're in heads up situations. Low jack versus hijack, hijack versus cut off. This type of scenario. Lots of checking going on, and Thaler with the check back. Interesting here.
Always fascinating spots. Like, he's just not supposed to bet too often, right? Like, we're not really going to have pocket aces. Pocket queens, we could have a clip, right, for the similar reasons that ace king peeled in position. But you're going to have lots of checkbacks and a disguised, very strong hand. Credit to Sabao, he's found the double check here, potentially thinking this might be a one street hand, and I'd prefer to go for it on river. Thaler now, though, time to get value.
And what you're making of Sabao's range here, once he checks twice, like you don't really give him too much ace X, other than maybe like the ace 5 through ace 2 suited. Some of the lower down ones, I feel like ones that potentially check twice.
The thing that's so fascinating, though, is that with the distributions, like, he probably should check ace jack and ace 10 twice here. So, you know, specifically that sort of lurking pressure that he's covered by Thaler. So he may have a few more ace X than normal, but I hear you, in the long run, you don't expect too many. You're going to expect a bunch of sort of king-queen pocket kings if they are going to continue. I like the decision from Thaler.
Like flop check mandatory. I'm just questioning the turn check there from Sabao and whether we can potentially start leading ourselves. Interesting river coming up, 9 of clubs here. And like you do feel like our opponent gets stripped of flushes. Because let's say we play pure check on the flop. This is like the jack 10 of clubs, the king's jack of clubs. They're just mandatory delays. So you feel like Sabao just gets stripped of all his flushes here on the 9 of clubs river. So as Thaler, got to think what we're trying to target. Do we get a hero from a king queen, a queen jack suited? Are these hands going to be paying us on the river? And what size do we need to go to extract maximum?
He's definitely going to bet. No, I'm surprised, in fact. I thought this would certainly plug into a mandatory bet, and Sabao is pretty thrilled at the outcome of this hand. Only loses 4 million. He'll go into the break feeling pretty happy with life. Well done. And Thaler just maybe left a bit of value on the table. You see that little grimace, thinking maybe this check back was a little tight, but understandable not to want to go to pure war with the other big stack. We are going to go on a break now, Jay. First one of the final table. Interesting, those hands. They really are. Here we go then. We'll have a quick look at the chip counts. Thaler, 77 million for him, putting some daylight between himself and the rest of the field. Tim Chung and Sabao basically neck and neck in second place. Mavro Moustakis, who was involved in that fascinating cold 4-bet spot early doors and got the queens to fold when he held jacks. Smolka and Hashin in there on the mid stacks. Tamasian on the short one. Guys, we'll be back in 10 minutes. Don't go too far.
Welcome back, everyone. Quick 10-minute break for the players, and we are back for the second session of the final table. That's how the stacks are looking. Joined by Steve Warps, who's going to take us through proceedings for the second session of the day. Daniel Tholler at the top of the shop, followed by Tim Chung, Razvan Sabao, Andres Mavromustakis, David Smoker, and then at the bottom of the pack, Hashim, Langer, Modena, and Tamazian. How are we doing today, Warps?
Yeah, nice to be here, mate. I've been watching from the wings. Some very interesting hands early on.
Yeah, it was strange, like how it started. Hashim just seemed like he wanted to get involved whenever he saw fit. We saw that huge queen's fold from Medina.
Yeah, the queen's an interesting spot, isn't it? I don't really want to admit this on stream, but I think I do actually fold there.
Yeah.
I just think with 9 left in that spot, it's very dicey, isn't it?
Yeah,
so
it's just button small. Like, I can understand it was like gun, button, then cold 4 from the blinds becomes a lot easier, but button small, big, maybe one of these positions where...
Sure. I just thought, I can't remember his name, the guy 3-bet. He's just a little on the tighter side. And also just that kind of clicky. I know it wasn't like super clicky, but it just seems really strong. I think the bottom of the range is probably jacks.
Yep.
What he had, so yeah, I can't begrudge him for folding that. Obviously, he'll have seen now, you guess. Would he have seen now? The stream, maybe?
I don't think so. 2.5 hour delay, so...
Yeah, he doesn't want to find that one out, really, does he? He wants to just play and ignore his phone, which I think is a good bit of advice for FTs. Just switch your phone off.
And for the chat asking for the payouts, they will pop up every 20 minutes or so. I'll quickly run you down verbally. Everyone locked up 63k, 8th will get 80k, 7th 113, 6th 162, 5th 229, 4th 316, 3rd 440, 2nd 635k, and first place prize, I think you all know by now, $1 million go into the eventual champion. At some point this evening, let's say, feel like this one will finish around 10 on stream.
Yeah, there's no runaway chip leader, is there? There's a couple of big stacks, but it's kind of tightly grouped. Usually that means it takes a bit longer, but we'll see. A few big clashes and it can all change.
Yeah, so just waiting the thumbs up for Shuffle Up and Deal to get this session underway. Who's your pick, Warbs, today? Just looking at the 9 that's left there.
From about 70 or 80 left, I did have Thaler.
Okay.
He is still in, so I feel like I can't really change. I'm definitely rooting for Tim Chung. UK reg. He's got all the chips, hasn't he?
Wouldn't it be great if Tim won it? Because I remember we were in the bar, Pure of the Brits, the other night, bit of a drunken chat, and Tim, always an aura of confidence about him, always feels like one of the better players at the table, and has so much confidence in his game, and talks the talk, and he's walking the walk right now, sat there.
I think that's the thing, you kind of have to back it up.
Yeah, of course,
and
he's done exactly that. And that Jack's call yesterday, I wasn't in the booth with yourself, but I was watching it back at my hotel room, and
yeah,
he just find the most outrageous snap call with third pair.
Yeah, the snap calls and then the snapping your neck off. That was just absolutely instant. Have you paid someone on this table to wear a Spurs shirt?
I've been
What's
already.
happening there?
He's already my favourite man today, Mavromustakis, just because of his choice of attire.
What the hell?
But I actually think it may be one of the newer shirts, because we got some replicas of the first one when AI take over. But I'm pretty sure that's the 2013-2014 season, and
they all come out the woodwork when you make a final, don't they?
Of course they do. So Tim here with the ace-9.
I don't think I've ever seen a Spurs shirt outside of London. So this is this is crazy.
You're going to see a lot more in a week and a half's time, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, I know. Bilbao will be packed with people with tickets and without tickets. Anyway, back to the action. Tim Chung's opened this ace-9 off, +1. Been a little bit quiet, but not really had too much, has he? That ace-king, which is quite an easy jam pre.
Tamazian, clear jam. Just south of 11. Should be working unless anyone in the blinds wakes up with something, which they do not.
Excuse me, I'm still out of breath from my 3-minute run to get here. Trapped at the lift. Have to sprint the last bit, Jay, and I'm still catching up with my breath.
Yeah, got a bit mixed up with timings. Obviously, yesterday you didn't play the full 10 levels, so it was just 20 minutes of last level of yesterday, and then the full hour before we headed out on break, coming back at 1.5 milli big blind.
Yeah. Who's your pick then?
I fancy. I'm not even just saying this because he's wearing a Spurs shirt. I actually said this yesterday as well. But Mavro Moustakas played very well yesterday. Surprisingly, only 60k in live earnings. Maybe one that plays a lot more in the online streets, but you can tell he's studied and clued up. Just some of the takes. He took a6 off against Gunner Tim when covering. Like,
yeah, that is quite
into
surprising.
the
He's only got
FTs.
60k. Maybe he's younger than he perhaps looks.
Yeah, but the man in the Spurs shirt looking for a trophy. Kind of ironic, but here we are.
Yeah, he definitely plays well. The interesting dynamic for me, looking at this FT, to put it quite simply, is there are certain people on this table that are going to put you under it. Certain people on this table who aren't necessarily going to be as aggressive. So I think with all FTs, but maybe this one in particular, when you get those close spots, you do need to be looking whose button is it, whose big blind is it.
Yep.
You know, you can sort of find a few extra steals and a few little tighter spots with guys that maybe aren't gonna, you know, sort of put their foot on your neck, let's say, put you under some pressure.
+2 here from Thala. Laying out the way with a queen 3, and Mavro Moustakas wouldn't be defending this one. An FT straight into the muck.
Yeah, Bobby Mavro with a fold there. My nickname for him.
Bobby Mavro.
Bobby Mavro. His name was a bit of a mouthful, so we had to shorten it.
Actually, was it you yesterday who, to be fair, I think it was you, maybe it was Picasso. Terrible shout.
Leo.
Can it?
Oh, yeah, that was Picasso.
That was Picasso. This man said this man looked like Can it. I had to put my glasses on while I was watching it. I was like...
No, I said Leo Worthington Lees.
Okay.
And Picasso went, a cousin of Mustafa Canit.
Right, I got you.
And I was like, if you take his glasses off, it's just even worse.
Leo I can kind of see, but I was trying to get any resemblance of Canit from Valor, and I couldn't find any, so not sure what Picasso was looking at.
It's not a great shout, is it? But we'll give it him.
King 9 off here. Let's put a little bit of leeway between us and second in chips. Feels like this one just misses the cut. I'm pretty confident would have opened King 10 off there as Falla.
Yeah, agree, Jay.
These 4 suited in the low jack. Nice little attempt to steal candidate for small up.
Let's see if there's any takers behind. Obviously very standard open, even with the ICM considerations. Will be interesting to see, you know, after we do lose the first, you know, 9th, 8th, maybe 7th place, how it opens up, how people adjust. Nobody wants to come 9th, do they?
No.
You know, it's just everyone's sort of doing their best to play. Maybe just that little bit tighter, just to wait for the 9th place to go out.
Been impressed with small cut so far today. Took some nice clean reshove spots that I don't think everyone at this final table is going to find.
He's played really well over the last couple of days from what I've seen. Wouldn't be surprised to see him in the last 3. But you know, it's tournament poker, anything can happen. I wouldn't be surprised to see anyone in the last 3.
That's it, you can speak about who's potentially playing the best,
Yeah.
who's done it before, but it's poker. Sometimes it's just your day, and if your son run it, you're always going to win.
Exactly. Even someone with, you know, the sort of biggest edge on this table, it's still not enough to just be always top 3 in these situations, so anything can happen.
An interesting one here for what's about. These two were quite congested about 45 minutes ago, but I really like that fold from him, A7
Yeah,
off.
nice.
Just going to get us in too many tricky spots.
He kind of got away with one, didn't he? Last hand for the break,
Oh, yeah.
Ace Jack, Ace King. There's only one bet post flop.
I was surprised Falla didn't value bet river there.
100%.
Like, I can understand going for only 2 streets and not 3 in the given situation, but I feel like once our opponent checks river, Ace King's just almost always the best hand there.
I agree, and I feel as well if you do get check raise, I just feel it's very rarely a bluff. So
It's
you can
just honest,
easily,
isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. Honest poker. Yeah, all these players guaranteed at least 63k. decent few days' work. But they're all eyeing that first place prize of $1 million.
I need one more card, I think.
Feels weird just watching one table after the last few days of just doing 3 and like bum bum bum, sort of jumping around.
It's nice
great
to
action.
sometimes gather our thoughts about the previous hand, though. It gives us a little 20, 25 seconds to natter on about something, whether it be the poker or whether it be football.
Yeah, definitely. It's a nice mix-up. Imagine Mavro's going to open this one. Folded 2 in the cutoff.
Yeah, horrible seat for Mavro, though, covering stacks all 3 on our direct left, so
Yeah,
do
it's
need
not
to be
great,
careful. And here we go. Tim's got one that really does like to attack Steve. We like these middling offsuit ace-x facing the cutoff open on the button. Really nice 3-bet candidate for Tim Chung here. Don't need to go large either.
Yeah, I totally agree.
8 million.
How much?
8.
He has gone for it.
Yeah, nice find from Tim here. Prime candidate, really, in this given situation. Always nice when the cutoff opens and you do find one of these combos that we get to attack with. Just going to be working.
Yeah, nice play from Tim. Rocking the shades again today. What do you think about sunglasses at the poker table, Jake? You're a fan? Think they should be banned? Do you not care?
To be fair, I don't really wear them. The only time I've actually worn them was here when we played the 3-man sit and go last year. Picasso, Dempsey and myself, I put them on then.
Nice.
As a little joke. But I rarely wear sunglasses at the poker table. Never got to play over in the Bahamas with that open top roof either, so I haven't needed them for that.
Yeah.
Throwback to Ike Haxton all them years ago.
It was a very windy day, that, wasn't it?
It was.
I think they had to literally get like things for the cards. So you putting the cards underneath the thing to stop them blowing away. It was that windy. Seems a bit of a mad idea playing poker outdoors, but so Bauer here with the Jack 8 suited on the button. Expect to see him open this one.
Okay, 3 million.
Seems fine once folded to, making it 3 million.
Yeah, and the big blind's pretty short, isn't he? So an even better spot.
Yeah, and Tamazian, one potentially could be a taker here.
Yeah, maybe.
Obviously Medina, we do have him covered, but we are sitting second from bottom in the pack and just going to go with fold against the button open here for 2 big blinds.
Yeah, I was going to say he didn't really seem the type there to be moving all in, and so he's thinking whether call or fold, and he's just decided to stay out of trouble.
Maybe one that prefers taking when we've got a few more big blinds, knock out some of these better dominated ace-x.
Yeah.
13 maybe feels like not folding out. Like stuff like ace-8, ace-9 suited, maybe believes these are going to be calling.
Sure.
Just a quick note as well, guys. You would have heard over the last couple of days, don't forget the WSOP Super Circuit Cyprus is coming up in October of this year. Qualification going to be available on GGPoker in the upcoming months, but that is going to be some event. 18 ring events confirmed. We will be back here at the Royal Diamond Complex in Cyprus for a WSOP circuit.
I'm sure that'll be a great event in October. 5k, 5 mil guaranteed.
Sight to see. Couple of cowboys in the low jack for Mavro Mustakas.
Yeah, he's hoping Tim finds another 3-bet spot here, but no.
Interesting one for Sabal here. Jack 10 suited in the cutoff.
Yeah, feels more his style to be calling this.
I feel like only option. Well, is he counting out a 3-bet here?
Oh, I'm totally wrong, yeah. Quite quickly as well.
That's kind of interesting. Like Jack 10 suited can be used as a 3-bet hand, but generally we want to be a lot deeper here. Just nice one to flatten position, great playability. Opting for free bet fold, I'm guessing here. And as Mavro Mustakas, I guess it's clickety-click. Or do we just jam the lot?
All in.
There you go. There's your answer.
Yeah.
I feel like this is the problem. Just have to relinquish such a beautiful hand with position on the opener. Seemed like a nice one to potentially call or even fold, perhaps a final table in option 2.
Yeah, maybe he's trying to play on his image a bit. Is that his first 3 bet of the FT? So
Yeah,
maybe he's thinking he'll get a bit more respect. But
I feel like we've just got better choices though, haven't we?
Agree.
The like offsuit ace-x, the suited king-x, just going to be better combos of choice than specifically Jack-10 suited.
you never know people's strategy. You might think that some of these players are much better post-flop, and that's sort of the strategy he's decided to go. But I do totally agree with you, Jay.
Lang up, queen jack off, wouldn't open this off of this stack size. Say for Mavro Mustakas with 3 covering stacks on our direct left, out the way with a jack-9 of clubs.
Yeah, a little bit too early, isn't it?
Round to our chip leader here, and we did see caller open queen 8 off from the hijack just before break. Looks like happy to get after it here with the 8-9.
Yeah, just going back to what I was saying about look who's the button, look who's the big blind. I feel like
that's what this is.
He's correctly identified this is a good spot to open, even a hand like 9-8 off.
And even in this spot, look who's the small blind as well, Smolka.
Sure.
Less likely to take light spots from that position.
Yeah, I feel like he can be really wide with these stacks and players behind him.
A nice little find from Fuller there.
He's probably got the best seat draw, really, hasn't he?
Yes, he has. We were speaking about this in Picasso as well. How essential seat draw is at a final table.
Oh, it's huge. Absolutely huge.
Coming up to 2 hours of play at this final table, guys, and no one wants to leave us.
Gotta happen eventually. Wonder if he'll take this one. I think whose big blind are we on now? Oh yeah, of course. Nice fold there from with the 3s.
Here, Jack 10 off. Feels like fine to call.
Yeah, he had such a great day yesterday. Pretty much all day, Medina. Just that early, very strange hand with the queens v jacks.
Any like 2.5x in here from Falla? From hijack against 8.5, 9 in the big. Potential size up with our open.
Oh yeah, I didn't notice that actually. Yeah, it's a good spot, Jake.
That's fine. 1BB seems like nice clean 1BB on the ace-8. And it does get the better hand to fold, and good little 10-15 minutes of momentum for fall up.
Yeah, he's up to 90 million now.
Just keep picking off these little pots, and the bigger the gap we put between us and the field, the more hands we get to play.
Can you tell me how many chips are in play? Do we know?
So we had just under 1,200 runs, 300k starting, so 360 million around there.
Look, Jay's brain. It's working. 360, so he's got 90 of 360. That's a nice place to be, isn't it?
Yeah, 25.
Four of the chips in play, yeah.
MPP is where we are at, guys, from the Royal Diamond here. It's been a fantastic 10 days of coverage. Unfortunately, it's coming to a close today as we do cover the final table of the main event down to a winner. And if you haven't already heard, $1 million going to be up top. And it's going to be a huge heads-up battle because 635 per second going to be over a 350k swing between first and second. So that will be a fascinating heads up to watch when we get there a bit later today. But KG affair so far, it did start quite wild. Saw some loose pills from Hashim. People seem more inclined to get involved, but kind of settled in now. Not many post-flop hands, a lot of raise and takes, free bets, not going as post as much.
Yeah, interesting if that heads up just comes down to one big flip. That's just 365k flip. Yeah, that'd be some good TV.
Fall up. He's king of diamonds here.
Continuing, he's obviously won the last 2 pots, and now he's found the real hand.
3 million. Plus.
He's king suited, so yeah.
Plus.
Good time. Interesting there. Small snap balls to the ace 4 of spades. Playing 22 big blinds. Just doesn't want to get involved with the chip leader, I'd say. Oh, and this is not a total disaster, but not an ideal spot.
Just always a call though.
Sure.
No free betting going on here.
There's lots of boards you can get in a bit of trouble.
Wow.
That's not one of them.
Well, it could
Sorry,
be one
yeah,
of
yeah,
them.
it is one of them. Excuse me, I'm slow on the uptake today, Jay. I didn't see the 4 diamonds there.
How have we found this board? Trip queens for Maverick Moustakis and Faller flops the nut flush draw to go with his 2 overcards.
Yeah, and if he can hit a diamond, he's going to win a huge pot, isn't he?
0.5. The 1BB and Maverick Moustakis here. Like, are we having any raises, Warms, or do you think we just always play and call here?
I mean, personally, yeah, I just feel like you should just be calling everything, but
Raise 5 million.
he's going to raise.
So it goes for 5 million here and all up. Only going to have one option with the ace king suited, not free betting here. Or like always call.
Yeah, and I think with these stacks and 9 players left on an FT, you can actually rule out a 6 here quite a lot. So I think he's heavily weighted to diamonds and queen X. So the alarm bells are kind of going off a bit. You know, if you do face a treble, for example.
Now is
quite an
Maverick
easy fold.
Moustakis going to be thinking about playing for stacks here. 2/3 seems really nice. 12 into 18. Leave 42 in the pot if called and 28 in our stack. Good for a nice healthy 2/3 river jam. So geo size in here
That's 7.5.
to play for the lot. 7.5 mil doesn't go as big as I thought he would. Just difficult to continue. We got to continue as well. I'm just running this room ahead here, Wolves, now as
Yeah, you've definitely got a call because you can still have the diamond combos. So, you know, you can still have the best hand. You'd also imagine that the diamond combos, you beat are actually going to give up on a lot of rivers. So, I really like the call on the turn. This is one of the worst cards in the deck, really, isn't it?
yeah. Well, to be fair, like yes, we improve, but
Yeah.
what Maverick Moustakis is basically saying he has anyway. Although we improve, it's still the same scenario. We've either we're ahead of a bluff. Some of these diamond combos, maybe something like a 7/5 of spades from the big blind that gets creative.
Yeah. So going back to my sort of flop analysis,
12 million bet.
I did say, you know, if you do face a treble, I just think it's very unlikely here. You know, he's going to have the diamond combos that have missed. He has gone, what's he on a third? It's a nice price, but you do kind of have, the sort of same hand, Jay, as we were saying. You know, if the rivers comes a deuce of clubs and you've got ace king higher, it's kind of the same thing, isn't it?
It's
So,
exactly the same thing when Maverick Moustakis is basically saying he's got a queen or better for value, so
sure.
becomes doesn't really change anything here. Yes, we improved the top pair, top kicker, but our opponent's value range once they check raise, barrel turn, it's just a queen or better. So
Yeah.
there's improvement, but it's the same scenario. We're either ahead of a bluff or we're just dead against the queen.
It goes without saying, you know, he can't have the king high flush draw because you've got the king diamonds in your hand. So So yeah, I think this is one of those spots where, certainly for me, I like to just sort of take a minute here, just take everything in. You know what I mean? You're on the final table. You don't want to get into a sort of leveling war, thinking this and that. If you really just take your time, break this hand down. I'd hate to say the word easy fold, but it's very difficult for your hand to actually be good here. You do have to be up against someone who's a bit of a maniac, or has decided to treble with, 5-7 of diamonds, maybe 7-8 of diamonds, maybe. It just seems so unlikely. And the king is obviously a great card as well for the Undergun 2 open. And yeah, it's a great fold. Great fold.
Yeah, just recognise it, and that's a sign of an elite player. When we improve to top pair, top hit kicker, just recognising it doesn't actually change anything. Yes, huge improvement on our actual hand strength, but against our opponent's range, we're in exactly the same scenario there. And Mavro Moustakis not getting paid, but a lovely swing to his stack. Yeah. Quite interesting turn size from Mavro Moustakis there. I thought he was going to go like Geo 2/3 on the turn to set up 2/3 river, because you've got to remember our opponent's going to open like Queen Deuce suited plus in this stack distribution now. So there is actually a plenty of Queen X to potentially just stack there.
Sure. As
Mavro Moustakis went for slightly smaller on the turn to set up exactly pot river. Didn't choose pot, went for just shy of 40%, maybe trying to eke heroes out of some aces, jacks, these type of hands.
Yeah.
Hello?
And everything that was going right for Thaler, that's a bit of a knock, but he's still in a good position and a great river fold.
So difficult in game though when you improve your hand on the river,
for sure,
and to still be able to let it go. And
yeah,
great hand from both.
I think actually when you are down to the final 9, those spots do become a bit easier, because you kind of know when you're playing for so much money, people are going to play sort of quite in line. So, maybe that hand on at a day 1, maybe people are getting a bit out of line, but I think with 9 left, it actually makes that spot a bit easier for him.
Mavro Moustakis here completes with the King 10 suited, and Chung seems like got a clear check here.
Yeah, agree. Hand plays well enough post flop. He's confident. Post flop player as well. So just take this one to the streets. And a nice flop, the 8-6 suited.
Yeah, really nice. Feel like nice one to check as Mavro Moustakis, but they glance at his chips, but blind on blind here, don't fold out anything better. All Tim's ace highs and pair plus have to continue, so that just doesn't really achieve much. So check call probably in order. Interesting one for Tim.
He's going to start. He's going to start betting, isn't he? He's going to assume just go for the one big blind stab. Oh, he has checked behind. Not really sure what he's thinking there. It is better to start betting. Up a 7x, Jack X, etc.
Yeah, and just fold out 9 highs, Queen highs, 10 highs, no draw, this type of stuff. We probably don't dislodge any ace highs, and maybe some of the King highs going to start folding.
Yeah, this is a really tough turn for Tim to start betting now. He does have some ace highs, of course. He's not just raising every ace x pre, so
he's not raising many, I don't think. Wolves actually with these two stacks, so can just comfortably have as much ace x as Mavro Moustakis here. Not the top end ones, I guess. The ace king, ace queen.
Yeah, but even with that in mind, he is gonna have to sort of check this turn. And now you're on the river with 8 high. And
any value bets here from Mavro Moustakis? One big blind value.
Possibly.
Like we're probably going to check call anyway against like one big if Tim wants to value bet a 5. So
yeah,
I love this. I think this is a really tidy find. Just like Tim's capable of heroing like queen high and stuff here as well. Little king high value bet. Don't see it too often, but I feel like this is one of the spots we potentially get to go for value here with our king high. Tim's got a queen, like queen's going to check all 3 streets, right? Like trying a showdown, probably here from a 7 or a jack on the turn, so a lot of...
Yeah. I think it comes down to if the river was a better card for Tim to bluff, I prefer check, but because it's a 7x, which Tim won't have too many because he bets a few of them on the flop, I think, yeah, you can go for value there.
A lot of the chat box liking that fold with the ace-king.
Yep, easier said than done, as we've said a few times this week, but, you know, just we saw a load of decisions yesterday that were quite instant. I think you've just got to take your time sometimes, think about the spot, and came to the right conclusion.
See if Tamazian finds fold here.
Yeah, you just got to be folding this one.
Calling.
All in.
Well, Medina, only 7 bigs here. King 9 off, sent into the middle for 7. And Tim Chung, King Queen of Hearts in the small blind. And is it going to be our first casualty of this final table? Tim's not folding this one for 7 bigs.
Yeah, great. I think he'll just call, won't be ISOing.
Sabal going to get out of the way, and here we go. Dominated here as Medina, and it was Tim yesterday that took most of his chips in that huge hand when Medina had the 8-9 of hearts and bluffed off a decent proportion of his stack.
Always the same guy, isn't it? You play a big part, like you sort of bluff it into him, whatever, and he always gets you with the run out shortly after.
No help on the Jack 5-3, 12% equity for Medina here.
Yeah, pretty clean. Gonna need to find a 9 ball.
Ace not changing anything. Needs one of the 2 remaining 9s, otherwise we lose one. And we do. Medina, first out at the FT of our main event here. Decent score, $63,000, 9th place finisher, and just over 2 hours into this final table, we finally lose one.
Yeah, he played great. Enjoyed watching him yesterday. It's hard to see him go, but nature of the beast. With 8 left, the next payout is $80,000. Lose one more, and they've all got a 6-figure score, minimum.
And Mavro Mustakis talks with his neighbour, I believe, about the Queen's fold from Medina. Just letting him know, we will see on stream if he folded it. And you will see, lads, that he let the Queens go earlier on in the FT.
Oh, he's obviously told them, has he? That he folded kings, is that what he? Yeah.
Well, Queens,
sorry, yeah.
Smoker. He's deuce suited from +1. You're going to use this as one of these raise fold combos. No, he is not. Feels like the deuce too bad a card to have from this position.
Yeah, it's good discipline.
Better like just to take like king queen off there, just more removal to some of these continues, free bets, reshoves. King on the button for Tim into the chip leader here. Undeterred. Oh, it's about a couple of jacks in the small blind here. We are working with just shy of 28 big blinds. I feel like we're fine to free bet call here.
Yeah, I agree. What size is going to go?
10 seems kind of nice.
Yeah, 10.5, fair enough. Easy fold from Tim.
So you have to take me, not yourself.
I will buy you a beer from Paris. It is free. It is free.
Look at that trophy, Jay. Ooh, that's a nice one.
It is.
I feel like a lot of the trophies are kind of similar. It's a real nice one.
What we call all in.
Quick look at the chip counts here, guys. Daniel Fall up top of the shop with 50 big blinds. Andreas Mavromustakis 46 BBs. Tim Chung making some movement up to 43 bigs. Razvan Sabal 32 big blinds, and those that need some work at the bottom of the pack. David Schmolka 22. Hassanin Hashim with 18 bigs. Milad Langa with 15 big blinds, and Garrick Tamazian at the bottom with 13. But one double up and suddenly he's back to 5th in chips. It can all change so quickly at final tables. And Italo Modena, we just saw exit the field, not being able to find that 3 out of 9 versus the King-Queen suited.
Yeah, it's fairly tightly grouped, isn't it? And like you say, if any one of those sort of doubles up, it's a big swing. So everything to play for. A lot of pressure. One mistake and you're gone.
Hashim, been fairly tight last hour or so. Seemed like itchy feet to start the day. Wanted to get involved in most spots. This one seems fine to attempt to still.
Yeah, I'm not loving this.
Just a fold.
Oh, you think it's just a fold?
Yeah, just a fold. I'm pretty confident. Like theory-wise, it's just a fold. I feel like 9s even folds this spot's like mixed fold call.
Yeah.
Only because I looked at a very similar spot probably like 6 months ago, and like 9s in these type of situations like don't even like getting involved. Like some folding, some calling going on.
Sure.
But we are actually shallower than expected. But looks like Langer is going to take the 8s. Like Hashim should be pretty snug here off of like 17 bigs as well from +1.
Yeah, and what's it? Yeah, he's gone 3 bet 7.5 over the jam. Oh, you assume he's going to get out of the way.
Yeah, this is pretty interesting from Langer because 3-bet not all in. If you asked me what was the last thing he was going to do, I'd probably say this avenue.
I'm really not sure about it because I assume he's just going to fold to a jam.
Yeah, because then we just...
And so to pick 8s is not...
Yeah, we just like...
You know what I mean? It's kind of a strange hand choice, isn't it? If you are 3-bet folding, which I assume you're 3-bet folding.
Yeah, because 3-bet call just seems like horrific, and
Yeah, maybe he was a bit torn. He didn't want to call and he didn't want to fold, and he's just arrived in the middle somehow. But yeah, it's worked out for him.
like much better there. Like if we are gonna like VPip as a 3-bet as Langer, just to take like suited ace-x, like something like that.
Yeah.
In a 3-bet not all in.
I mean, you've kind of got 8 high, really, haven't you?
Yep.
It's like, guess maybe he assumes that sometimes he peels, but he isn't really going to call those. He's just going all in off fold. So
Like the 8s just don't really do anything. Like in terms of removal, ICM want to be removal base, need that ace, need that king.
sure.
8's just not sort of blocking any of the strong hands. What it does do is just block some of the trash stuff that we want our opponent to have, like the ace-8 suited, like the king-8 suited stills.
Yeah.
It's not really got the best of function. And for a 3-bet not all in, it's about ace-3 folds to him in the cutoff.
Yeah, he's going to take this one. It's a fair open. Smolker's obviously got 20 big blinds in the big blind.
Yeah, got to defend though as a Smolker here.
Yeah, he's very competent post flop, so won't mind peeling this. A great plot for him. So Pal's got a piece as well.
Yeah, I feel like just going to go small on the paired rainbow board. No draws present.
Yep.
1-8.
Just north of 20%. Smolker here. Interesting one with the Jack-10. We just got so many hands drawing close to dead here, Wolves. That's the thing, isn't it? Yes.
Yeah.
Potentially get some value from these pocket pairs, even some ace-highs. Maybe have to continue, but look at our entire spectrum of our opponent's range here. There's just so much ace-high, king-high, even from cut-off like 10-9 suited, drawing super thin.
Yeah, and I think on the monotone as well, I would be calling, but he's gone for the check raise.
it's just hard to find bluffs here as well. Like, people aren't finding like the queen 10 of hearts here enough. I don't think something along these lines is where our bluffs are going to derive from on this type of board.
Yeah. Maybe he just believes that Sabao won't be folding much.
5 seconds.
But when he's folding that, you know, that's not good for your check raise. When you're
Yeah,
folding
like,
these
'cause
threes.
you expect some ace highs to continue, and like he's
Exactly,
got the 2 pair that doesn't even continue. So
yeah.
probably better way to proceed against this type of opponent. Maybe Schmolka feels like we were getting continues from some of the hands just noted. I feel like when it's a cut-off opening range and it's still like so wide, like there's so many hands that are just going to have less than 5% equity.
Yeah.
A ridiculous amount of hands.
And even just the fact that, you know, we've only got 20 blinds to start the hand, people love to attack that on turns and rivers. So, you know, sort of let them, basically. You need to give them some rope there, I think.
Yeah, when this is like on 3, 4.
And some of the chat box just picking up, thinking that 8s should just be jamming there. Some agree just fold against the open, just scrolling up, but it's one of these spots, guys, with ICM there. We all know in terms of chips, it's a pure shove. We're just going to shove for 13, 14 bigs over the open, and we're going to make money in terms of chips, but we're not looking for making chips anymore. We want to make money, and that's what it's about. We're at a final table, not making decisions based on chip EV no more. We are making decisions to make Wonga. That's what it's about. Like, you can always speak about you want to play for the win and potentially make more just going for the $1 million, but before you know it, if you're all guns blazing, there's one of these middle into short stacks, you're just out the door when you run into it, and suddenly a puff of equity up in smoke.
Yeah, I hear you, Jay. I think Hashim here has got quite an easy all-in.
5 seconds.
Yeah, this one's clean as day.
He does call. He had a few situations like this during the tournament where there was a Jacks one in the small blind and another similar one. He had 20 or less than 20 big blinds, and he did just call the open. So he does like to see flops, and he has outflopped Sabao here.
And it's about thought that we are going to continue heavily. The King Queen deuce, hijack versus big.
It's a bit annoying that, because I was curious to see if Sabao was going to call the all-in with 8s, or he would let it go.
Ten of diamonds on the turn. That's about just thinking here whether to potentially start turning these into a bluff. There are potential hands to fold out by the river. What we do need to understand here with the 8s is we need to triple when bet in turn, which is really interesting. Just think about our opponent's range here. Going to have a lot of pairs that pick up a straight draw. It's like stuff like Jack 10, Queen Jack, King X of spades, 10 X of spades, Queen X of diamonds. Like, there's a ridiculous amount of one pair holdings in here that have to continue because of their either straight draw or flush draw that go alongside it that will always call turn, but would have to fold out on bricked rivers. So this is one, as Sabao, when we sort of unblock all this King Jack, Queen Jack, Jack 10, King 9, Queen 9 type stuff. If we're barreling turn warps, I feel like we need to follow through on river, but the problem is the turn size that we've elected for here. 7 mil for half pot of called by Hashim, suddenly 28 in there and 10 back, which is going to be good for like 0.35 SPR, which is tiny. And then are we really getting like a King Jack, King 9 out of there when they're going to be getting 4-1 on the river? Kind of interesting.
It's an absolute flawless breakdown, that, Jay. I've got nothing to add. You've just nailed the whole thing. Yeah, the main thing that I was thinking about was definitely the size. Sheen's been a bit sticky in these spots as well, so again, I am curious to see.
It may just get ace queen out of here and now, but I feel like it's a spot that if we are barreling turn, we need to be aware there's so many hands that call twice on this board and fold on brick rivers.
Yeah, I think defense is
Very, very hard still though to find that third barrel, and I think
more like one
Hashim does call and it's a brick river. Probably will go check check.
Defense the whole tournament.
I'd love to see it.
But this is the thing. What does the turn barrel achieve then? If we're
Agree,
checking river,
agree. Yeah,
like,
yeah, yeah.
it's-
I'm just predicting what I think will happen.
Either way, have some of that. Got the ace queen out of there, and Hashim potentially, if he shoves pre, he doubles up. Sabal probably calls the eights for 13. LP versus big blind. If we just send it into the middle,
It's a big swing, isn't it?
we're one card away from a double up. 95% of the time, we're going to double up.
Yeah.
Get it in pre-flop. LP
Yeah.
open.
There are any strange things in the world.
Send it into the middle.
One little difference in decision in tournament poker can be everything.
Crazy, right?
Oh, it's like, you
But
put
he's
it
got his
in
own
mind.
style, and he's got he's basically got him all the way to this point. So he's not going to change now.
50-50.
And hopefully, guys, I see some comments in the chat box regarding the audio. Seem to all be rectified our side. Hopefully, those sounds coming through nice and smoothly now. Guys working behind the scenes. Always on it for us. Straight on the case. Should be back to normal.
Yeah, they've put in a good shift, haven't they, in the last 2 weeks? Relentless. They don't sleep, I've heard. Just stay awake with matchsticks in their eyes. 2 weeks straight. It is their last day, though. So we'll give them a bit of a break, Jay, won't we? A few little glitches.
And from Stackers, spicy one at a final. Yes, we are second in chips now. Opens the 8-9 suited from gun. Gets it through.
Yeah, it does seem a bit loose. We've talked about you want to have these high card blocker hands. But, you know, he's got the chips now, so maybe decided to attack the big blind as well. Could have come into it.
About crime rate and stuff, it's like it's super safe.
You can also argue there as well, when you are opening on the gun, Tim Chung is under the gun 1 and chip leaders 2 to his left. You know, they are in early position, so technically they should be a bit tighter with their 3-bet. So,
I imagine, without knowing.
as Chris Moorman once told me years ago, under the gun is the new button.
How many years ago was this, may I ask?
Because you get so much respect.
You do.
Probably about 8, maybe 10 years ago.
5 seconds.
Faller here with the queen 10 from +2. Things have got a bit closer now between him and Maverick Moustakis. Taking a back seat last sort of 25 minutes or so, but back into it here with the queen 10. Just always going to be a call here for Maverick Moustakis.
Yep, see if we can have some connection with these hands. I'm after the fireworks. Kind of interesting.
Seems like a nice one to knuckle back here against the big blind, who
Agree.
can do us some damage here.
Yeah, he's perfectly capable of some check raises here. And he does check.
Interesting one now for Maverick Moustakis. Could potentially think about leading on this 7 turn. Fold out some king highs, some ace high stuff.
Yeah, I like to start doing some betting here. You know, put some pressure on those ace high hands, king high hands, as you said.
Back over to Fowler here. Seems nice, comfortable call with position. Once we check back flop, just got this for an after 1 price now to take a river card. And not necessarily meaning that we need to hit a jack or a 6. We can still win this with other avenues, get check 2 on river. Our hand can definitely still bluff.
Sure, even you know, something like a 3 of spade, and you get checked to it, you can definitely be bluffing with the queen of spades in your hand.
5 of diamonds river here now, and Maverick Moustakis with the queen jack.
So yeah, it's a much better card for the big blind. There's way more 6x than a +2 open, so I like quite a big size here. What does he go with?
Oh, goes
He
for
went small,
quarter.
yeah, just went quarter. This worked. Maybe deciding that he's not going to get too many 9x or better to fold, so...
Maybe wanting some 9x in his value range as well, perhaps.
Yeah, that's true, yeah. We saw that yesterday where people I mean, even that hand against Tim Chung when he went 12 million to 11, it was a bit weird. But there was another one as well where
The youngest here.
when you go so big, you just polarize yourself and you do eliminate those sort of weaker hands that you can have in your value range. So I'd have gone a little bit bigger than quarter, but I don't dislike it.
Maybe he's
He's,
underage.
I think he's the youngest.
I'm 35.
No, no way.
Yeah.
Someone just pointed at Tim and goes, I think he's the youngest. Everyone's speaking about his age, and Tim just says, I'm 35.
Was it with you yesterday or Picasso? We were guessing Tim's age.
It was with Picasso.
Yeah, I went 33, Picasso went 32, I think.
Is this game?
Tim's been around for years, though. Like I remember first playing on the UK scene, like going back like 11, 12 years ago. I just remember him still being at the table. He used to have spiky hair, I recall. He used to...
Yeah, he looked exactly like he does now.
yeah, just different hairdo.
His face is frozen in time, just doesn't age.
He said you are 24. I say you have 35 business. How you are 24?
A little bit more confident now than he was, would you say?
Always staying 24.
Blind on blind here.
May bump this one up. It's going to play cool. It's only separated by 13 bigs, us and Tim. Tim can still do a lot of damage to us.
Yeah, we said this about having a lot of ace-X, and I assume we're about to be proven right. I am checking back the ace-8 off. As you rightly pointed out, Jay, in the last blind v blind.
And could go either way here as Maverick Mustakas. 7 definitely one that needs some protection. Checks it over to Tim, who pretty clear check back here. Ace high blind on blind. Always should be looking for showdown. There are some different situations where chips have gone in on prior streets and would need to bluff on rivers, but in these situations, always checking.
Probably same again on the turn as well. Should we go check, check?
Always find these spots so fascinating, blind on blind, because a lot of the time you can go different avenues and justify it.
Sure.
You look at in theory, a lot of different stuff going on, a lot of mixing. Sometimes we bet, sometimes we check. 3 of spades on the river, and should have already had some value bets in mind after check turn, but clear as day now once we river 2 pair.
Yeah, and Tim's obviously got to decide if he somehow has checked down something with no showdown that he's now bluffing.
It's kind of interesting because the orbit before it was same situation, but Tim this time just snap folding the ace-8.
Yeah, it's just very hard for him to have, you know, 9 high here. I feel like he is going to bet at some point with it. So nice fold from Tim. Very aware with what's going on. Bobby Mavro, our chip leader, 83.7 million, pulling away slightly. Not the best seat draw, but he's playing well.
Best dressed, that's what matters. Always got to be the best dressed at a final table, in my opinion.
Who's he got on the back? Number 3. Who's your number 3?
Number 3.
Is that Ben, the left back? What's his name?
Yeah, but yeah, actually, yeah, it could actually be Ben Davis.
That'd be a very rogue choice, wouldn't it?
It would. I doubt it is. I'm probably guessing he's gone for his own name.
Oh,
I doubt there's been many Ben Davis shirts for Spurs printed over the years. When you got the likes
you
of,
need to be Welsh, don't you?
Yeah, exactly. You need, if he was Welsh, I could see it for sure.
Yeah. I wonder. I mean, even with his own name, maybe it's not a number 3. Maybe it's number 8.
If it's his own name, that must be the most expensive Spurs shirt
Yeah,
in the whole world.
Yeah, paid per letter.
It's like £3 a letter, isn't it, these days on the back of football jerseys?
Used to be like 75p when I used to get them done as a kid. Big hand for Tim here. 10's in the small blind. Should be opening this. Don't like a limp.
5 seconds.
He has gone with limp. Making me look bad.
Yeah, what are we here? We are 33 effective of Saval. Yeah, it does seem fine to get to raise raise, get this in. Maybe wanting to go for the complete free bet,
Sure.
taking that avenue.
I just don't think versus big blind as well you're going to get many many sort of trash.
Not Sabal anyway. He doesn't seem the
Yeah.
type to like. As you see here, Queen Deuce off. He's actually got one that potentially is one of these.
Sure, that's why I lean to more towards open here, and you can definitely play for stacks as well in the blinds, even with the ICM considerations.
I feel like Queen High just good enough to check back with a club. Still on the look for showdown. Let's turn the wheel draw on this 3 of diamonds turn. Oh, there's Tim. Potentially starts value betting the 10s here. Target an 8, a 4, a 3. All this stuff that can comfortably check back in the big blind. Even like some potential king highs. Going to need to stick around for one.
Yeah. I think actually this is quite a good spot to go bigger than half pot. But I'm not going to question the great man, Tim Chung. But yeah, I actually quite like close to pot here.
An interesting one here, because Queen High can definitely be the best of it. Tim should never be betting better Queen Highs or King Highs here, but even with the wheel draw,
Yeah.
Sabal just feels like not good enough to continue into the mark.
Yeah. I just think there with all your value bets and all your bluffs, it's a good spot just to go close to pot.
You like them? Do it.
Players from 6 marks have already, please take your seats. We're ready to start tournament. Small blind 1,000, big blind 2,000, and 2,000. You just shut up and you put up your
On we go, Jay. I wouldn't mind losing a couple. Just, you know, get the action going a bit more. Everyone's playing well, but it is a little bit cagey.
Enjoying it though.
Yeah, true.
And the thing is, at any given moment, someone's just potentially got that mad move in them,
Definitely.
which we've seen over the last couple of days. And
Definitely. In any poker game in the entire world, the start of the game is always way more timid than it is 3 or 4 hours in, whatever
Yep.
you're playing.
yeah, this is a really complicated one for Tamazian here. 8 max under the gun. We've got 10 bigs here. I'm not sure if there's any sort of 2 big blinds just going on here. Got the whole table to get through. When we are called, we're toast. When we shove from gun, we're not getting called by any ace-8 type of stuff.
Yeah, I like this.
Actually going for the 60, 2/3 of his stack, just in case there's carnage and shoes behind and could potentially fold for a ladder.
Yeah, the odd time when you get the all in behind you. Got like a bit of a genius, maybe.
Yeah, and just in the chat box, we got confirmation. The shirt did say Davis on the back.
Davis.
Yeah, Ben Davis, who you was right.
I was
yeah,
trying to think what
he
his
was right,
surname
yeah.
was. Oh, okay. That's a weird pick, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. He's
Maybe like he won it in a raffle. I know what
Maybe.
it'll be. He'll have found it in a bin because someone didn't want it, did they? That's what's happened.
You can't say that. One of the best Welsh left backs of all time, Mr. Ben Davis. How dare you?
Nobody outside of Wales, though, is getting Ben Davis on the back, are they?
Well, obviously, we got someone here, Mavro Moustakis, big Ben Davis fan.
We need to find him after and ask him what the story is.
He's no Benoit or Surcotte, I'll be honest.
I know what it is, seriously. He's lost a bet, hasn't he?
No, come on.
He's lost a bet, and they've thought, who's the most, you know, weird, bizarre player that you'd never get on the back? Left back Ben Davis. He's not even in your first team, is he, Ben Davis? He's like the reserve.
Yeah,
Like,
these days, yeah,
He's old, right?
last season. Yeah, he's
34,
probably,
yeah.
would say he's about 34.
Yeah.
Back to the poker. Tim Chung, ace-10 of hearts here.
3 million.
There's 3 million.
Nothing for the big blind to do anything, so Tim's probably going to take this down. Wouldn't expect to see appeal, but you never know.
It's It's kind of interesting, isn't it, how the theory works. The shallower you get when you're sort of at this 10 big blind stack, you actually get to defend wider because
Yeah,
you've
of
got easier
course.
decisions at a smaller SPR.
But the 6 deuce, I think you've got to let that one go. Yeah, and that's the same as well, even three-way, isn't it?
Yeah. Just a question here from Whackman. Who's winning the FA Cup, commentators? You got to root for Palace, really, haven't you?
100% root for Palace, yeah.
City have won enough. I feel like Palace will do them, actually. Like,
I hope so.
just that City team's just...
I hope Palace do them, and the day after these charges are just all come out at once. It would be an amazing time. That's what we have to hope for as Man United fans these days.
And then they're playing AFC Wimbledon next season, City. Something like that would be great, wouldn't it?
No, I think they'll get a points deduction. That's like this season, so it just doesn't affect next season. I might be wrong. Maybe it'll be next season. We'll see.
Tim in the hijack here won't be doing anything with this, but I believe blinds will be increasing soon. Well, maybe. Oh, I thought he said call.
Like he said,
I thought he said call there. I was like, what is going on?
Yeah.
Saw this when we were at the 1.2 milli level. About 10 minutes or so left on the clock before the blinds went up. Well, some strategical tanking going on for Mr. Chung.
Oh, was there really? Wow. So the big blind goes up. Interesting. He'd be getting some verbal abuse from me if he was doing it to me on the final table.
Just got to time it so it goes up on the short stack.
Yeah. I mean, you are perfectly in your right to use your timex whenever you want, but I would, on a final table, like a TD to maybe step in if that was happening.
Well, he's got 30 seconds he's allowed to use, right? So why not use it?
Sure.
Without having to burn a bank.
Yeah, I understand, but it's not in the spirit of the game, Jay, is it?
At the end of the day, we're there to try and make as much money as possible, right? So sometimes you need a few of these dark arts.
Maybe possibly. There's a crazy one. I don't know if you saw it. The guy lost a huge pot, and he was fuming with the dealer, and there was like 5 minutes left on until the break.
Helmuth.
No, it was Eric Apriat.
Oh, okay, no.
And he basically didn't want any more hands from this dealer. He had like 20 time banks. So he literally is just grinding on the time banks, knowing that the 5 minutes is going to be up and he doesn't have to have a single hand. Just staring at the dealer, sort of growling at the dealer, just like, I can't believe you did that last hand or whatever. And it's like, in that situation, how's the TD not come in and just like, this is not what time banks are for?
It's quite funny as we take a look at the leaderboard, and it's Mavro Moustakis who has taken the lead. Been a great hour or so for him, up to 42 bigs. Tim Chung, 34 in second. Thorla dropping down to third with 32. And then Razvan Sabai, 24, Big Smoker, 19. And now Langer, Hashim and Tamazian all in a bit of a spot. 12 for 8, these bottom three here. And with the blinds increasing to 2 milli.
Yeah, they're up to danger zone now, aren't they? 8, 8 and 12 big blinds.
So I'm guessing now that it's going to be either Hashim or Tamazian in the big blind. That's why Tim was tanking, just to make sure they go up on one of these shallower stacks. We will see. I think it is Hashim, yeah, Langer under the gun. So, yeah, there we are.
Better than nothing.
What job you do? You
5 million in the middle before any action.
It's quite an interesting one now here for Chung when it's 8 bigs in the big blind with 6s. Yeah, and he is going to go for this adjustment.
Goes for 2.5x.
I spoke about this when Fowler opened into one of these sub 10 BB stacks.
Yeah, he's basically telling the big blind, you will be getting called. So, don't be shoving too light, mate. Let's get it through.
Yeah, I hate the ones on GG where they've just changed the time banks. So annoying.
It's terrible.
So annoying.
very good. Very good.
I always use 1 second or 2 seconds.
Yeah.
That's what I need, and I have to 10.
Yeah, so annoying.
Just a raising take with the sixes.
In cash games, you got to pay the pot now, you know.
So Nick says, don't understand the time bank tanking with these bad hands. Can someone explain to this smooth brain what the reasoning is for it? All Tim's trying to do is make sure when the blinds increase, we were playing 1.5 milli big blind. He's just wanting the blinds to go up on one of the shorter stacks, so takes a bigger hit to them. They're more likely to bust sooner.
Allegedly, Jay. That's what we're assuming he's doing. We can't be saying this for sure. Your face, you're like, he's definitely doing it. He's definitely doing it.
He's definitely doing it. But it's just awareness, like.
Yeah, I get you.
In Asia, we play, you know, because the table's so big.
And this is fine. Ace-9 off from cut-off specifically for 7.5 has to be taken as Tamazian. And it's always good as well when we're shoving into one of the stacks we actually cover.
Yeah, new dynamics now with these blinds going up. A bit more action on show. Ace-9, a very easy jam there. Let's get it through. Oh, we didn't know this. A qualifier for $125. Wow, what a return that is.
Yeah, well, great return there, but no stranger when I had a look at Garrick earlier. 2.5 million, just shy of in live earnings. So it's been around the block, biggest live score of 135k, but most of his cash is coming where he resides in Russia.
Wow, so he's had no huge score. He's had a load of 6 figures. Impressive. It's almost more impressive, isn't it, when you have loads of the 6-figure scores rather than just like one big score and then a load of little ones. So well done, that man. He's one away from another 6-figure score. Yeah, I guess he's folded that Jack 10 suited because of the short he's behind. Didn't want to get jammed on.
Ace on the button for Hashim.
Yeah.
Wow.
He's
6 bigs, doesn't take it as the outright short stack, shoving into Langer, who's sub 10 as well.
Yeah, we've sort of noticed he just kind of plays his game, I think, with a bit more thought there. You know, you just need to consider that the blinds have just gone up. You're only playing 11. Big blind's 2. There's 5 in the middle. If he does get it through, you know, you can literally increase his stack by nearly 50% just by getting it through. You have to be taking those spots. You know, if you're not totally experienced in these situations, it doesn't necessarily come naturally to you. But we're not on day 1, 2 anymore. We're on the final table. The blinds are big. You've got to be moving and a grooving, Jay, haven't you?
Yes, you have. These little shove spots are what just keeps the head above water, and
yeah, and he might not find a better spot than that as well.
That's the thing, and like
yeah,
and the problem is we go one more orbit without finding a better spot. We go through the blinds. Now we got 5 bigs. We got no fold equity. Like maybe a tiny bit, but hardly any. Like when we shove, we're just always going to be running it. We still got fold equity at 8 BBs or 7. Interesting one as Fall Up opens the King 5 suited. Shame in the cuff. Let's get out of the way, and Langer should be doing exactly the same with ducks. Chip lead up. Out of the way.
just take it down. Yeah, how many hands has he got? He's got only 3 hands, 4 hands until he's the big blind. Enough 4 mil in, and then another mil for the small. Didn't really think about it for too long either. He's 3.
Yeah, Tehran. But I live in Dubai. I mean, I rarely go, but yeah, I go.
Just to see family.
Yeah, family.
Yeah. Since when you are living in Dubai?
I lived from my 9th in Holland. I grew up in Holland.
Maybe just Raggy ace maybe just feels like raggy ace, not a good hand. Something along those lines, not actually thinking about the spot itself, but was an interesting one not to take it.
I think, like I said, he's still just playing his game that he was playing, you know, yesterday, and when you are deeper, he's just not made the adjustment to how shallow he is. Surely with this one, he is going to have to do it. No! Does fold the ace-4 suited. 5 big blinds. Wow.
Keep giving me this.
I'm even more shocked at that one.
Keep giving me A6. Wow.
With that big blind coming in a couple of hands.
It's strange. It is strange, Warbs. It's not even like there's someone that could potentially bust before us. It's someone playing erratically with their short stack that we feel like they could be out still before us. But
yeah,
Tim with a nice take here at 4 high, covering Sabaya and going to be working. You expect, like the size and choice as well, nice and juicy for in a half X, really deter a lot of the range from continuing.
Yeah, it's the first one. The small blind he's decided to open. Move the limp. I like it. I think that is the spot he should be driving the action a bit. I was quite a bit surprised to not see the hands open, but Tim up to 73 million now.
Yeah, you are actually right. 10's not opening, but going with the trash. But all this talk about balance, I feel like in a live setting, it doesn't actually really matter. Like, you can just play exploitively, and only you know your own exploits. If Tim knows there that he's just going to limp all his good hands and raise all his trash hands, if only he knows that, then he's not going to get exploited. Like, only you know how to exploit you best. But if our opponents are unaware what we're doing, you can potentially be unbalanced. So much talk about you need bluffs and value weighted out.
Yeah.
But I feel like in a live setting, trying to deviate.
Unless all the GUKPT regs are watching. with their notepads out.
Is this legit live? Yes, we are legit live. What are we? 6:15 now, local time here in Cyprus. Coming to you from the Merit Royal Diamond. We will be playing down to a conclusion. 10 days of coverage, all leading up to this main event final table. $1 million up top. Everyone already locked up north of 80k. If you can outlast one more opponent, it's a 6-figure score.
Yep, and I like these 2 folds there. 6 is under the gun, playing 10 with Hashim. So short. He has managed to find a better spot. It's incredible. He did not go with the ace-3 off, not go with the ace-4 suited.
No way. He doesn't want to go in it. Well, maybe he's
he's a genius.
He's a genius. He's the best.
It's unbelievable, really. Yeah, incredible stuff. He might find a sort of ladder here if we can have a big clash.
Might just be the best.
But ace-7 suited, Jay, you know, the big blind, you're literally about to play it.
I know what
It's
you're
like,
saying, Warbs.
He must just know there's something bigger coming.
Well, ace deuce. Next we get ace 4. Now we get ace 7. Maybe he's thinking, oh, maybe they're coming higher.
Yeah.
Maybe one of these. Quickly going to jump back to this for Fuller here. 5's in the big blind facing this hijack jam. I feel like this one probably gets in. Like, is Langer going to take deuces through 4s? Is he going to take ace 4 suited for ace deuces? Although we do have this short stack of Hashim, so maybe we do knock out a few of these hands. Maybe doesn't take deuces, 3s, these type of stuff with the stack depth of our opponent on our right. So yeah, maybe not one that's going to be too comfortable here as Fuller. What do you reckon, Warbs?
No, I'm out for this. I'm out for this massive.
Sub 10.
Yeah, but I'm just Hashim being so short. And
that's the key element. Like,
Langer's tighter than, you know, a normal 10 big blind shove here, I think.
That's another good point, player dependent. I saw the ace-9 off-fold blind on blind from him yesterday, which if I feel like Fuller's seen that back, maybe feels like he's not going to take some of these jams that we dominate, which is really important.
And you don't mind sort of leaving him where he is.
Yeah,
you know what I mean, it's
really good fold.
It's just not a spot I'm taking. And I'm always a bit like cringy to say these spots because it's like, oh, you can just see he's got queens, but I'm sort of pitching those 5s pretty fast, to be brutally honest with you. But what a genius, folding the ace-7 suited there.
Yeah, I know. Could,
just
would
knew.
have been out the door.
Smelt it, Jay. I mean, he would have still had, you know, 33% equity, wouldn't he? But yeah. That's actually a really bad beat for the queens, isn't it?
Yeah.
You just should be up against the a7 suited and essentially knock him out.
Where's your line of pairs there from the big blind? You calling sevens?
Calling sevens definitely, sixes, I don't know.
And fives just like the one that feels like knocks out.
Sixes when hungover, yes.
Sixes when
sober,
hungover,
fold.
like it. I feel like the point you make is valid. When Hashim sat there as short as he is, Langer's probably going to really tighten up that range, and like deuces through fours probably don't even find their way in.
Yeah.
And then maybe we got a few hands, some ace-5 suited, ace-4 suited type of stuff that we do dominate.
Maybe, yeah. Just think maybe Langer even maybe rose those ones, but
The talking point about that hand is how Hashim still sat there after not taking the jam with the ace-7.
yeah, and he's the big blind next hand. Is he next hand or the one after?
This might be one of these spots where Sabal wants to size up to 5 milli here with...
Yeah, let's see if he's kind of noticed the adjustment. The other, no, he's not. The other players have, the couple of players have made.
Either way, 2 bigs, 2.5 bigs, going to get the same result. First in the Spanish, that is 8 deuce off.
Yeah. Might seem like a small thing, but it is a really good adjustment there to make it 2.5x.
Someone in the chat makes a very good point here. Fella had 80 million, I think he would call, but it's if he has because he's got 60 million, he goes down to 40 million if he loses. So
Yeah.
future game and final table is something you do need to take into account as well.
Exactly. A third of your stack is a big chunk.
Something that we overlooked perhaps in the spot, not thinking about what happens if we lose and what happens if we win, and it seems like the downside heavily outweighs the upside if we call in that spot. And Langer, King Queen suited here from +1. Really awkward 12 bigs. We know that Hashim's going to be all in, probably in the next orbit.
Yeah, there's definitely an argument just to fold here, isn't there? Cal's gone with the chippy V shove, and he's run into it. See, here you go. Here you go. This is exactly what Jay's been talking about. You can play chippy V, but ICM is just way more important. And with a big blind about to pay, you know, 4 and then 5 million of his 11.
I don't think Ace Jack gets the call here because
Oh,
I'm
you
not.
don't?
I'm not going to assign.
Oh,
like,
interesting, okay.
I'm not going to assign this type of stuff. Like I feel like Ace 10 off probably just folds for Langer, right? I know we can see he's got King Queen suited, but I'm not comfortable here with Ace Jack off as Maverick Moustakis.
Okay, well maybe I'm making a mistake here because I'm in.
Like it's different if it's like further around the table, but we still got. I know with Chip Lido, still got what 5 players behind us here.
Sure. You called it, Jay. You called it.
I think that's a good fold. Ace Queen's kind of like whatever. Is what it is, but same point that we just made with the 5s. Like this shove from Langer should probably be snugger than what is perceived because Hashim's going to be all in within the next orbit.
Yeah. Here we go. Now in the big blinds. Very curious to see what's going to transpire here, and if he does have to call off with a much worse hand than the ones he's seen in the past orbit.
Yeah, I know. Last time, I'm not talking about this. I'm talking about last time. It's all you guys. And these lines, you guys always ace that. So it doesn't matter.
It's always a very interesting dynamic if you have 2 or even 3 players super short, and everyone else is just completely handcuffed.
Well, to be honest, I prefer to know their audience. Obvious. I don't want to open and shove. Get shove from S10 and give them 30%.
An aerial view there of the trophy.
Little sneak peek there, wasn't it?
Good chunk. Really nice seat to be in. Second in chips. Gets to see what Maverick Moustakis is up to first before we V-pip.
Yeah, and he doesn't need 2.5x now because He's only playing 11 total and 4 in the middle. Does just have to fold this one.
And Hashim, who could have taken a few shove spots.
Yeah, he's got a million now in the small blind. Leaves him with 6.7. And the blinds are 2 million. Very, very tricky for him now. I've just received a very funny message from a friend. He's put, "It's so funny listening to you say that you'd fold every spot on that final table." Because the last time that I was on this final table, I was not folding any spot. I was just absolutely going for it. That has made me chuckle. We haven't forgotten the greatest FT display ever he's put.
Where did you come in that tournament?
I chopped it, but came third.
Oh, there you go. You folded your way to third, mate.
But yeah, there was a lot of FU ICM spots.
Oh, okay.
Now he's listening to me go, "Yep, I fold there, easy fold."
Yeah, just fold queens on the button, yeah.
Yeah. I'm trying to give advice of what you should do, not what I do. You know?
That's the thing, isn't it? In game, completely different thing.
Yeah, whilst also trying to predict what other people will do. It's a very tough job, this, Jay, isn't it?
But we love it. As we pick up here, small cup, 9-5 suited here. Really interesting take from him because these two stacks can just reshove, right?
Yeah.
And like we have to call off is the small blind reshove when they've only got sub 4. Interested on open here from small cup. And Langer with the queen jack off here. Really awkward one. As we are aware, it's a decent ladder, substantial now. We outlast one more opponent. Queen jack off still seems too good against button. Got to defend in my opinion, but he is going to fold and let it go. And if small cut getting that high up to fold, then
yeah, that's very surprising. But I have touched on him being a bit tight in certain spots. Maybe when you are short, you can sort of maybe only be thinking about, you know, what you're opening, what you're jamming, what you're folding, and maybe he's almost kind of forgotten there that off that stack now, because he did win that last all in. You can be peeling there versus button, and you obviously dominate a fair few of the hands too. So
thing is, we're going to have some jams there as well, right, Smoker?
yeah,
12
sure.
effective in the big, and what was it, 4 effective in the small. We are just going to play a lot of open jams with a lot of our range that wants to continue. So going to be a lot more polar when we go for 2 bigs on the button there.
Yeah, a bit of an opportunity missed there from Langer, but 8 left again. You know, everyone's just waiting for him to bust, isn't they, Mr. Hashim?
Yeah, well, he's literally got 5 hands before, not forced all in, but would have to call off in the big blinds, not going to be able to fold.
3.5 bigs with 2 in the middle, you're pretty much committed, aren't you? Do you look, Jay? You know, when you get a walk, are you sick? Do you look, or do you just quietly muck?
I look, I'll be honest, yeah,
I always look. It's just so stupid.
Yeah, I'm not that sick that just muck it into the muck. You have to look. We're curious. We're human beings. We're inquisitive. We want to see.
Negative free roll, isn't it? Because it's never putting you in a good mood. It's always putting you in a bad mood.
7 deuce, 8-3 off, 9-4 off. Oh, lovely. Got a walk. Would have folded this to an open.
Okay.
Half full, mate. Half full.
Yeah. You should never look, but I always do.
And Thalis Sinopoulos, I will bar you from the chat. Can't really win with a Spurs jersey on.
Spot on.
You will see.
Though, isn't it?
It's Mavromusakis is going to start. All the trophies are going to come in. If he wins this, watch the Spurs for the next 5 years. Everything, quadruple, quintuple even is going to be coming out for us.
Do you know what? It's actually a huge worry if he does win today in his first. It's like an omen, isn't it, for next week?
Get your money on Spurs.
Oh God. I can't live in a world where Spurs win things.
And here's another one from Brent. Says, do you guys always look to if there's a miss still?
Do we always what, sorry?
If there's a misdeal, so if the dealer misdeals and like you've got 2 cards in front of you and then misdeal and everyone starts throwing their hands
Oh,
into
right,
them up.
no, because that hand wouldn't have happened, would it? Whereas the one you look in the big blind, I'm like, that guy could have easily opened. He's probably folding the A7 suited when folding to, and you look down, you've got kings in the big blind, you're just raging about it. No, misdeals, whatever, innit?
Just a quick one over at DTD Player. The Bittersweet podcast says, I've known Tim for over 15 years. In that time, he has remained very good looking, very skillful, and very lucky. Absolutely sickening. Great comms, lads. Lots of love. Ali Ayub.
Nice. How can you know someone who's 14 for 15 years? Shout out, Ali. How you doing, bro? Yeah, this is going to be an open from Mr. Mavro. There are some interesting dynamics. With the big blind pretty much forced all in. A couple of hands time.
Yeah, real good time for Mavro Mustakas and Tim to really get after it. Like if one of these middling stacks now opens, like
yeah, definitely.
Just going to be free betting a lot more of our range. Like even here for Sabao, it's not the nicest. I kind of like this fight.
Yeah.
Like we flop top pair. Like we're not happy pulling free streets unless we flop a monster.
Yeah, agree.
There's no need to get involved right now. We got 3 stacks that are dwindling away. And like if we had a 3 places, we're all talking about 1 ladder. Let's have a look at the 3 place ladder. We were at 8 left, 80k. If we outlast 3 more opponents, we can have 230k locked up. That's 150k in the back pocket.
Yeah, that's a lot of tournament first places, let alone 5th. So yeah, there's plenty of time later on for some more aggressive play. I do like the jack 8 off ball there. I really am expecting Hashim to wake up with a big hand.
How does he do it?
I was about to say it. That's exactly what I was about to say. I was like, I swear, this is a man who just will wake up with kings or something. Like, his patience has been rewarded. This is not normal though, guys. Like, you don't usually just wake up with these hands.
Yeah, just misses pretty, 3 clear shove spots in spots where potentially could have been out the door, dodges them, and then just finds a top 5% hand. When he's got 3 big blinds.
Yeah, patience rewarded.
And what a spot as well. Fella calling it off with the 7-4 off, only 15% equity, and Hashim in terrific shape.
Would you consider folding there just because you like keeping him short, or do you think you just have to go with your price?
Yeah, like 3 bigs is kind of that one when we're in the big blind. I don't think we get to fold anything.
Yeah.
It's actually just north of 3. Maybe we got like some bottom 2% folds.
Sure, but I mean, he's obviously got the best seat. Is there ever a world there where you just like, yeah, I kind of like you being short because I can put pressure on everyone else?
I see what you're saying, was actually.
Yeah. I'm not saying I would. I'm just sort of considering it now. You know, if you had maybe like 4, 5 big blinds, so he's got some outs here, hasn't he?
Yeah, so flop the gut shot on the king 8-5. 4 rolls off on the turn. So now 6s, 7s, and 4s all available for Fala. Hashim needing to fade to get back to 8 big blinds. Fades on the 9 of diamonds river.
Full double. 16. He needed that. He's got a very expensive big blind to pay soon.
Really interesting point to make. Is there ever a world where we want to just keep him in with a more shallow stack?
Yeah, just because he has a great seat, doesn't he? I guess he doesn't have as many chips actually. He isn't chip leader, so I think it's a bit of a moot point. But if he was one with 88 million and you know all the others were.
I always find that's like the cusp below 3 big blinds is like any 2 call.
Sure, yeah.
When we're in the big and 1 already invested.
Yeah.
Hashim. Dodging bullets if you like, but in a different way than most. Dodging them, just making some folds that others probably wouldn't have made.
I'll tell you what though, Jay, he might have folded if he'd seen that he folded the A7 suited, A3 off, and he'd just be like, oh, this is just 4s, 5s plus.
Hijack open from Mamu Moustakis here.
Yep, nice hand to do it with. You got it through.
And suddenly now Tamazian, after going through that big blind there and losing 2 bigs, he's only working with just shy of 6 BBs now. So we got a 10, we got an 8, and we got a 6 big blind stack here with significant ladders.
Yeah, the dynamics certainly changed from maybe 30, 40 minutes ago. Keeps it exciting.
Jay, what would you say is a bigger trophy for Harry Kane, the Europa League or the Bundesliga? I'd say Europa.
Europa or Bundesliga?
I feel like for Bayern Munich when they won the Bundesliga, what, countless times.
Yeah, it's weird that, isn't it? Because you'd say Bundesliga's easier. I don't know what's bigger.
It's only easier for Bayern though, right? For the rest of the teams, it's tough.
That's what I mean, yeah. Yeah, interesting. I think if he could choose, he probably would go Europa, wouldn't he? But huge hand here. Later on the button.
Fella, just going to be opening here.
The Butchers.
I think 5 suited for Schmolka here, and like in general suited and gap going to be fine to defend versus the button open, but like it's a really interesting situation now. Like we're 17 bigs, we've got 3 stacks, 10, 8 and 6 bigs.
Yeah.
Like we make 150k if we can outlast those 3 stacks of Smoker, and like we have situations where we flop a piece and potentially still behind, and here's a great example.
Yeah, it's a 33k jump. You know, just over 6 buy-ins. I think again I would have a tendency just to fold this pre.
Right, we're just
Get the steps.
when you haven't got the spot in front of you, you can't visually see it. You just got to use logic, right, in all the given situations. And I feel like the times that like Faller's going to open all the suited stuff better than us, times that like we make a flush, although going to be minuscule, just out the door, and suddenly all that equity up in smoke. But no pun intended.
And Thaler recognising, you know, this is a flop. Does hit the big blind and does go for a bit of deception here. Checking back the king, just obviously fine. Smolka just over third on the turn. I do expect check here. He's got to decide whether he's facing enough bluffs.
I agree, just only having you as check. I don't even think block's an option for 2 million. I feel like we have to check this over on this King River.
Yeah.
And this is the thing, it's not necessarily even going broke warp. Sometimes we do a decent proportion of our stack and suddenly we're congested now with the other 3 short stacks, and our probability of busting next is just as high as theirs. It's an interesting one.
Yeah. I'd like to see a sort of three quarter pot bet here. River. He's going to use a time bank.
Yeah, King, not the best to be getting paid on. Like, gonna lose something like 4x, 5x. It might elect a lead turn. Even like a 9's gonna have a tough time continuing with the stacks distributed how they are. But we will see what size.
I guess with the whole range, there's an argument just to have one size, which is 150% all in. You know, there's a bit of a dynamic, isn't there?
I feel like that. What you're saying there is spot on.
Yeah.
Like with the situation and the stack depths here, maybe we do just get to go for all of it with our bluffs and with our value as Faller here. But either way, the 8-5 of smoke up into the muck. But them 4 bigs that we just do that hand, it could be crucial down the line.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I don't lie, bro. That's why he was tilt on me, but he should tilt on himself, bro. He has 28 big blinds. I can, okay, I have normally top range when I 3-bet him, for sure. He knows this.
He's almost not far off 100 million now.
It's Kunsui. It's top
Mr.
5%.
Mapro. Tim Chung there in second with 73 million. Yeah, we've got two pretty short stacks, sub 10 bigs. Hashim with 8 bigs. No longer 8 of 8. Garrett, Tamazian there, just the 5 big blinds. Got some work to do, Jay, haven't they?
They have. Their work kind of is outlasting one another in their head. That's what they want to do.
Yeah.
They're not going to be comfortable getting it in unless we find a top-end hand.
Next one out, of course, as we mentioned, $80,000. And the next jump is 113.
Yeah, nice one to open here as Mavro Mustakas, especially with all these shorties here. Shouldn't really be getting any light free bets from any of the middle into big stacks. You should be playing honestly. And this should be a great example here. Pull up 30 odd bigs. I feel like one that ever just gets out of the way here, Warps.
Yeah, maybe. I don't particularly like the 3-bet here, so
I don't think 3-bet's an option.
whether he does call or... Yeah, fair enough.
It's hard to dish King Queen suited into the market north of 30, isn't it? But it's just like I know percentage-wise, it's only going to be a really small percent of the time, but
Yeah.
times are up against better King X, the Ace King, the Ace Queen, even Ace X of clubs.
Your hands, it's not face up, but there is a lot of King Queen suited here. He does go for the snap check.
I'm surprised at that from Mavro Mustakas not to c-bet this board, because Fowler should get stripped with 3s, 5s, and maybe even 7s at this distribution. So
Yeah, he checked really quickly, and I think normally, yeah, you're right, you would check here a lot on this board, as it does hit him. But yeah, he doesn't really have the 3s, 5s, 3s, and 7s. Yeah, he's spot on. So
maybe check raise. Idea from Mavro Mustakas here, but
I'd love a check raise here. Yeah.
I'm just going to check fold and gives Fowler credit, but I feel like a board that we could actually continue on just with the dynamic. Shouldn't be any sets in there for our opponent.
Maybe Fowler actually has quite a lot of traps there, you know, just flat the jacks, queens, kings, aces with the shorties behind him, and so maybe that was on his mind a bit. I'm not sure I'd maybe have a 3-bet range there at all. Might just flat everything.
There's definitely some spots. I've seen some spots like when it's KG ICM that we actually get no 3-bets at all. We just play call with our entire continue range, like aces and kings just flat.
Oh, I agree.
And
well, there you go.
All about waiting, right? Aces for Tamazian. What a sight to see when you got 5 big blinds. It's a dream of dreams.
I wonder if he's if he's actually going to open rather than jam. He is. What's he done? 4? 4.5 from the 10. Oh.
Yeah, if he's jammed, we're obviously snapping it off for 5 bigs, King Queen against the cutoff. But what is this sort of 2 big blind open? Is it like the megaphone? I got aces or kings?
No, I don't think I would think it was maybe as suspicious as it is, but it's a bit weird, isn't it? Like,
why is it like? If
sometimes you put in 5 or 6 of the 10, but to just put the 4,
But let's think about this one. If he's got ace king, he jams. Ace queen jams. Any pocket pair, he jams. King queen suited, he jams. So,
but he is also kind of committing himself by going 4.5. So you don't know if. It's a bit
well, let's see if there's any shock horrors on the run out. 7-8-4 rainbow. Likely to have this locked up on the turn as Tamazian. There it is, 3 of spades, seals the deal.
He does, yeah.
Back to 12 BBs, and Langer going to be left with 6 here. It's actually really interesting because like it's a snap call against jam,
of course,
but when he makes it like what 2.25 bigs. It's like we have to jam there with king queen. Can we just flat? Is there some boards we I don't know. Like,
Do you know what? I think you do have to jam, and I'll tell you why. You don't know how people are thinking, and some people do potentially do that to try and make the hand look stronger.
yep.
You know what I mean? They are pretty much committed, aren't they? I think you can get into a bit of maybe a leveling thing with yourself, just thinking, oh well, this must be super strong, and now I'm gonna, maybe try and get away from king queen, and
Yeah, I see it. I see it.
I think
I feel like
It's
being
not
in the
though,
booth for many an hour over the last sort of 7-8 years.
You think that's just aces?
When I see that,
Yeah.
maybe different online, but in a live setting, when I see this sort of 2 bigs off of these like 6 or less stacks, it's just always the blade, mate. It's just always the blade.
So what would you do there with king queen?
I'd just call and see a flop. Yeah, we got to call off when we flop 2 overcards on any board anyway, but maybe there's like 1% of boards that we get to fold. Maybe like the ace deuce 3 mono where we don't have a suit, keep a smidge of equity.
Right.
I'm not sure. It's a real nuanced spot. It's not going to happen very often because you don't really see many 2 bigs off of 5 big blind stacks.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Back to it. Fella, ace king, opens to 4 million. Bit of movement for him last orbit or so. I'm just going to get the raise and take through there. Like, it's all good, like, plug in a spot and seeing, like, what the computer spits out, but, like, just pure experience and watching stream after stream and final table after final table. And
Yeah.
if you see something over and over again, and it's always these particular hands, then just sometimes you got to assign it to them. I'm not saying we get to fold the king queen,
sure.
but I feel like we don't necessarily need to jam.
Yeah, there's loads of spots like that where you can go with your gut, and it's because you've been playing for 10, 20 years, and you've seen it hundreds and hundreds of times.
Exactly, this is the thing.
Smoker here with the 6s and the hijack.
I feel like
13 and a half.
feels like a fold at this distribution. Not blocking any good hands. If anything, just blocking some trash stuff.
Yeah.
All this 6-2, 6-3, the stuff we want to fold behind. Block that up.
I agree.
But Merrick's actually shocked me. Like, we've done a lot of FTs, deep stuff this week. Like, people like still opening these pairs. Like they've not looked at the spot with ICM. Obviously, in terms of chips, we're always opening, but
Sure, he has gone with jam.
yeah, this is optimistic, I think, from Smolka. Yes, we've only got, what, 13 big blinds, but what, we're 5 of 8 right now.
Yeah, that's the thing, isn't it? It's not about the big blinds. It's literally where you are. 5 of 8.
He's going to get it through. Does pick up an extra 2.5 bigs for his troubles. Once again, the times we just run into it, not blocking any of the good stuff behind, it just blocks up the trash, these small pocket pairs.
It's almost as simple as there as sort of risk reward. You know, he has got that through. He's won 5 million, but it doesn't really change his position that much, does it? So you get it through. The reward is not great. Well, you know, you can also get called by ace king and double, and you're like, yeah, look,
there we go.
But I'm with you, Jay. I do like a fold there, being 5 of 8.
Yeah, another toughie. Sam's the end. 12 bigs, king jack suited. Once again, one that we'd love to get involved with, but it's just a cagey affair at the bottom of the pack. To be fair, if we are going to take some shoves, we do like some potential suited Broadway stuff, slightly more equity when called from +1.
Yeah,
still 6 to get through.
That's the problem, isn't it? Being +1. I wonder if he might open this though. Okay, he's gonna open. Looks like 4.5. Trying to get it through.
How many times aces, bro? How many times aces?
Sabal here, queen 7 of clubs here. Should be a really snug range for Tamazian, opting to open off a 12 bigs, but once again, the stacks sitting how they are. Does cover. Do get to defend slightly wider when we cover the opponent. Much more risk for our opponent than there is for us.
Good. Oh,
Action, 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 action. Certainly an argument for Sabai to just check raise all in here.
Well,
That's the
forget
covering,
check raise all
that's the
in.
covering stack, but yeah.
Yeah, much prefer your avenue that you suggest, Warbs, rather than this one. Goes for the donk. It looks like Sabai is counting out here.
I'm quite surprised about this. I think he's just thinking about his hand rather than the +1 range.
Exactly that.
As you said pre-Jay, he should be pretty snug. So actually, the snug hands that open, you know, they do hit that flop pretty hard.
Yeah, and now you're getting like 2.8 to 1, so with a flush draw, you only need like 27% equity within the pot.
Yeah,
this is the problem.
You can't fold now.
it's easy when you get aces, kings, easy.
So we're going to have a 50 million pot here, and it's a flip.
No, I cannot fold it. If one big blind inside, 4 big blind more.
You have the queen?
King, queen.
Yes, that's queen. Is it?
Sabai would be down to 21 if this doesn't go well for him. Kind of out of nowhere, this hand, isn't it?
Yep. Like, so important. Bit like a chess match, guys. Always make these decisions before you do the move in the first place. Get yourself in tangles.
Yeah.
Shocks me when people go for a raise or go for a bet and they don't know what they're doing when their opponent jams. Like, what are you thinking in the first place? Something's got to be going through the head, right? Like, if we choose the better flush draw here, we need some sort of plan when our opponent jams off this stack size. We know he's got 10 bigs. He's got a stack that can definitely just send it into the middle. So that's Sabal here. What's our plan, sir?
Yeah.
When we lead, as you say, I feel like maybe a bit of level 1 thinking going on, only thinking about our hand, not thinking about our opponent's range and what it looks like and how our hand and equity performs versus that.
Wow.
Folds the flush draw when he potentially could have just checked called a third. It's insane.
I'm surprised he's not called there, but yeah. Okay.
Pretty mental stuff. Maybe feels like there's some ace-x of clubs in there potentially.
Yeah, I guess he was worried about that, wasn't he?
If we're going to bet fold the flush draw there, sir, just check call in the first place. Probably going to get a 4 to 1 price anyhow on that board.
He can't have king queen of clubs. He can't have king jack of clubs. So you're only worried about the ace flush draw.
Interesting donk lead.
That's what we're playing for.
Yeah, that's the difference. Like, they're playing for $1 million. We're sat here just covering the hands in the moment. It's difficult because you know if you call and you lose, suddenly you're in that danger zone remit, and sub 10, not a good place to be.
Yeah, playing for multiple days. Most of these guys have been on the features as well the whole time, so be feeling it.
Just
nice
a walk.
to get a walk with 7 deuce, yeah.
It's been a strange FT. Seen some interesting post-flop stuff, but even some of the pre-flop stuff always go back to like these little pairs and stuff like that. But maybe it's just the case people haven't looked at the spot. Like, if you think of the percentage of the field that actually finish a poker tournament, sit down in their office chair, load up the computer and start running the stacks that they are playing against and how the ICM and what it spits out, what we're meant to do. Like, I feel like that's just what it comes down to. People who haven't actually sort of plugged the spots themselves. They see a pair and they're like, a pair's a good hand, I need to open it. And
yeah, possibly.
When you delve into the spot and you actually...
Possibly as well, Smolka thought maybe that Hashim, who somehow manages to find it when he needs it, and Langer maybe wouldn't be calling correctly. But Yeah, I was with you on that sixes one. And he gets some action. There's quite a few big hands.
Didn't work, yeah?
Now gets it through. Does pick up 5 million.
Hashim finding the hands when he needs to.
He's hanging around, isn't he?
He is.
Hanging around. And if he does manage to, you know, finish 7th, 6th, something like that, he'll look back and he'll laugh at me. He'll say, yeah, that's why I folded that ace-3, ace-7 suited,
Laugh at both
ace-4
of us.
suited.
Waving $1 million in our face.
yeah. Long way to go to win that. Yeah, I was just thinking if he got 7th or 6th, but yeah, if he does get first, he'll certainly look back at those hands and tell us he told us. Still 8 remaining. Bobby Mavro with the kings.
Not going to stop with that, are you?
No, I love it. As to whether he loves it, you can also find that out later, but no action.
That's an interesting one. The chat feels like should have been calling off
Which one?
the queen at 7 of clubs, just moving over to the GG streaks in the chat box. A lot of
Yeah.
people can't believe it.
Yeah.
A lot of abbreviations of words, let's say. Just 3 letters thrown in the chat. And no, we're saying 27% is what we need versus range there. 2.8 to 1 on the call. 2.8 to 1 on the call needs 27% equity versus range to break even. The actual equity that your hand had in the spot was a lot higher, I know. Overcard at flush draw. Going to be eking towards 40 odd %.
Yeah.
Maybe slightly more. RFID accounting for dead outs. Yes, this is the final table. Do take a look at the chat boxes every 10-15 minutes or so, guys. Any questions? Anything you want to ask, you can fire away. And Smolker here knows that potentially Hashim tighter the most. Still 5-3 off, not really
Here's my friend.
anything good about that hand, no removal.
Yeah, I'm sure he's got some steals in there. Maybe wider than he usually would, but that one he's just gonna let it go.
Yeah, and agree with chat. I feel like we should just check call there with the Queen 7 of clubs. This is the thing, our opponent's probably not going to go too big on Jack high board, just probably bets third. We get 4 to 1 to just see a turn with an overcard and a flush draw.
Yeah, for sure. You can definitely check call. I actually thought he was the type of player to just check raise all in,
Yeah,
but yeah, he went for the
But if he didn't want to run it, he can just take his price to the turn in the form of a check call, which was strange, but we don't know what's going through the players' heads when they're sat there. A lot of pressure playing for this amount of money. Lights on them, cameras pointed in their faces. A lot of pressure. Not wanting to make a mistake in front of the thousands of people watching.
Of course. Smoker deciding here. Okay. Just gone for the rip. Big blind only playing 3.5 bigs.
Oh boy. 2 million, 2 million. 1 million. Take off here.
Yeah, he's going to give us a decision. I don't know about you, Jay, but I'd be binning this. You know, there are worlds when you can still ladder even though you are the 8 of 8.
Yeah, that collision effect can be occurring.
Yeah, somehow he is dominated. He does flick it in, but you know he's going to play $1 million next hand, leaving him 6.3. But then he does have a number of hands before the next big blind.
Yeah, I wouldn't be calling this as lang up.
Yeah, agree.
Frustrating to get dealt this one with this shallow, but not really. Not much else we can do.
But again, it's not a super deep FT, you know. 7-6 mil, they double up twice. You know, you're more than back in the mix. Yeah, you just gotta fold.
See what happens when he's get doubts 2 cards.
We've got about 10 minutes remaining of this session, guys. Going to be coming back to 2.5 milli BB, so going to shallow up again. Good little session. Lots of talking points.
Yeah, lots of really interesting sort of sticky, hard to play hands, not quite sure, on the line type things. People have been really in the tank.
One thing I've learned about commentary over the years as well, just looking at the chat box, you try and help people, you try and break things down for them, and it just goes over their head. Someone saying he had 37% equity there, not 27. I'm not saying he had 27% equity. That's what we need versus range to call.
Yeah, the problem is, Jay, you do go on a bit, so it just goes, you know, it's like in one ear, out the other with people.
But I'm like, step into my lab and they just start smashing things up, Warps.
Step into my lab. I like it.
I've got flasks and Bunsen burners flying everywhere.
It's an interesting place, the chat box.
It is. We have some fantastic viewers. We have some that can be quite taxing.
Yeah, there's a bit of
But
negativity, but I mean, overall it's positive stuff. There was a big Romanian contingent yesterday, wasn't there, in the chat box?
Tamasian here, ace 9 suited, 16 BBs.
Wow, no, not sure about this.
This is...
Yeah, it's pretty wild.
It is pretty wild with
wild with the shorties.
With Langer there, with his free... Langer's loving this. He's thinking, wake up with something, Mavromustakis.
Yeah, it's another situation where, you know, 16 big blinds, it's a lot of chips at this point on this table. You've got to be considering where you are of 8, not necessarily how many chips you have. You know, lots of points in the tournament with 16 bigs and 10 bigs and things.
That's
you know, sort of day 1 and on to day 2.
It's just...
You could be making those plays, but you're risking a lot, and there's not much reward when everyone folds.
Just make it 2 bigs as well. Like if we want a VPip as well, just 2 bigs it off of 16. Look at the stacks around us sometimes.
Sure, but not everyone's as familiar with the spots as maybe you are, Jay. So you know you've got to understand his thinking there. He didn't want to open and maybe face 3-bet things. He just wanted to take it down. But yeah, just the risk reward there is just not good.
Aaron, what here? Has put less distance between him and Mavromustakis. A6 off, not going to open though. Banger here, king on the button.
Yeah, he's gone there. He's gone with the 3 big blinds. We'll be getting called.
I'm pretty clueless in these spots, I'll be honest. Haven't really looked at much of this stuff when we are outright with 3 bigs. Like, what do we shove here on the button because we have no fold equity against the big blind and we have another 5 hands to look at. I'm pretty clueless in these spots.
I think you are actually supposed to be quite tight, which is what we keep saying, but you know, it's just the fact that you are getting called from the big blind. He's not in a similar situation to you. You know, if he maybe had 8 big blinds, 7 big blinds, he still has to be folding a lot. But yeah, king 6 off just doesn't play too well against pretty much 2 random cards. He has got it in good though. And he is looking to double to 16 million.
It's looking good on the Queen of Spades turn. Fading jacks and 9s. Does exactly that on the ace of hearts river. So Langer now back to 7.5 bigs, and still with 8 players. Picasso's going to come back and think, what's happened the last 2 hours?
He lost.
I left with
lost
8.
one, yeah. Oh, he left with 8,
Yeah.
didn't he? Yeah, yeah. Wow. Yeah, both doubled. 16 and 15 million for Hashim and Langer. Someone has to bust sooner or later, Jay.
Yes, they do.
And then again, we'll have a totally new dynamic as the FT goes on.
A quick shout out as well to UK poker legend Wadey in the chat box, tuning in, rooting for Tim. Thanks for the kind words, Wadey. Hope you're enjoying the coverage, sir.
But empty bottle.
Yeah, shout out Wadey.
You pushed it? Me? Yeah. Use
He's
all
been
my
around
good
since
on
the
that.
dawn of time in poker, isn't he?
He has.
Maybe that's where it starts.
And like Tim Chung, he looks exactly the same now as he did 20 years ago.
I'll take it.
Just with a beard now, isn't it? Smoker out the way with the ace-8. And Hashim just keeps finding these hands when he needs
does,
to.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's the hand finder, all right. And 8 bigs here, pretty easy fold for Langer. Not calling off ace-6 off.
Oh, so 8 big blind shove.
Campus.
Tim's going to have to go with this, even though Shim is tighter than most.
Even though Hashim's not taking a7 here,
He's not
and we
taking
know,
A7.
and we know he's not taking a7 because we've seen it.
Yeah, he might even be taking ace 9. He might even be taking 6s. But yeah, it's you know, Tim's playing just shy of 60 million, so he does have to go with this. And we're off to the races, and suddenly Shim here potentially 37 million.
Imagine the scenes.
Tournament poker, I mean, so unpredictable.
Lucky number 8. Yeah.
And I believe this is the last one before we head out on a quick 10-minute interval.
If you'd have told me, you know, 20 minutes ago when he was about to pay that big blind, which was half his stack, that he has a spot for 37 million.
That's not a good start.
Yeah, it's
Some
not.
scenarios. We're done and dusted on the turn to a chop. Gonna need one of these 6 outs. Ace or queen. Just looking at the top of the screen, only 4 in there. So a 4 outer required. Hashim, who's been bobbing and weaving to stay in this. It's a jack of diamonds on the river.
Valiant effort. Mr. Hashim, he grinded well. He does pick up 80k for 8th.
We really enjoyed watching him as well. Hashim, decent score. Be happy with that. But the other 7, more than happy to lock up a 6-figure payday. And there are the payouts on the right of the screen, guys. Nice little session for us there, Wolves. Lots of talking points. A few spots where potentially could have gone the other way. But we are taking what I believe is going to be a 10-minute break, guys. It will be Picasso and Warbs in situ when we return.
Yeah, by no means in a sort of ABC last couple of hours. It's been very interesting. Some very tough spots for the players.
Beautiful shot there of our stage with the trophy in front of it. Feel like going to be 5-6 hours time before someone is lifting that above their head with $1 million to come for them. That's going to be 10 minutes that we are taking, guys. Quick look at the stacks before we head out on break. And after that hand, Tim Chung, basically identical with the other 2. Actually is identical with Thala. And
Yeah,
just
basically 3 chip leaders, Jay, isn't there?
one
Yeah.
big blind separates them and Mavro Moustakas, Tamazian, Smolcut, Sabal and Langer with work to do. We're on a 10-minute break, guys. We will see you shortly.
and gents, and we're 7-handed still at this final table. Very cagey affair here. MPP main event FT. But the man at the top, Mavromustakis, 33 bigs, pretty sick distribution here. First, second, and third all have basically exactly the same in chips. Then you've got Tomasian, Smolka, and Sabao all basically on the same stack. And Langar, the only one cut adrift with 6 bigs. So this is a very tricky ICM situation for the shorties. And even for the chip leaders, Warbs, 30 blinds effective or so. We're getting incredibly shallow now. And here's a spot. Awkward is how I would define this for Smolka. Obviously want Langar out the door. We could still go for a min raise. I would expect him to do it with this hand, and does.
Yeah, basically three chip leaders now, Andrew. And then after that, yeah, so many ICM dynamics. I know we keep mentioning it. But that's just all it's about now. It's just about where you are of the 7 left, rather than, you know, having 5 big blinds, 10 big blinds, etc., etc.
And look at this. Round to Thaler, who has the big stack, so to speak, could look to drop the hammer on Smolka. Problem with this, Warbs, when you do it and you're wrong and run into it, all of a sudden you're on the short stack, but I'm expecting him to do it, and yeah.
Yeah, you got to be a little bit careful, because obviously +1, his range is going to be super snug.
Sure.
But I think ace 10 suited's just about good enough, and you are one of the chip leaders, aren't you? So
seems good, and I think especially Smolka, who's going to find the sort of king queen off, ace 10 off, ace jack off, king jack off hands of this universe, maybe a couple more sprinkled in.
Sure.
If he thinks people won't play back.
Yeah, and you do pick up 11 million when he folds as well. The blinds have just gone to 2.5.
Yeah, pretty crazy distributions here. That's a nice pickup. Thaler takes the outright chip lead on his own. But yeah, this is just one of those spots where all the shorties want to outlast Langer. Once he's out the door, they want to outlast each other. Chung, Mavromustakis, and Thaler want to leverage pressure. So it's going to be intriguing as we watch this one play out. Of course, first place money, $1 million.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a game of chicken when you get 2 or even 3 short stacks. Obviously, it's amazing as one of the chip leaders here.
Yeah, these are the spots where I just expect Thaler to lean non-stop. So he could have a raise non-all-in Warbs. Don't know the exact stack of Tomasian yet. You can jam here for sure. But he's going for the non-all-in. I think this makes sense. Okay, 32 Tomasian.
Yep, I like it.
I think Thaler just been one of the most technically on-point players I've seen throughout this week. Haven't really ever seen a hand where I've thought, right, you've made a huge mistake here.
Yeah, I did notice him with about 75 left in 2022 in this main. Yeah, he's a pretty solid player.
And he's feeling good, big smile, up to the bones of 90 million for him.
When is new high score? Anyone got new high score yet? What?
So still 7 in the hunt. I believe everybody with over 100k locked now.
Yeah, we've got the 6-figure scores now, 107k for 7th place. Not a bad few days' work, is it, Andrew?
Absolutely not. The action folds around, you'd imagine, to Tim Chung, and he has a candidate here, ace 10.
Yep, certainly going to be opening.
Yeah, like the only real problem for Tim now is Thaler 2 to his left. And if you get it through him, you should get most of your opens through.
Yeah, this is a bit of a bad beat, really, running into it.
Wow, and like this is kind of wild in that Thaler is supposed to go ballistic here against Chung.
Yeah, I agree. When I said bad beat, I didn't necessarily mean, yeah, it's not like a cooler of hands, but it is bit of a
it's a situational cooler, right?
Yeah,
for
exactly.
Sure.
Yeah, and but there are players that could lose their mind. I think Tim's probably just going to fold, but it is a very suspicious spot.
Yeah, it's one of these where you just think
he's just called. Whoa.
Okay.
I don't like that. I think it's...
Yeah, I think against an aggressive player like Tim, who could actually 4-bet non-all-in
Yeah,
at
definitely.
the stack depth, I think is not impossible.
Exactly, then you just 5-bet rip it, and then the hand's over, and you just win a big pot without any worry. So.
I'm a little surprised. I guess he also thinks that Tim will overfold to 3-bet, which is not unreasonable.
Yeah, sure. He's obviously trying to keep in one of the hands like he's got.
Right.
The worst ace-x opens.
Sure, and when it comes ace high, we could potentially win a big one that way. As it stands, over to the Queen 9-8-2 diamond board. Interesting that Tim decides to c-bet this one. I thought he would check and float. Does have the ace of diamonds and the 10 of clubs, which is down the streets a beautiful bluff combo. That was not going anywhere for one. Big moments all of a sudden. 27 million in the middle.
Yeah, I guess you can. That is a board that really hits Tyler, doesn't it? You know, he's going to flat things like 8s, 9s, 10s, maybe even a few traps and things. But yeah, I wouldn't expect the ace king to flat. I'm interested to see now whether Tim does 2-barrel this. Very, very difficult on this board.
Yeah, he has kind of one of the best semi-bluff combos in my eyes.
Sure.
You know, you block the 10 jack of clubs that potentially could peel. You have that ace of diamonds if you want to unlock a treble, but this is nasty kind of spot out of position to the chip leader. Does wave the white flag on the turn at least. I must confess, I thought he would definitely check flop. It's one of those that I don't think Thaler folds a single hand here in position to small.
Sure.
And we can maybe check raise occasionally if we want to get really after it through to the deuce of spades.
I think a flop check raise is really good, yeah.
Yeah. Now it's one of these. Once Thaler checks back turn, right, he's just got showdown value orbs, right? And what can we credibly rep here is a bet check bet. Like we're trying to fold out a 9, right?
Sure.
Essentially.
And Thaler could very easily check back a queen here on the turn, but Tim is going to go for it.
Credit to him, he's sort of recognized here that most of the queen X in his mind bet turn.
Really small.
Yeah. I don't really understand this one. Trying to dislodge ace jack?
Maybe, yeah.
King jack?
Just trying to think whether something like 7s folds flop or does peel.
Sure.
Nice, so yeah, he does work it out, and it's very confusing, that one actually. You might have to ask Tim about that one after to see what he was trying to make fold.
Right, like he must have a reason for it.
Yeah, and you can't necessarily think he's going to have ace jack and ace king, because ace jack off and ace king off, you'd assume he's going to 3-bet pre, so it's a bit of a weird one, yeah.
That is a strange one for me. Maybe trying to dissuade the king 10, king jack suited of the world of bluffing large size when
possibly,
we check.
Yeah, but a great pot for Thaler. He's now on 110 million.
Yeah, massive result. And all of a sudden, you know, no one's really taken charge of this final table yet and put daylight between themselves and the field. With that pot out on his own, 110 million for Thaler. I always find spots like that intriguing. I'm sure Chung has his reasons. The kind of 10% pot river bet.
Yeah, he does have the, just going back to Thaler there, he does have the best seat, so, you know, most chips, best seat position.
Yeah, he's loving life now.
Yeah, you'd have to make him a bit of a favourite now at this point with 110 mil, but it can all change.
I would agree with that. Tim now going to activate with the ace in hand. You know, we see this all the time on final tables. The big blind has sort of 4 bigs back. Nobody's going to want to clash here with Chung, so I actually quite like this as a raise.
Activate, I like that.
Activate,
like that
baby.
Yeah.
Well, he's activated himself right into a better hand. Unfortunate that Langar does wake up with ace queen.
And he is sadly committed, isn't he? He will not be loving this, but you've got to throw in the extra 7 million.
Remy spot for Langar now. 30 million in the middle. There's at least 3 players at the final table anti-railing him hard.
Yeah.
The perils of the FT.
Everyone wants those ladders.
Here we go then. There's a 4 in the window, followed by another one. And a queen. What a sick flop.
If you want to win tournaments, you've got to get lucky.
Chung running down the ace queen does have backdoor hearts.
Yeah, and maybe if Tim does go on to win this hand, to win this tournament, he'll look back at this 30 million hand. What's
Incredibly pivotal moment for Chung. Will take him to 85 million. Langar, one out, one chance, or he's gone in 7th.
Gaga. Sweat.
They are.
They
And
do
it's
lose him.
GG, 3 of diamonds on the river. Brutal run out for Langar. Just needed to hold off his man and was back in the mix.
Yeah, it's hard luck.
Yeah, what a moment for Tim.
As you can see there, 162,000 of the jumps now, getting bigger and bigger.
One of those spots where if we lose this pot, we're down to sort of 50 million, and really now just have to tighten up. We didn't be able to open many pots. What a time to ping 2 4s. And GG's to Langar, what a sensational run. Congratulations, as we say to him, taking home 113k for 7th.
Yeah, he grinded hard. He had some frustrating hands, had to fold. But yeah, very unlucky there with his last one.
Tim Chung, he's on to complete the clean sweep of
Yeah,
busting people.
I
That would be something.
I forgot that, yeah. He's knocked out all 3 players, yeah.
Yeah, so all of a sudden now Smolka on 8 blinds, Sabao, Tomasian both locked on 12 to 13 each. And Thaler still with sort of a 10 big blind lead on Chung and Mavro Moustakis.
Yeah, and the 1, 2, 3 here just have such a huge advantage, don't they, over 4, 5, 6?
Yeah, it's
4,
nuts.
5, 6 have got to be so tight, and they're just hoping for the other 2 to bust, really, because, you know, the difference between 6th and 4th place.
About 100k-ish?
Yeah, it's 162, 229, and 316.
Oof, 150k ladders.
It's a huge difference.
Yeah, well, Chung with momentum and a strong hand under the gun, 6-handed king queen for him. We have seen that Sabao and Tomasian have sort of been very solid and patient. I did catch the queen 7 of clubs hand that Sabao defended between him and Tomasian pre-break. As in my eyes, the only real big mistake I've seen Sabao make.
Yeah, Queen 7 of clubs, wasn't it? Yeah, he decided to lead, and then he got himself into a bit of a pickle and ended up folding.
Yeah, that was a curious one. I mean, maybe just got a little bit of a brain fart, right? Happens to the best of us.
Yeah, other than that, he's played pretty solidly.
Yeah, they're both looking to outlast Smolka. Chung loving life now. Potentially we're starting to go against him. The ace-10 hand and then the ace-4 running into ace-queen. What a run out though. So 6 remain. If you are just joining us, guys, Mediterranean Poker Party 2025 main event final table. Myself, Andrew Headley, and Steve Warbs on the call.
It's a bit of a troll, isn't it, when it comes to Queen 4-4. He's
Oh.
queening his ace-4. You're just like, what is this?
A disaster, isn't it, really? And this is just an example of the experience of Thaler in my eyes.
Yeah, definitely.
Like
He's looking at the small and big blinds, and although they have, you know, lots of chips, he doesn't mind so much now. You know, with 6 left,
Yeah, I mean,
he is chip leader.
Tim's just not incentivized to tangle. Like, he's not going to fold
Exactly,
ace-9, obviously, but if he looks down at a jack-7 here and stuff like this, queen-8s of this world, you can see him just releasing.
Sure.
Ace-9 going to make the cut, though. Off to the jack-9-5-2 spade board. Middle pair for Chung, just 10 high for Thaler. Does have the betting lead, and of course the covering stack.
Yeah, expect to see a bet here. There's plenty of turn cards he can barrel. Lots of hands he can get to fold.
Yeah, something that really works in your favor here is that even some of the strongest hands for Tim, like if Tim has ace-king here, I'm pretty sure he just defends and doesn't 3-bet, so you can actually get more flop folds than you think, obviously depending on sizing.
Yeah, sure.
I like this choice. Let's go ahead and size up half pot.
Yeah.
And this is uncomfy for Chung immediately. I don't expect him to fold a hand as strong as ace-9, but you're not loving it.
Yeah, agree.
Let's make the call. And we're heading down the streets. Thaler, already thinking to himself, what can I barrel? What kind of textures look good for me?
Yeah, it's an important point, isn't it, when you do get called, to be thinking ahead. What cards are you going to give up? What cards are you going to continue to barrel?
Yeah, this is a great card for Tim.
Yeah, Tim's loving this.
Just becomes really difficult to barrel off as Thaler.
short. And even with queens, kings, and aces, he's gonna slow down as well. So
Sure. Yeah, I like this check. Very aware. And what a good run out for Chung. Deuce of Diamonds, river. Now with the decision warbs, do we want to put a bet in of our own here? Are we seeking value? Do we want to allow Thaler to potentially delay and reopen the action with a bluff?
you're obviously supposed to, because you have so many missed straight draws and missed flush draws yourself. So you are definitely supposed to value bet this.
6.5.
Right, you could potentially get heroed by a fair few hands, right?
Yeah, and you only need to go a small size as well as he has done. So
Yeah, looks good.
yeah, well played from both.
Now, all of a sudden, Chung drawing level with Thaler. In fact, taking a small chip lead.
Yeah, pulled away slightly. Every pot now just so big.
Just amazing how it can change, right? Like if we lose that ace-4, ace-queen, we're
Yeah, for
in the
sure.
murky kind of fourth and chip spot where we can't do anything. All of a sudden, opportunities arising.
Yeah, even early on when we saw that huge laydown with the queens, you know, it's if he jams that, it's just a very, very different FT, isn't it? Yeah, 6 left. Tim Chung, the first man over 100 million.
Oh, 200.
And knowing Mr. Chung like we do, I do expect him to start trying to ramp it up wherever he can.
Yeah, definitely against those 3 shorties for sure.
Yeah, Smolka now getting short, 8 blinds, but is within touching distance of Tomasian and Sabao. And immediately here you can see Tim. There's an argument, Warbs, I think, to open any 2 cards. And yeah, he agrees.
Yeah, for sure.
Like Sabao, you can't really do anything right with the bulk of your range.
Sure. He seems very likely to just be all in or folds. So, yeah. He might possibly peel, but I don't particularly like it.
Nah, I don't think we can peel this.
No, I agree. I'm just trying to think it as him. He might,
Sure.
Yeah, but yeah, you just gotta let it go.
Stranger things have happened, especially in this poker room.
Yep, Tim Chung just recognizing the situation now.
Kind of feels like open season time. Although he does, of course, have to be wary. Thaler 2 to his left with a big stack. Romustakis, who's shown himself to be a fearsome competitor. Also still in there with 80 million or so. Great spot to be in. 5 people standing between you and $1 million.
Yeah, a lot of that sort of early pressure with 9, 8, even 7 left has gone now. And three big stacks are going to be a lot more comfortable.
Yeah, and they're not really incentivized to clash, right? We already saw
Sure.
Thaler just peel the ace-king against the Chung Open.
Exactly, yeah.
And so, like, those 3 basically thinking, right, lads, let's get rid of these 3.
Yeah.
And then we
Sure.
can go to
No, exactly.
war.
Yeah, you do that kind of is what you're thinking. You just
Yeah.
think, you know, wait for these guys to go, and then we can start playing. And
Yeah.
sort of Tim for sure has made loads of final tables, so it's kind of bread and butter for him now.
Wow.
Thaler get a walk with the ace-queen. I heard you and Jay on the stream saying, do you look? And he said he looks.
I always look.
Do
I
you? You
I
always
as
look.
well. Yeah,
I
it's
never look. I never look.
very fishy, isn't it, to look? But
Very fishy.
negative free roll.
Yeah. What, you just can't help yourself, the curiosity.
Just love the pain. Just love moaning, and I love the pain. So
Let's be
it's like-
honest, all tournament poker players are sadomasochists.
Oh,
at
for
heart,
sure.
Let's be honest.
Yeah, for sure. You look down, you see kings, and you spend the next hour thinking, "Oh
Yeah.
God,
Like, brilliant, I've got 4 bigs. And
First time I've had a walk in 3 years. I've got kings. You know, I love it.
look at that aerial shot of the beautiful main event trophy,
Sparkly.
glistening in the afternoon ambience. Happy days. Somebody will be lifting that aloft in a few hours' time. Oof, Smolka, 8 bigs, Warbs, King 9 suited under the gun. Take it away.
It's just actually quite tough for me. Is he? He's not the shortest, is he? Or is he shortest? He is
he
shortest.
is
Oh, he is
shortest.
shortest. So yeah, you're definitely more likely to go with this then. you're very incentivized to gamble, not gamble more, but you know, to put it in more when you are 6 of 6.
Yeah, they're always really fascinating spots. Like, I think if he has 10 here, you actually could min raise fold still.
Sure.
Just with the way the chip stacks are aligned with
Yeah.
Tomasian and Sabai. But off of 8, perhaps just thinking, all right, I'm going to run it. And if we run into like an ace, jack, ace, queen of the world, it's not, you know, a disaster.
I was thinking we're 8-handed, but no, there's only 6 now.
Yeah.
We're 8-handed for so long, I kind of forgot.
Nobody wanted to leave.
But yeah, 6-handed, 6 of 6 here.
I mean, Sabao
gotta go in.
tanking, but surely not.
No, I think this is just a bit of impatience. Maybe he's not had a hand for a while, and
right.
He's wondering. But no, you don't want to be on the A7 off here, do you? For pretty much all your chips as well.
Yeah, I mean, it can't hurt.
Maybe he's thinking, you know, he's paying the big blind next time. He's going to be wider than maybe he should be.
Yeah, I mean, I'm wondering, are we due increase in levels? Like sometimes, you know, in the modern game, you tank because you want it to go up on small.
Oh
right?
yeah,
it's
possibly,
kind of ugly,
yeah.
but
we've only just come back, so
right. So you wouldn't have thought so. I'm just trying to think of a reason to tank with this hand, and
I think he was genuinely considering it, but
maybe just wants to know exactly how many chips he's got, right, for future orbits, and this one's going to be getting through. Nice result for a small cut.
yeah, he'll take that.
He's just kind of hung around, right? Hung around, just kind of what you have to do at this stage off the short stack.
Yeah, he's been pretty solid. One hand not so long ago with the 6s. He did go with jam, which seemed a bit iffy, but other than that, he's been very, very solid.
Okay, I missed
2
that
days.
one.
Yeah, I think he had like 14 bigs, 5 of 8. And under the gun 1.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it might have been.
That surprises me.
I think it was under the gun 1. Yeah, it was early. But yeah, other than that, I think he's played pretty solidly, hasn't he? And he's not had much to work with, you know. He's not exactly had the deck been hitting him, has he? So
yeah, it's still in the hunt with 6 remaining. Cards back in the air then once more. Mavro Moustakis in first position. Interesting spots. King 6 of clubs. Actually quite like this if he raises.
yeah.
Like, he's not going to get too many spots to open pots with Chung on his direct left. So potentially from under the gun, it might be the best spot to take.
Yeah.
It might get the most credit. You can see already, though, Tim, thinking about trying to punish him. You will see people take these spots with an ace in hand on the final table. It's like a game of chicken, right? You just, and look at this.
Yeah, he does decide this is the time.
I mean, this is strong, right? Strong play. 14.5 million. Sort of playing on the fact that Mavro Moustakis, if he jams and runs into it here, it's an absolute disaster.
Yeah, it's a little bit annoying if one of because there's 3 short stacks. If one of them does find a hand, he is now committed. But I guess when you've just beat Ace Queen with Ace 4, you're feeling confident, aren't you? But no, I'm only joking there. It's a good spot for Tim to do it. He's got a third of the chips in play now.
Yeah, this is a really nice find. Just keeping the pressure on.
Yeah.
You know, even if someone finds like the kind of pocket 8s of the world behind, it's a disaster for them. They can't really put it in, even like an ace 10, ace jack.
Yeah, that's true.
So it's a real small subset of hands that can cold put it in.
Yeah, I agree.
He's loving life.
And also the fact that, you know, obviously we've said it previously, but it's worth mentioning again, Mavro is very disincentivized to be getting involved with Tim with the three short stacks. So
and this is it, right? We're like, okay, King 6 suited. This is a nice spot. Chung won't come after me here.
Yeah. Yeah, there was a spot earlier and I said, like, him being under the gun is actually the best spot for him because the other 2 big stacks are early and, you know, it's a lot more difficult to 3-bet when there's 8 left there.
Yeah.
So it was quite a good open spot for him, but now with 6 left and the dynamic slightly changed, it's not as good, but I definitely would have opened the King 6.
Same, I think it's good open. I mean, like Tim still, he's not just going to look at Jack 9 off, right, and go for
he has to find an Ace X or a King X, yeah.
All of a sudden, he's on the move. 125 million now. Could have been down to sub 50 just 10 minutes or so ago.
It'd be pretty cool if he knocked out every single player, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Just,
He's on for it,
Perfect,
right?
yeah.
He's on for the clean sweep.
it's on. The perfect game is on.
Oh. Shooting for the 180, shooting for the 9 tartar.
147.
The 147. So Thaler, with an ace of his own, does have to consider that Chung's in the big blind, right? This is always what I try to look at in these spots.
Yeah.
Certainly a nice hand to open in general, but do you want to open? Yeah, I think literally if that's anyone else in the big.
Yeah, it was the first thing I said to Jay when I sat down today. It was, you know, on an FT, I'm always just looking whose button is it, whose big blind is it,
Sure.
where are we in chips, rather than, you know, I'm playing 40 big blinds, 30 blinds and stuff. So,
Yeah, all of a sudden the problem for Mavro Moustakis is that Chung is just hyper incentivized now to lean on his stack.
yeah, and he is playing almost twice his stack as well, so even more so.
Amongst the most frustrating spots in my eyes, because we have 9-10, and of course we're compelled to complete. Like our hand's too strong to just open fold, but we are going to face raise a lot. As it stands, gets a free look. Some potential trouble. Queen 8, deuce, 2 clubs. Chung with top pair. Mavro Moustakis with a gut shot.
Yeah, with the gut around the club, I do expect him to stab this one, and nice spot for Tim. There he goes, raise or call. Call.
Yeah, I think I'm with you. I don't see really any reason to raise. You know, a little bit of pot control, a nice like bit of deception also, right, that we have top pair. We're going to call here, of course, with many worse hands than that. Off to the turn we go, and it's the king of clubs. Now then, Mr. Mavro, do we want to fire it off?
Yeah, I wonder how many king highs Tim calls on that flop. Facing from the blind.
I mean, it kind of feels mandatory to go for this, but it's not fun,
Yeah,
right?
no, I agree, yeah.
I think he will. He's been really impressive.
I like the size as well.
Yeah, big old bomb, 80%. Of course, some inherent problems in that Chung is a very sticky player. And you know, this guy's top pair, Warbs, Queen.
Yeah, he does have to call, doesn't he? Just because he has so many weaker hands are
Right.
going to fold here. You know, all the 8x is going to fold.
Yeah.
The deuce is going to fold.
And all of a sudden,
But after because of the great sizing on the turn, after he does get called, Mavro should now know he's got minimum queen.
oh,
yeah, that's pretty
and
sick.
gets there the disguised way. Jack of Spades River.
Yeah, so we're just saying that obviously if Mavro knows he's got minimum a queen now.
Yeah.
So based on that, you can definitely size up here on the river, and it's also a good bluffing card on the river as well, isn't it?
Also pretty nice, right, to block some flushes. Obviously, Chung can have some of those.
Yeah.
And they're the only hand, of course, that we're worried about at this stage. And here we go. Treble barrel.
Tim.
Yeah, look, turbo folds.
Mr.
Very
Fold,
nice.
yeah. You know, he always said something to him then, like, not sure if he said nice river, but yeah. Seems quite clued in.
Credit to Mavro Moustakis, though. Very easy to shrink into yourself, I think, in this spot with the 3 short stacks beneath him. But he's showed bravery throughout the last few days. Well done.
Yeah.
Would have, of course, been intriguing to see the old 4 of Hearts river there.
I'm always rooting for the brick, yeah, just to see if they go for it or not.
Yeah.
But nice pot for Bobby Mavro.
Indeed.
Move on, 6 left.
Guys, just so you know, everyone in the YouTube chat street, we do have the feeds up. Welcome along to everybody. Hope you're enjoying the coverage with 6 remaining here in the main. Any interactions you want to have with myself and Warbs are more than welcomed.
Yeah.
As we see Thaler picks up with a big hand, pocket queens, under the gun 6-handed.
Sadly, the current interactions are 90% not in English, so we'll wait for some
that's okay.
wait for some English ones to
It'll
read out.
come, it'll come.
But yeah, it's an absolute monster, isn't it? 6-handed. Nice fold there from the 5s.
Yeah. Now then. Mavro also, I just recognized there that he's of course covered by Thaler, and this is potential disaster for Sabao.
Yeah, this is what he could have taken there with the King Jack off. And, just let it go.
I like the fold from Mavro and Mustakis there. You know, we're covered. I mean, Sabao, Samasian, and Smolka, if we just outlast them, you said it yourself, if we outlast 2 more, we're going to ladder 150 grand.
Yeah, sure. How many is he playing? Eight bigs, was he?
Sabao?
Yeah, 18 at 2.5.
I'm surprised to see he didn't defend because he is outright shortest.
Yeah,
I would
I think he
100%
should,
defend Queen Nine suited.
Should defend there, which is a bit of a bad beating for the queens.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think that's his thinking, isn't it? He's just trying to maybe outlast the other 2 now. He has now paid the small, so a few freebies coming for him.
Absolutely. But I'm with you. That's a very tight laydown, especially as the outright shorty. Like min raise, let's try and flop some equity. We've got a really beautiful hand to do just that.
Yeah.
As we see Tomasian, Jack 8 of spades.
You've got to remember as well. You know, these guys have obviously been playing for a number of days now, and they've just been playing full ring games. You know, sort of 8-handed.
Yeah.
And now I think, I don't want to say men from the boys, but you know, when you get sort of 6 left, 5 left, 4, the stacks are changing. There are players here that are much more familiar with these spots, and maybe a couple who haven't been on many final tables, because it's very hard to make a final, Andrew, as we both know.
Absolutely, and maybe a little insight into Mavro Mustakis mentality here. I would not find an open here. Like into Chung, into the short stack in the small blind who we're going to have to call, and into Thaler. Like 2 guys that cover us.
Yeah, it's very hard these days. Though.
He's just going for it, is what I'm saying.
Kings, and yeah, fair.
You know, I
yeah,
like to see it. I like to see it. I think lots of people fold. But yeah, I often find it's a challenge for the players on finals also when you've been sort of in the sort of cage and having to fold. It can be really hard to change gears, I think.
Definitely, yeah.
Right, so like once we get a couple of the shorties out, it can, all of a sudden you can...
We've seen that a few times.
Struggle to widen your opening ranges and stuff back up.
Yeah, we've seen that a few times. People struggling to change gears and other players just changing gears as soon as the situation
What a piece of time
changes.
in this is, Warps. Small guy, 8 bigs under the gun, big blind hunting us.
Yeah, you'd love to see it.
Yeah, it does just send it. Makes sense. 8 big blinds. I'm sure he would have some min raises off sort of the 10 big blind to 12 big blind realm.
Yeah, I guess a little bit on no one's found anything.
Yeah, you need someone to wake up. Tomasian wakes up with 4s.
Yeah, he's let it go.
Yeah, I think
it's just all his chips, isn't it? So
pretty easy fold, I think.
Yeah, you don't want to be calling off that.
I do always find it fascinating, right? Because you find the queens and you rip it in, but like, who's calling us here, right?
Yeah,
Apart from sort of Chung and Thaler.
Yeah.
Like, they're going to have to find a good hand, right? Like, they can't just flick it in with King Jack suited. I just don't think they're going to.
Yeah, which you very rarely do find a good hand 6-handed. So, yeah,
it's tough.
But you'll take it. You take it when you've got 8 bigs.
Oh,
queens
for
there.
sure. About to pay 5 million.
Yeah, blinds are big now. Interesting dynamic. There's definitely going to be some car crashes coming up.
There's going to be a tipping point, inevitably. Always the case. Kind of next blind level, I think, is really going to put the short stacks under maximum pressure.
Yeah. Agreed.
Right to Chung.
More than good enough, this.
Yeah.
Tim.
This pump open spot for him. Makes it 6 million.
Does go for the 2.5x he's been doing.
Yeah, I don't mind
right
this.
spots.
Just sort of dissuade Smolka from defending.
Yeah, and kind of. Oh, is he thinking
I
about
mean,
this?
we've seen Sabao tank a few of these spots, and
Yeah, he's been getting a bit, not frustrated, but a little bit, you know, maybe impatient that he's not had a good hand now for a very long time. And
yeah,
if he thinks Tim's really going for it, you know, really at it as chip leader,
for sure, I can see
go
where
for
he's
it, but-
thinking, but I mean, you just can't put it in, right? You got
No,
3 guys behind
you don't have any fold equity as well. That's the other thing. You know, 60 mil. If Tim does have a hand like that, he does have to call.
Oof, and Smolka with a very unappetizing ace deuce off. The really interesting thing here is that you actually have like loads of fold equity, right?
Yep,
Like
I
people,
could definitely see him putting this in.
yeah, like
Yeah.
people don't think they have fold
Yeah,
equity.
he has.
Yeah,
he
I mean,
has. It's another great spot for Tim, isn't it?
honestly, don't mind it from Smolka. He expects Chung to be way out of line here with the queen and king highs of the world. And
Yeah, I'm with you, Andrew.
yeah, he's ran into it.
I think he gets my money there for sure.
Like he's playing for the win. You have to admire it in these spots. Knows he gets enough folds, but unfortunately, Chung has it. Ace 9 then versus Ace Deuce. Smolka on the ropes.
Potentially 130 with Tim if he
Oh.
can hold here.
965, and look at the equities, Warbs, 2%.
Not where you want to be.
Smolka in deep trouble, and he's running deuces, or the running 3-4. Wow, deuce of diamonds on the turn.
He's only got one out.
Surely not.
I'm not sure what Tim's worried about. Like, come on. he's got one out, mate.
This would be absurdity in the extreme. Can he find the miracle? GG's. Smolka, 6 of clubs, completes the board.
Yeah, great hand for Tim. And we are down to 5.
Yeah, credit to him for going for it. I think just a sign of someone who has real high-class capabilities in my eyes, that he just decides, okay, Chung can fold here to jam.
Yeah, definitely.
I want to win the tournament.
He's definitely not committed, as you said, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he's still got $162,000. You know, it's not a bad few days.
Yeah, GG's, Mr. Smolka. Fantastic run. Let's take home 6th place money. We're down to 5. All of a sudden, Chung looking to try and run away with this one. Obviously, happiest people at the table, Tomasian and Sabao, having secured, what, an extra 70 grand, did you say, Warbs? No payouts.
Yeah. 5th is 229k. Next one, he's got 162k just gone. So yeah, it's a big jump now of $67,000.
Big old sums of dough. Of course, first place going to take home $1 million.
Yeah, the top 3 and 4 are just incredible scores, aren't they? 3, 4, 6, and $1 million.
Pretty crazy. This, of course, was a 5k buy-in, 5 million guaranteed event. Got 5.8 million in the prize pool, so crushed the guarantee. As we fold around to Tomasian, King 7 offsuit here. And there's a dead small blind, and here we go, Warbs. He takes the spot. You can't blame him. Just had to get through Mavro Moustakis.
Yeah, we're basically blind on blind there, aren't we? With no small, and he had to just run into it. Very unlucky.
You have to jam, and he runs into a big hand, called by the 9s. And all of a sudden, barring an outdraw, we're going to be down to 4 potentially here.
It took us a long time to lose the first ones, and now 78% of the time, we'll be down to 4.
Off to the Jack 10-8 board we go. Massian does pick up an extra couple of outs in the form of a 9. Whereas his opponent has 2 of them. You can see one is dead. So 4 outs for Tomasian. 8 of diamonds on the turn, no good. One more chance.
Yeah, just the king now, the 9 no good.
Right. One out erased, of course. Mavro would boat up. Can he find the cowboy? No, he can't. 3 of spades on the river. And just like that, we lose players in back-to-back hands.
Yeah, dropping like flies now.
A very good game to you, Tomasian. $229,000 for your efforts. Fabulous run. Very successful week for him. Played well, Warbs. Really just was short throughout. Just
pretty
his
patient.
Moments.
Pretty patient. Had a number of spots he could have, you know, lost patience with and jammed, and he did fold and stuff. So yeah.
Yeah, no,
played well.
Pretty much a cooler of sorts there in my eyes. Also 7 bigs, blind on blind.
He was in for $125 as well, Andrew.
Oof.
Yeah, so $125 to $229,000.
It's a pretty nice parlay, isn't it?
The house in Scotland, that, isn't it?
Aye, aye, aye. Careful.
And England.
All right,
He's only saying because he's Scottish. Yeah, house in England and Scotland.
Now then, chip counts. Tim Chung, 135 million chips, 54 big blinds for him.
And wait a second, Andrew.
Come on, then.
The streak is over.
Ah, the
Eliminated
streak
by
is
Tim
over.
Chung ×4. We have a new sheriff in town, maybe.
Honestly, you hate seeing it. We wanted the narrative.
Yeah.
Anyway, Thaler and Mavromustakis. You know, they're not too far behind Tim. It felt like for a minute there that he speaks ahead. Sabao, he's loving life. Gets rid of Tomasian and Smolka. Now the pressure's off, sort of, so to speak, for him.
Yeah,
Let's
for
just
sure.
get it in and spin it up.
With 316k locked and 7 big blinds, you know, he's very incentivized now to gamble. And he does immediately go for it with the ace-6 suited, yeah.
I mean, is this a case of just like, okay, the pressure's off, I'm just send?
I
I'd
actually
like to
don't
see
mind it. I really don't mind. 7 big blinds. He's about to pay 2 big blinds. He's losing fold equity.
Okay.
Do you know what I mean? It's like, it's not the worst.
It's not the worst.
It's really not. So 7 big, you know, he's about to put 2 in. Does he really want to have 5? And then the small blind jams. It's like, he has got some fold equity there. I like that.
Okay.
I like that. There's such a huge gap between 4th and 3rd as well.
Right.
I think he really needs to Ali Malou it, let's say.
That makes sense.
And just keep going all in.
1-2. What is it? 1-2 Ali Malou. Is that the saying?
I think so. I've not heard it before, but maybe it's the same. Yeah.
I think it is.
1-2 Ali Malou. 3-4 on the dance floor.
Yeah, that has to be such a great feeling, though. Getting the 2 shorties out the door, ladder 160k, and now, all right, lads, you can't pressure me any longer.
Yeah.
Okay, back into the action we go. Mavromustakis, Jack 10 off. Comes in for a raise, about. Comes up pretty empty, 3-4 off suit. Doesn't let it go. Makes sense. I mean, I guess we want to defend with lots of hands off the short stack, but this one pretty ugly.
Yeah, sure. Gonna need a couple of he's gonna need a couple of doubles though, isn't he, Andrew?
He is, but as we know in No Limit, right, things can change pretty quickly.
Of course, yeah.
But yeah, now would be the time to find some heat.
Yeah. That big blind's not far away again. Only playing 4-handed.
Yeah, it's interesting. You don't often get justice in poker, but kind of, you know, over the last couple of hours, we've been kind of referencing, I think that Chung, Thaler, and Mavromustakis have impressed us the most, I think it's fair to say, with how they've all gone after it on this final. It would be box office for us to see 3-handed, but Sabao's got something to say about that.
Sure, I think they're probably the most experienced, aren't they? And they've definitely played very well. But I am always interested in these spots, you know, with someone who's so short, whether there is a huge clash, and you know, he just sort of gets the he basically gets the ladder because there's, you know, 2 big hands clash.
We're gonna get the aces, kings, and queens.
Yeah, well, maybe not that much, but yeah, it can create a bit of a dynamic.
Yeah, it definitely can. I mean, we saw Thaler fold Queen 6 suited there to a single raise. Big fan of it, by the way, because Sabao.
Yeah.
What, the next ladder is over 100k, I believe.
Yeah.
So just, you know, we can make $100,000 just
316 locked, and it's 124k more.
Right.
440k
I mean,
for
it's
3rd.
insane.
It really is.
But Thaler knows it and gets out of the way. As Sabao finds a jammable hand, ace-9.
Yeah, definitely.
This could be getting called, Warbs. It will be.
Yeah, what are we, 6
Yeah,
and a half
6
big
and a
blinds?
half.
Yeah, you've got to go with this.
He's not folding. Here we go. Now then, can Sabao find the first double?
Not far off a flip.
Yeah, I mean, we're happy with this for sure. Ace-9 versus Queen-Jack then.
Yeah, I feel like both players are pretty happy with this spot. Let's see what happens. Spin the wheel.
Let's go. 36 million in the middle. Here we go. Oh, wow, and that's a pretty good start for Sabao. King 9-9, flops trip 9s. Just got to fade a 10.
Yeah, looking like one of those doubles. I said a moment ago that he needs to get himself back in the game.
Yeah, only 4 10s remaining then. Fades it on the turn. 1 pull left at it for Mavromustakis. Anything else, and Sabao retains his seat. Oh! It's the 10 of hearts on the river.
Oh, it's a brutal game, isn't it? Brutal
Oh, dagger in the heart of Sabao.
game. Yeah.
Wow, what a brutal way to go.
It is brutal, but you know, at the start of the day, would you have taken $316,000 for a 5K entry? It's pretty huge.
You'd have to ask him.
It's pretty huge.
Yeah, GG, sir. Brutal tease from the deck. Flops trip nines. And the gut shot punches him right in the stomach. Unfortunate, but GG, sir. Ooh. Oh, I mean, those ones are painful,
Yeah,
right?
they really are.
37 million, we're back in the fight. We do lose him in 4th place for 316K. And just like that, after no eliminations for kind of 3 hours or so, 4 hours of this FT,
Yeah, bang,
down
bang.
to 3. All 3 now with $440,000 locked.
Big money now, isn't it? The real big money. 440, 635, and $1 million for first. You know, there's over 2 million in prize money remaining that's going to be split between these 3.
Insane stuff.
It's huge.
As we look out to the ballroom for one of the final times this year. Bit breathless that last 20 minutes after sort of a pretty slow pedestrian spell, which you get often
Yeah.
at final tables, and 3-handed now.
I thought with 8 left, we were just not going to lose anyone. It was just going on, and now bang, bang, bang. Down to 3, and I think we're going to have some very high-quality poker coming up now,
and
Andrew. Yeah,
you know, selfishly, I was saying we kind of wanted the Chung, Mavro, Moustakis, and Thaler trifecta. 3 very gifted poker players, and they're all just going to go for it, I think it's fair to say. So we're in for a treat, I would say, 3-handed.
yeah, it's not super deep, but you can definitely be in applying pressure, and we'll see lots of interesting spots.
Sure.
There's no hiding 3-handed. You know what I
No.
mean? If you play 8, 9-handed, you can kind of get away with things and wait for people to 3-handed. You are the button and in the blinds every single hand. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, you got to cast off the shackles and play to win. And look, it's a pretty even 3-handed match, I would suggest. Mavro,
Yeah.
Moustakis, and Chung neck and neck. But Thaler, 37 bigs, 93 million. I mean, that is plenty of ammunition. So it could be a fascinating one. You know, often 3-handed, you might have an overwhelming chip leader and 2 short stacks. And these can be quite boring, dare I say, to watch when they're just running over the other 2.
Yeah, sure.
But everyone's sort of with a stack they can work with, Warbs.
Yep. We've had a little bit of a seat change there, like that. 2 at the end of the table, 1 in the middle. 3 fighters going to war.
Love seeing it. Off we go then. First hand of 3-handed play ends in a walk.
There it is. There's that action we were talking about.
There it is.
Snap war.
My God, he's only gone and walked him.
The Romanian flags are back in the GG chat. Saw a lot of those yesterday.
I'm just reading. Yeah, I know. And well, he pinged 2 9s. All the Romanian flags came, and then they unfortunately went up in smoke.
Yeah.
I'm seeing Kevin Bowley in the chat saying interesting trophy. How much do you reckon that costs in carry on?
Ooh.
Oofed.
Oh, in carry-ons, taking on a plane.
Oh,
you
well,
mean?
yeah, either carry on or in checks, I guess.
Oh, I don't know. I've never won a trophy abroad. So
Hey! I don't
know.
trust airlines. They just go after you.
Yeah.
Anyway, Mavro with the king 3 off, 3-handed, decides it's good enough to open the action.
Yeah, he looks very comfortable in this situation. I'm sure he knows what he should be doing.
Well, what he should be doing is not running into a dominant hand, which is what he's done here. King Jack suited for Thaler.
Yeah, playing 37 big blinds, wasn't he? So expect to see a lot of calling here, but
Yeah.
Yeah,
It is
very
interesting, isn't it? Because like now we're 3-handed.
oh, he just jams. Wow.
Oh.
Okay, interesting.
Okay.
Feels a bit too much. Has he got 37?
I mean, like, yeah, he does. What I was going to say, it starts to get complex, doesn't it? 3-handed, like sort of in this sort of ICM situation. I'm sure that these guys will have looked, especially last night, right? Maybe thinking,
Yeah.
okay, I better have a look and see what I'm supposed to do here, 3-handed with.
Maybe he just thinks because of the jumps and obviously the huge jump for first, it is better just to
Yeah.
run every sort of chip EV spot there.
Yeah, I must say, I don't mind it. Not something I expect to see too often.
He also might feel that these 2 maybe have, you know, not going to be a huge edge post-flop, but maybe he thinks they're a bit more comfortable post-flop. So maybe that also came into his mind, but I think it's more to do with the payouts.
Yeah, maybe just thinking also against the button range we can fold out a load of ace highs.
Sure, yeah, I mean,
some low pairs that they're
what's
not going to be able
calling
to
there?
call.
Yeah, you know, I don't think you're getting called there by 8-8 off, are you? So
Exactly, and when you do get called by the sort of 8s through 10s and the ace queen, we do fine.
yeah, sure. King Queen's folding, isn't it?
Right, this is it. So I think there's the reasons to go for it. So we see a limp from Thaler. Mavro Moustakis decides to bump it up to 8 million with the king queen. That's hand over.
Don't you know, bump it up.
You
Got to bump it up, don't you? Oh, not the second time, no. Okay. Three-handed now, exciting.
Yeah.
Surely the Spurs fan can't win. We've saying this before. Surely.
Honestly, Jay Harwood.
Chip leader there.
He'll be chirping away. I can certainly see any one of these three taking this down and being a very worthy winner.
Impossible to predict.
Yeah, this is going to be tough. Three-handed. Don't see many soft spots.
Yeah.
Well, as we see Thaler, just a shade under 40 effective, wakes up with a very big hand in a three-handed game. Pocket sevens in for the raise. Okay, Mavro Moustakis Warbs, Queen 10 off. Also a strong hand, right? Three-handed. This is where it gets quite tricky. These hands that looked a bit weaker in a multi, you know, 8-handed configuration are strong now. Makes the call.
Yeah, could definitely peel, definitely 3-bet.
Tim with the Queen Deuce of Hearts now compelled to come along for the price. So first, three-way pot.
Might be the first three-way pot we've had all day.
Which makes sense on an FT. Oh.
Wow,
Queen 10-5. What a flop for Mavro Moustakis. Top two.
Yeah, problems here for Tim Chung.
Yeah, this... Oh, my goodness me.
Wow.
Talk about a cooler. Thaler pings a 7 on the turn. And Mavro Moustakis is in deep trouble, Warbs.
Yeah. We've seen a number of times Thaler sort of cooler the other guy, I'd say, and hasn't managed to get the max. But I think there's a lot of rivers here. He's just going to be very, very hard not to see a big pot.
I mean, the problem here, Warbs, is Chung's going to at least call.
Do you think?
For sure. Like, he's not folding. And now, Thaler might raise. Like, this is the huge problem now.
Oh, excuse me. Sorry. I thought Tim was small blind. Yeah, sorry. I've misread that. And I thought Mavro led and Thaler was going to call, and it was on Tim. Yeah, but as this played now, Tim, 100% has to call from the big blind versus small blind lead. And
as played, it feels like Mavro Moustakis might be about to get stacked because Thaler surely, Warbs,
every time
going to bump this up.
In every spot he's had a strong hand, he has always fast played it.
Yeah, and I think it's very reasonable here, right? Against two ranges.
Yes.
Super disguised set. There's all the draws. There's all the Queen X in there.
You've got to think, you know, what's he check back on the flop? He's now potentially raising.
He's going to raise, man. This is one, even though...
I guess he's trying to rip, you know, the ace jack of diamonds, ace king of diamonds, something like that.
I do get you. We have almost like no bluffs in the real world is what you're getting at.
But
like if we have the nut flush draw here, we just call, right?
Sure.
And take the price.
Yeah. But having said that, I don't think it matters. This is just a classic cooler now, isn't it? So
a stone cooler.
There's no way Queen 10's folding. He can also have just like 7-5 suited, 10-7.
Right.
So it's not like the Queen 10's under it here.
That's
you know what I mean?
it, right? There are worse two pairs. This is just a disastrous cooler.
Yeah.
Let me ask you, Warbs, what's the play? Do we just call here? Are we looking to just get more money in now?
Personally, I think you should be, but I'm not going to berate him for jamming here after Tim folds. I think you're up against, you know, worse value.
Yeah. And like
a lot,
and you block two of the flop traps, right? With the blocking the top set and second set.
It's just whether you think that you're gonna lose value from the 10-5-7, sorry, the 10-5 and the 7-5, etc. But I feel like you could just call. But
basically feels like you only lose to a set of sevens. It really does feel like
yeah.
one hand.
Yeah,
And he
does.
sent
Oh, I
it
just over
in.
it. Here we go. Wow, what a
Oh.
pot this is.
Sevens.
My goodness, and he's going to get the horrible news that he's run into a turn set.
It's very sick, isn't it? It's just very sick three-handed playing for $1 million. You get this situation.
$1 million for the win, and you get stone coolered. 211 million chip pot.
Incredible.
Biggest of the tournament. Thaler, 93%. Mavro Moustakis, 3 outs one time and cannot find it through to the 6 of diamonds river. Sometimes this game is incredibly cruel.
It's the time to run good, isn't it? Three-handed for $1 million. You know, we've played 2 hands. Just gets the top 2 versus the set.
Brutal stuff.
Yeah, really
I mean, what
is.
can you do? I just, as I say, I think we lose to one hand.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I do wonder how much the queen 10 off 3-bets pre there and the sevens would just ship it and it's hand over. But if that's me, I'm definitely peeling the queen 10 off, and I'm definitely going broke there.
Sure. I think even if he 3-bets, the sevens can peel in position a good amount of the time at 40.
I think 7 just jams there,
You think?
though. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, maybe so.
Yeah.
I mean, it's hard to second guess this spot. Just a brutal turn of events.
Sure.
But I'm with you that when people raise the turn here, they just have it. But the only it that we're worried about is pocket sevens. Brutal one. Down to 11.5 blinds then all of a sudden. Got a feel for him. He's not out of this one yet.
Yeah, he does still have chips remaining because he was the chip leader. But wow, what a hand.
I'm not even going to make fun of the Spurs strip out of respect from that horrendous cooler.
Oh my god, yeah, we've just been talking about Spurs winning and then he's just snapping cooled, yeah.
Brutal.
Yeah.
Credit to him, like taking it in stride, and
He did take that well, yeah.
it's one of these, isn't it? You have to just get back now to focusing. Like, you're still in this tournament. There's $1 million to fight for. Never give up.
Yeah, I feel like lots of the sort of new poker players, as long as they feel like they've played it well, they don't really sort of tilt and get frustrated, you know what I mean? They think, as long as I play these hands as well as I can, you know, and I've just been lucky, there's not much I can do.
I'm on board with that.
Whereas back in the day, it was just, you know, if you lose a hand, a lot of poker players would just be
Lose
steaming.
their
just
mind.
like, yeah. It's just all about winning. But
Yeah, like, I don't know about you, but if I torch a hand and make a huge mistake, it can haunt me for days.
yeah.
Whereas when you get coolered, I mean, what are you going to do?
I'm with you.
And by the way, Thaler, penny for his thoughts. What a dream.
Just incredible,
Just
yeah.
drills a 7.
Just an unreal play. He has had a few of those this tournament. Just pretty much cool as hand over hand.
Yeah, taking a long old time for the dealer to sort that one out, of course. Wants to make sure.
Yeah.
Big old pot to make sure that everything is up to code.
I wonder what Tim was making of that.
He's kind of loving it, right?
Yeah.
In shape
you
now
want
to
the-
ladder, what, another
You just want to get heads
200
up.
grand?
Just want to get heads up, don't you?
Right, off we go then.
So how many
Time to-
chips are you left with? 30?
I mean, he's got
38?
11 and a half bigs, I believe.
Okay.
34.6.
More than enough to get back in it. Yeah, 35 at 3 mil.
Well, he's found a hand.
Yeah, touch
King
your toes.
Jack.
In it goes.
In they go. I did wonder, by the way, obviously something we see a lot of is that people put half their stack in here, right, in case Chung jams and the gentleman behind over jams somehow. You know, you might give yourself a chance to fold, but, you know, King Jack very strong.
Oh,
wow.
it's the same man, isn't it?
Wow, I mean, this could be it, and here we go.
Yeah.
What is going on? 3-handed, 2 hands played, 2 all-ins.
It's wild. It's wild.
No way I'm losing this one. That is
He's
no
got
way. That is no way.
he's got the bit between his teeth now. This is
No way.
it is amazing, you know, like 1 hour ago you're thinking, oh, this is gonna go on for ages. You need to sort of
Right.
focus, and now it's bang bang.
And all of a sudden, Mavro Moustakis on the verge of elimination.
Yeah.
Does have 43%. So far, no good. 8 deuce 2 spades, backdoor spades, 2 overcards. The only ways out of this one.
Yeah, it is a shame because he's played so well, but that's the nature of the beast.
You're talking about it as if he's out, Warbs. We've got 2 cards to come.
Just feels very Spursy, doesn't it?
Oh, he couldn't help himself. 7 of diamonds on the turn. Changes nothing. One more chance for Mr. Mavro Moustakis. King or Jack. Or we're out in third.
I'll root for him. Come on, let's have a king. King ball.
Oh,
it's paint
and
as well.
it hits the crossbar. The wrong
Control.
type of paint. Queen of Hearts on the river. What a sensational performance from him. We do congratulate him. $440,000 for third. I'm sure it's going to feel painful at the moment, but can reflect on a sensational display over this week.
Just
And I'm
like
sure
that.
he'll look back on it, right, as a phenomenal achievement.
Yeah, you know, he's played a 5K and won $440,000 and hasn't really made a mistake, has he? So, yeah, fantastic performance. And just like that, Mr. Headley, we are heads up.
Unbelievable just how quickly it has flown by, and we are indeed mano a mano. Chung versus Thaler. Round about a 2-1 chip lead, maybe a little more for him.
Yeah, question for you. Have you ever played heads up for $365,000?
I mean, I've got quite an active home game. Occasionally things get a bit spicy, Warbs, but no,
It's bad, isn't it?
maybe 365 euros.
82 bigs against 37 big blinds for a 365k difference.
Yeah, and I mean, once more, commiserations to Andreas. Fabulous performance, and we are heads up.
Agreed.
365k on the line.
Yeah,
Chung v Thaler. And I'm kind of excited for this one. In my eyes, 2 of the most technically gifted players.
for sure. Playing for $1 million. It's
Amazing.
really exciting.
All right, let's get into it.
It is the first 2 acts.
Yeah, there he is. 4-5 of spades. Very playable hand, heads up.
Yeah, you got to sort of refocus now.
Yeah,
got 2
right.
big hands, very exciting. You know, you sort of realise what you've won, but there's still work to be done. There's still the title. There's still the $1 million.
Yeah, action on Chung facing min raise. In my eyes, one that you can go a couple of ways. He does just call. Maybe wants to use the slightly junkier Queen X as a potential 3-bet bluff on occasion. Flicks in 3 million chips and flops very nicely on the Queen 7 Deuce 2 diamond board, Steve.
Yeah, it does look best. I did a bit of heads-up commentary, didn't we, earlier this week in the 1K? Now here we are again. That was a very long heads-up. We'll see how this one gets on.
I'm really looking forward to this one, not to be disrespectful to the one early in the week. I think these 2, they're going to go to war.
Yeah, I agree.
Really easy continue, of course, for Chung. Just whether we ever decide to take this one upstairs. See what he decides.
Yeah, that's what he's considering now.
14.
Yeah, looks like an announcement of raise to me. 14 million.
I wonder if having the 8 of diamonds was the deciding factor for going for the check raise.
Yeah, I mean, just heads up, right? Sort of 35 bigs deep. Top pair is a monster and just wants to get value.
Sure. Obviously, having the combo of 8 of diamonds, you can sort of balance it out, can't you? The times he has the 8-5 of diamonds, something like that. So, but yeah, it's obviously a super strong top pair hand there.
It is, of course, hand over. Nothing that Thaler can do with just 5 high.
You do also get a lot of value there because, you know, when you check raise the Queen 7-2, your value range is a lot thinner, isn't it? So you can definitely get looked up by ace, king high, floats and things.
For sure.
No pairs folding, so yeah, I like the check raise there.
Yeah, I'm with you. A little unfortunate that Thaler would just nothing to continue with. Tim now, 8-9 off. Elects to limp from the button, 40 big blinds effective.
Both these players do seem very unfazed, you know. We have lost players so fast there, and there's been no sort of, you know, glasses off, deep breaths, anything, you know, they're just straight into it. I like that, you know, very, very focused.
I'd be there doing yoga poses and deep breathing to try and contain my excitement.
Very in the zone, and here we go. He's decided just a couple hands in, he's going to try and lay a bit of a marker, and he's chosen the 8-6 off.
I have to say I'm a little surprised at this one. This is typically the kind of mid-range hand that just doesn't mind seeing 3, you know, more likely to ISO like an 8-4 off, 8-3 off in my eyes, but it's going to bump it up. And
I know what you're saying, but I don't. This isn't my style. But with a 2-1 chip lead, I don't mind aggression at any point, really,
Sure.
pre-flop as the chip leader. So
Oh,
there we go.
9, 9, 5, 2 clubs.
It's not,
Potential clash develops. Thaler with the betting lead and just 8 high. He's going to be pretty happy with this texture, right? When we've
Yeah,
bluffed
definitely.
pre-flop.
yeah, it's not a bad flop for him.
Chung just sitting there with the trip 9s. Very interesting. Thaler finds a flop check.
These paired boards heads up are very, very good to attack as well. So I would be very surprised if this is handover on the flop.
I would agree with that. I don't think we're ISOing to fold a gut shot if Chung activates, and would make sense for him to put money in the pot. Here he comes, 8 million.
Activate.
I must confess, this one's intrigued me. I thought that we would see bet this board and just try and clear out the sort of
Yeah, I agree.
Queen 10, Jack 10 red, right, of the world.
Do you think he's going for check raise?
He might. He's not folding, is he?
Whoa.
That's outrageous. And
Yeah.
he somehow found it.
You have to check call there. I mean, that's
Wow.
just a bit too tight versus 8 million.
Is
But
that like a live read spot or something? That's
yeah, it's-
insane.
it's strange, that one, because you can call it go check check on the turn a lot, and you know you could maybe rep an ace for a king and things after check check, and
I mean,
yeah,
if
it's a bit strange.
If your man has a 9 and we turn a red 7, it could be tournament.
Yeah, that's true also, yeah. But
I gotta say, yeah. I mean, I said insane. It's not insane, but when we ISO this hand,
it is a bit insane, to be
it's
honest.
kind of
yeah.
insane, right? Okay.
You've got a gut shot. He's better third.
I'm not losing my mind.
The chip
Okay.
leader, you can call there. I mean, I know you've got 8 high, but anyway, on to the next one.
Yeah. Maybe he's just got the magic eye. I mean, we've somehow check folded there into the 9.
Yeah, I mean,
Chung seething.
if Chung does not win this tournament and he watches it back, he'll be a bit confused by that one for sure. Yeah.
All right then, dealer change. Plow on. Guys, we're heads up. Main event. 2025 MPP closing our coverage with a bang as we see Thaler. Queen 4 offsuit. Is this a misdeal? Okay, just a bit of banter. Queen 4 then for Thaler. Starts with a limp. Very pretty hand for Chung. Jack 10 of diamonds.
Yeah, you want to be opening this versus limp.
43 bigs deep. You would imagine we're going to raise this one. Tim agrees. 12 million. Hand over. Thaler with nothing to defend with. As Chung starts to eat into that deficit. Started as a 2-1 dog. Now 3-2. They're plenty deep, right? That's the thing. Plus 40 bigs heads up. It's certainly deep enough that we could have a slugfest on our hands.
Yeah. It's the best, like it.
It's nice though, right? Like that they're not both 20 effective. and
Yeah, yeah.
Sort
It's
of relying
not,
on coolers only.
It's certainly not bingo now, is it? Yeah, there's some.
Yeah.
There's a lot of play.
Action back on Chung then on the button with a very strong hand heads up. King 9 of hearts for him.
Yeah, I think even with less chips, Tim Chung will fancy this. Fancy this heads up battle.
Yeah, let's start with a raise. 6 million. Thaler is pipped with the King 8. Certainly not going anywhere, Warbs, with a hand as strong as this.
Yeah, it's an easy peel.
People asking in the chat, any heads up deal? Absolutely not. They are going to play this out for 365k straight.
$1 million.
Queen 7-6 rainbow then. Chung still best. Overcard, backdoor straight and flush draws. Not much for Thaler to get excited about here. Just king high.
6.
Now able to which is a button.
40% from Tim. 6 million. These spots are tough, Warbs, right? Because you can have the best hand. You do have an overcard. You've got some backdoors, but it feels like one of the worst hands
Yeah, I
that we
think
can
it's.
continue with.
I think it's maybe the line, isn't it?
It feels like it.
You sort of definitely call in,
Wow.
you know, the King 8 suiteds, but
Very nice. Finds a check raise. I would rather raise this than call it, and very nicely done from Thaler.
Yeah, I think I'll probably just fold, to be honest. But he has gone for the aggressive play, which I said at the start. You know, when you are chip leader, I don't mind the aggressive play at any point, really. So fair enough.
It says, have some of that, Mr. Chung. You're not going to be able to run me over. I think we're going to see some high-level plays in this one. Both guys kind of aware how wide the ranges are, heads up, how much they're going to have to go to war. Nice pick up for Thaler.
Yeah, on to the next one. All these hands on table onyx, of course.
Yeah, it was our main feature table all week. Of course, we tried the revolutionary new 3-feature table format. I think it went pretty smoothly as we see 2 trashy hands here, heads up. Limp from Thaler, 10-3 off. I'm going to check with the 6 deuce.
Yeah, obviously a fine strategy. 40 effective to be limping buttons. You can obviously open as well, but seems to be the strategies he's gone for.
Yeah, not going to be folding many hands, heads up. As we see both players flop a piece, goes check, check. Chung now improving to 2 pair with the 6 deuce. Tricky spot for Thaler, has the pair of 3s only. Chung's trying to induce a bet here, checks it over. Thaler not going to take the bait.
Yeah, reasonable from both. And I would like to see a check from here from Chung, to be honest.
Yeah, it's not unlikely that he goes for check raise and fair play.
Yeah.
Just hoping Thaler has a queen high or some kind of hand that needs to bluff. Can a 3 seek value orbs?
No,
I don't think it's impossible.
Yeah, I think just check is best.
I get greedy here and try and get paid by a deuce.
Sure, but it's not even like you've got the best 3, is it? And Tim can definitely put 3 there. And it's also quite nice to show your opponent that, you know, you sort of can get tricky in spots, you know what I mean? So
don't you just love these spots when Thaler just looks at him on the river like, ah, cheeky boy.
Yeah.
Cheeky boy trying to trap me.
King 9.
Yeah.
No, I think I'm with you. I do like the strat.
Yeah. Very relaxed, both of them.
Yeah.
Nice to see. I guess just having that 635 locked up is a nice feeling from a 5k buy-in, isn't it?
It's funny, isn't it? Because this is like the most important time of the tournament, right? You can make an extra 365k. But that can be a bit of a battle inwardly because the pressure's kind of been released now, and you're thinking, oh, well, I've locked 630.
Sure.
I'm sure they're both hyper-focused as we see Thaler has a very big hand, pocket 10s. Looks at 12 million to go. Now, Chung with a hand, Warbs, I'm going to go rogue and suggest that occasionally we limp re-raise
Yeah,
this.
definitely. 100%, yeah.
I know that's what he's thinking about.
Yeah. I'm just not sure how that ISOs as much as maybe he should. So.
Honestly, it had a spidey sense here. It's just
It's a good candidate to do it,
hand, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a good candidate.
Unfortunately, we've run into a really big hand.
Yeah.
How do you think Thaler approaches this spot, Warbs?
I think it's better just to play jam rather than have clicks here, but could be wrong.
The thing that's really interesting is Chung repping a very strong range here, right? And that's going to contain some very strong hands heads up, maybe like hands like 9s plus, right? That want to get more money in, maybe 8s and 9s plus, and the big ace-jack suited type combos plus, and then the rest some bluffy stuff like this.
Yeah.
I wonder if we ever call. Like, I wouldn't be shocked to try and keep in some of the bluffy stuff, but 10s is tricky, huh?
Yeah, I think it's been out of position, and you can still get so much value, can't you, just by jamming? So I think jamming's okay.
Yeah, you can get called by worse, for sure.
Yeah. Don't
mind it from Chung, just kind of runs into the big hand.
Yeah, a little bit unlucky, but it is always interesting to know versus limp how much he is ISOing and if he is ISOing enough junk and to make it profitable.
Yeah, that's a pretty big swing.
Lots of people don't have too much heads up experience, and
99
actually
Right.
versus limp they're just not ISOing it enough junk there to make it good. But I think as you picked up on, King 3 off is a good hand to do
I
it
think
with.
that's a fair point from you as well.
Yeah.
What am I looking for?
It doesn't play too well, does it? Sort of peel him King 3 off there.
Yeah.
So the fine play, well played from both.
Yeah, absolutely. Does relieve Chung of 27 million chips. Thaler up to 255 mil. Kind of back in that 2-1 chip lead territory. In fact, more than that, has Chung down to 96, so 32 bigs effective with the deuce 4 off.
Yeah, I wonder if he does. At what point, if he does keep increasing his chip lead, he would start opening buttons there, but limping or he will continue with it. And Tim going after it here. This is what we were just talking about. The trash hands that just
What an
don't play
interesting
well.
sizing choice, by the way. 6x.
Yeah.
Going for the hyperpolar.
Yeah, I like it. And the
I'm
queen,
not sure I do.
the Queen 6 suited is supposed to call it. I mean, I think it's supposed to make it 5x. I'm not sure.
Okay.
6, but you are supposed to go with the big sizing, I believe.
Intriguing one. And Thaler,
Yeah, the
like
Queen.
these spots kind of confusing, right? Like, why have you gone so large?
Sure, but the Queen 6 suited should be peeling that,
Oh.
especially if someone is so polar. You do just beat all the 9-3 off and things.
It's just kind of one of those spots, right, that if we haven't faced it very often in the past and all of a sudden our opponent's asking for 18 million, it's uncomfortable, right?
Yeah,
With
no,
just
for sure, yeah.
with just queen high.
Certainly not standard, and
Yeah.
if you are unsure, then I would always go with fold.
Yeah. Yeah, Tim looking to leverage pressure as often as he can. Knows he has plenty of ammunition to damage Thaler. Indeed, if he doubles up, he'll take the chip lead. So there's plenty of play in this one. Hasn't disappointed so far. They're trading blows.
Yeah, it's been good action.
Yeah, and Chung finds a big hand.
Yeah, real hand now for Tim, which
6.
seems quite fair, doesn't it? We've had a few hands from Thaler.
Interesting one for Thaler. King 4 off. Somewhat similar to the situation Chung was in a few minutes ago.
Yeah, Tim not going with limp. He's going with the open strategy.
I feel like these guys are just super clued up, and I could see Thaler taking this spot also. Yeah, and it's just,
he could do this. He
is going for it.
Stack.
This is a great battle.
Yeah, it really is already. Tim obviously playing 33 blinds-ish, so he has decided to put the pressure on with the king.
And a very welcome development, you'd imagine, in the mind of Chung. Just deciding, do we always send this in? Is there any other way to play it?
I think Tim might 4-bet this, but could be wrong. Gone all in. Yeah, he has gone all in.
Yeah,
That's what I would do there.
they are going punch for punch, both taking the king X low upstairs, both getting piled on. Back up to 130 million for Chung. Exciting stuff here. Heads up in the main event. Of course, $1 million for first. Hope you guys are enjoying the coverage. Whichever channel you're watching us on, please do give us a like and a subscribe. Every little helps as we wish to continue bringing you guys as much high-level content as we can. Been an absolute pleasure of the last 10 days, and we're going to finish it here with a bang. Beautiful main event trophy upon the plinth. Will be being hoisted by one of these gents in the next hour or so. Back on Thaler then. 8-4 offsuit on the button.
Yeah, I would expect to see him keep up the limping strategy here.
Yeah, he agrees. Interesting one for Chung. 8-5 of clubs.
Yeah, I would expect him to check this one with the playability. It's
Yeah.
a different sort of spot to the
Check.
8-4 off, 3 deuce off, 4 deuce off like he had a second ago. The suiteds obviously play so much better post flop.
Well, both flop a piece. Middle pair for both on the 10-7-8 board. Chung with backdoor clubs. Thaler with just that pesky little 4 side card for him. Let's go check, check, which makes a lot of sense.
Hello.
And Chung, well, improves to 2 pairs. Did see him trap check before Warbs, but that was a much less coordinated board than this one.
Yeah, I think this is a very different spot, and I expect him to lead here a hell of a lot of the time. And for a big size,
Yeah.
yeah,
I
he
think
has
this
gone over
makes
the pot. I like it.
a lot
Yeah.
of sense.
Really like it. So many 9x, 6x diamonds, all his value. It's really good, isn't it?
We've got so many bluffs, right? And we
Yeah.
have a bunch of value, and all of a sudden, Thaler in a really itchy spot against a very strong player. You know, an 8 is a lot of hand heads up.
Yeah,
And he recognizes he's got to call for 1.
100% has to call. And this could be a very big pot for him, actually, if it comes something like a deuce 3.
And it does come a 9, which mercifully for Thaler should stop further damage. Now, Tim in a real tricky spot of his own now, Warbs.
Yeah, I assume he's probably going to block and still try and get value from the 1 pair hands.
Right, is there a danger that we open ourselves up here, or you think that
Maybe
we
yeah.
have so
Yeah,
many
bluff.
Jack X and 6X of our own that the button probably doesn't bluff as often?
Yeah, he's
Wow,
gone
he's
for
pretty big.
Yeah, it's gone just 16 into 37, so just left less than half.
Thaler now trying to work out what the bluffs are. Of course, lots of them on the turn got there.
Yeah, it's just really tough now that you don't really
Just like
beat.
low diamonds.
Yeah, really low diamonds. Not because obviously the 6 diamonds as well has made the lowest rate, which you would value bet. So
Yeah.
I don't know, what's queen something of diamonds, I guess.
Queen 4,
Yeah, king
stuff
of
like
diamonds.
this.
He's something of diamonds again.
It's actually really hard to assign bluffs now on this card. It essentially takes them away.
Yeah,
Almost all of them.
you do actually. I mean, it's rare, but you do actually lose to some bluffs as well. At him, like he might just bet like
Right.
9 something as a bluff here.
Okay, yeah. It's not
So,
impossible.
Yeah, I think you just got to muck the 8 there. High level stuff.
Yeah. And Thaler doesn't
my
know
guys.
it, but wasn't the worst river for him. If it comes a deuce as you suggested, you could imagine Chung fire it in. 30 million chip bet.
Yeah, 70 bigs plays pretty much 50 bigs. It's a proper battle, Andrew, isn't it?
It really is, and enjoying it very much. I don't really give one player a big edge either. Like I think they're both playing very well.
Sure. I would give the edge slightly to Tim. I feel like he's played a lot of heads up in his career. But, you know, maybe Thaler has too.
Yeah. Very exciting stuff as we continue the heads-up battle. Chung on the button, 9-4 of spades. Up to close to 50 blinds for him now. It does limp in. Thaler with the 9-5 off. Decision on him. Gonna check this one. Once again, both players card sharing, and both players making middle pair on the Queen 9-7 board. Decision immediately for Chung, whether to seek value here, Warbs, or play a bit of deception.
Yeah, I like some checkbacks, but not this one. I feel like you can come back for value here.
Maybe use some of your 7x as your
Yeah,
flop
he
check.
does go for checkback though, which is fair enough. You've got the backdoor spades. and
Yeah,
things.
don't mind it. You can induce some bluffs, get called by Thaler. He improves. 6 of hearts on the turn then. Both players still with a pair of 9s. Action on Thaler.
11.
decision for him. He's reaching. Yeah, and he goes for overbet now with the pair of nines. This is intriguing.
Yeah, I'm not sure about sizing, but I like the lead. It's interesting. Yeah, he has. I'm not sure the 9-5's in the overbet term, but maybe he just thinks.
He just thinks Tim's got a 7 or worse, right, with the flop check back, and he's going for max value. That's the only thing I can think of.
Yeah, I guess so though. Tim can get quite tricky though, so I wouldn't just be assuming that just always have the best hand here.
Does go bet call. 31 million now in the middle.
Maybe he thinks 9-8 and better just always bet the flop. Expect to see this slow down.
It's really intriguing, this. Like, in my eyes, heads up, you really do need to go for the sort of razor thin value in this.
Yeah.
It's not a blank, this card, but it kind of is. I think that Chung at 50 effective is going to raise a lot of his ace-X, as are we. So it feels like neither really have an ace too often. But he does just knuckle it.
Yeah, it's going to be a split.
Yeah. They both check it down and receive half of the pot back each.
Sorry, can I get a waitress, please?
I did wonder if he would go for a very spicy river value bet.
Yeah, it's a good point that Tim hasn't really been playing the limping strategy, has he? He has been opening from the button, so you think he would continue that with ace-X.
It's thin, don't get me wrong, but I feel like a 9 can bet river.
I think it's hard to bet for value in the river there because of the overbet on the turn.
Right.
Do you know what I mean? Once
Yeah, I have to admit that it
Called,
caught me a little by surprise with the pair of nines bad kicker.
maybe it was a bit of you just overbet the turn in the last one. I'm going to give it you back.
It could be.
So, have some of that. I can do it too.
I can do it too, buddy.
It's in my arsenal.
Ginger shot, please. A bottle of water and a.
Wonder what Tim's ordering.
Red wine, please.
Champagne, maybe?
I will have the same. Same.
Maybe a couple of beers? What do you think? If you were playing for $1 million, would you be
Choosing all the healthy drinks.
ordering a couple of beers?
Yeah.
I'd already have had about 5 off the short stack with no decisions to make.
Yeah. Want to get sub 10.
All right, then, off we go once more. Thaler, King Deuce of Clubs, going to limp from the button. Chung with a big hand, heads up.
Yeah, and interesting to see if Tim goes with the same size. Interesting if he does go the 6x.
If he goes the 18.
Ooh, and he does go the 12. I believe there has to be people in this
It's a
one.
very small sample size for Thaler, but when he's got a good hand, it's 4x.
Yeah, maybe.
Now, of course.
I wouldn't like to comment, but yeah.
I'm only messing, of course. Very easy peel for Thaler, not folding a suited king.
Yeah, and it's fireworks if it does come king high.
Yeah, they keep card sharing. Here we go then. Chung, a big favorite pre, but whoa! Wow, Queen 9 Deuce.
It's
2
big.
clubs.
Big for both.
This is big for both. Gut shot and an overcard for Chung and the betting lead. Bottom pair in the second nut flush draw for Thaler.
It's a bit of a Thaler speciality, isn't it? Just sort of calling people in certain situations. They're both just hit this flop. There's multiple runouts. Tim will keep betting.
Yeah. Potential big one brewing now. We have seen Thaler, as you said, kind of fast play some of his best value and strong draws.
Sure, but I mean, these spots, it just plays so much better as a call, in my opinion.
I think potentially too,
But you're
he
right, yeah. He does keep doing it.
disagrees.
Every time he has a strong hand, he does like to fast play, but heads up here, you do want to be, you do want to be just calling this, but maybe thinks he can get in against a worse flush draw. Versus an ISO though, a limp pot ISO from the big blind.
I hear you.
I do prefer.
Yeah, you're never dislodging sort of
anything good.
10s or better.
Yeah.
But Tim feels compelled that he has to stick around, drawing to the nuts with that overcard.
Yeah, obviously notice the size as well. He's got 9 to 24. Tim definitely does have to continue. 10 of clubs. It's all over, baby.
75 million then in the middle. Ace of Hearts turn. This has the potential to be fascinating. Thaler hates this card.
Yeah. And Tim with the... This is also the thing about, you know, when you raise that size in the flop, but now you check back turn, Tim can really hone down on his range. And he can definitely use that 8 as a great bluffing card.
Right, like part of the problem of raising flop here, right, is that like when this card comes, this is more Chung than me.
Yeah, doesn't achieve too much other than charging the worst flush draws, which, you know, a lot of the checkbacks Tim's going to have pre-flop are the small clubs, and he's like trying to get in against these flush draws, and it's like, would the small clubs open pre? So
yeah, I'm with you. It's very, very hard to unload into this card, and you know, you're essentially just hoping your opponent has like the 10s and jacks of the world, but they might not even fold, because how can we have many ace-X here?
Sure.
And he does wave the white flag as such. What a fascinating spot, the 9 of diamonds river. So Chung all of a sudden...
Yeah, I was really hoping for a sort of 3 of hearts river and see Tim unload the clip here, but I'm just wondering now if he thinks he has enough showdown.
He can beat some 10-8s of the world,
yeah,
king 10.
Some missed clubs, king X of clubs that doesn't have the 2. It's going to be actually quite tilting to lose this part. I think it's check.
Yeah, and he is checking.
Which it will go.
Oh, this is very, very frustrating for Chung.
Yeah, it is really frustrating, that, to be honest. I feel like on a lot of different rivers, Tim can find the bluff there, and it's a very difficult call.
And Thaler...
But yeah, big pot.
Big old pot in this heads-up scenario. He's delighted to rake that one in. Fascinating hand, that one.
Really is.
Right, like on the 9 river pair, we can just win, right, with the nut king high. Yeah. So he doesn't really want to bluff
exactly.
with
all
king jack.
All the straight draws and the clubs we said.
Yeah, we just have some worse sort of jack high and worse king high we might debate as a bluff.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, Thaler kind of... It's a weird one to say he's got away with one there, because he had the best hand throughout, but you hear where I'm coming from. From flop onwards, I mean.
Those are the sort of hands which really steam me, to be honest. I'd be turning the king jack, king too close, you know, it's so frustrating. But yeah, because it's a big pot at this point, isn't it? 75 million.
Yeah, we did see Chung sort of starting to eat into that lead, so it looks like the players are preparing for a short break. Has been a breakneck pace, you know. They got heads up and immediately launched into the action as we see Tim Chung leaving the table. That makes sense. Here we go. A quick look at the chip counts, guys. Now, Thaler has that lead back once more. 84 bigs, plays 36. Guys, don't go too far. We'll be back in 10 minutes with the conclusion of the main event. And welcome back, ladies and gents, as we continue hurtling towards crowning a champion in the 2025 Mediterranean Poker Party main event. Daniel Thaler versus Tim Chung. They've been battling, trading blows. Thaler retaking a strong chip lead in the last kind of couple of hands before the break. 250 million plays 110. Jay Harwood has stepped back into the booth, giving Steve Warburton a little break. How you doing, Jay?
I'm good. I've just come back to heads up. I left with 7 players.
Right.
What on earth has occurred the last hour and 45 minutes? I've missed all the good stuff.
Yeah, I know. It was taking a long time for anyone to bust, and all of a sudden, 5 people busted in very quick succession, leaving us with these 2 warriors to battle it out.
And an upset that the Spurs shirt is gone, I can see as well. Maverick Mustakas
Oh,
no longer sat there.
he got coolered in a filthy one. 3-handed, they went 3 ways to the flop. Queen 10 versus Queen Deuce suited and 7s, and it came Queen 10-4. Check through, and the 7 pinged the turn for the old disguised
3-handed, yeah.
Yeah, it was a sick one.
Nothing you can do about that one, but over to heads up between these 2.
Yeah, as we see Thaler jam here for 26 bigs over the limp with the pocket 4s, of course, makes sense. That little red vino for Mr. Chung.
It would be. Usually, Tim, when he's this stage of the tournament, the red wine usually comes out for the lad.
That's a man after my own heart. Rumor has it that I taught him that move. The old red wine run good, I like to call it. I almost had T-shirts made up and everything.
Is that like touch your toes and it goes, that one?
Red wine run good came about for when you've done like 8 bullets in a tournament and you're fuming and you're in the turbo flight. And you're like, right, I've had enough, and give me a wine.
Yeah.
And then you invariably run good. I don't know whether that is a nice promotion for alcohol.
Problem is I don't like wine, so...
You never do you? You don't own a shirt, you don't like wine? Come on, Harwood, man. I'm going to educate you in the ways. We're going to get you a nice silk shirt number and a nice bottle of Pinot Noir.
Well, I can't wait.
Right, heads up, limp pot. 10-4 plays 10-7. Intriguing part of this heads up, they just constantly both have a card share situation. They've both got bottom pair here. Bad kickers. Check from Chung. Decision on Thaler here.
Yeah, interesting one. Heads up, range is just very wide. Lots of the time a pair is going to be the best hand if we can make one by showdown.
It makes a lot of sense, I think, to check back a 10 here. You know, Chung's just going to have so many hands that have no equity at all. We allow them to potentially bluff us. We can seek value down the streets. Queen on the turn. Similar kind of scenario here, right? Where when you bet, it's hard to get called by a worse hand. There's going to be some Jack X right in there.
Ace high is going to be coming along as
right.
well.
Even potentially some 9 high. Like, it's one of these weird spots where, you know, of course, we know the ranges are very wide. Tim folds a 10?
Against 2/3. 10 just hits the mark there from Chung.
I must admit, a little surprised to see that.
So am I. It's really strange. Always got a call once there as Tim. There are some scenarios we are actually chopping as well as we were.
I can actually reveal, we hadn't had confirmation of this yet, but there was a deal done 3-handed. We weren't aware of that in the booth. That's our oversight. Of course, $1 million up top in this one if it was unchopped, but they did make a deal. Looks to me like Mavro Mustakis had 651K. So he's out in third, but it's going to get them just about the most money, although there'll have been some money left over, Jay. So when they dealt 651K to Andreas, 637K for Tim Chung, and 579K to Thaler. As you know, I'm expecting you now to add them up, Jay, and find out if they're playing for some additional money.
I'll make it 207,500 is what they're left to play for.
There we go. So there was a deal, guys, but there is 207K left to play for. Why wouldn't you have a red wine, eh? Just, you know,
locked up 600 plus bag. Have a red wine.
Yeah.
200K heads up, not as big as it would have been without the deal. Let's just enjoy ourselves.
A nice, you know, 2-story house or a luxury automobile. Let's have a wine.
I think it's very important in poker as well, playing for this money, yes. But when we've locked up that amount, it's important to enjoy the moment sometimes. Like, I know we still got to get the job done playing heads up, but sitting there, locking up a life-changing sum Just try and enjoy the moment and see if we can potentially take the trophy home with us.
Yeah, I'm with you. Thaler then, queen 3 offsuit on the button. Of course, not much folding going on heads up. This hand, on the face of it, doesn't feel so strong, but heads up, more than strong enough. Thaler agrees. Goes with open, and he is chipping his man down all of a sudden. Chung down to 84 million. And Thaler with more than 3.5 times that stack. He's feeling good, looking. Getting to the realms, Jay, where we can try and land a killer blow, right?
Yeah.
Once Tim gets sub 20.
Yeah, exactly that. Heads up now will be some scenarios that you're going to be getting it in at this stack depth. The final, just thinking of all the names and looking down who's cash where. To be fair, these two are probably the picks for a lot of people when the final table started today.
Yeah, and honestly, we really haven't seen many mistakes whatsoever from either of these two gents as we see Chung, King 7 of hearts, very strong hand, heads up. And a big old hand for Thaler, ace queen offsuit, 20 big blinds deep.
Yeah, too good to just be jamming. Want to potentially induce some stuff here from Chung.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with that. He's jammed. Not a fan of this. Wow! Okay, Tim says, all right, I'm going to call off suited king. Thinks it does well against the 20 big blind jam. There's going to be some ace-x in there, some low pairs, the occasional jack 10, queen jack, queen 10 suiteds, and shocked to see the snap call, but here we go.
Yeah, and I guess that's what Chung is assigning here. Doesn't expect any of this better ace-x to just shove. They want to raise call in theory. So Chung just says, okay, we don't do too bad versus this 20 BB jam. And
wow,
no.
And it's ace 3-3, and all of a sudden 1% equity for Chung. Daniel Thaler on the verge of winning the main event. Just like that. The chips went in, and he has his man drawing to runner. And it's all over. 5 of clubs on the turn. Handshake between the two. And Daniel Thaler wins the Mediterranean Poker Party main event. Tim Chung, snap out of there, leaves the stage, off to the bar. Sensational performance from him. Congratulations, as we say. Great showing, second place. But there he is, Daniel Thaler. And he's done it, Jay.
Yeah, and worthy winner, I think, played exceptionally for what I got to cover of the final table today. Didn't see much heads up since I've been back in the booth, but only took a couple of hands to knock Tim Chung to the rail there. Tim Chung, great result for himself after the deal was made, but the extra 207k going to Thaler, and what a final table, and what a day it's been here at the Royal Diamond Complex at Merit.
Amazing stuff. So Tim takes home 637k for his efforts after the chop. Thaler, 787k for him after that three-way deal. That happened out of nowhere. They didn't even give us time to settle in. But yeah, what a fabulous, fabulous tournament it has been. Just taking you through that final table. We had Modena finishing in 9th. Guys, that's it for us. We're going to say goodbye, and we'll see you next year at the MPP. Take care.
Goodbye.